Hey guys, welcome to the channel. As you see in the thumbnail, what if masters Haki early and sets sail with his love? Before I start, please do support for more awesome content, and subscribe my channel and like this video. Go support and follow the All the Small Things 17 for writing that awesome fanfic, and also make sure to comment on this story. Link in the description. 15 years ago, the sea sparkled under the late morning sun, its deep blue surface calm under the cloudless sky. A small ship glided toward the shoreline of Sandine, an island tucked away in the unpredictable waters of the New World. The warm air was tinged with salt and carried a faint promise of something new, a scent so vivid it seemed almost tangible to year-old Montgomery James, who stood on board the ship. Ahead, forested hills rolled gently into a small agricultural and fishing town. Weathered rooftops of simple, colorful homes peeked through clusters of swaying trees, and a long wooden dock stretched into the water, dotted with workers and fishermen tending to their daily tasks. To James, the town looked as peaceful as it was isolated, a perfect safe haven that would soon become home. James had his 3-year-old daughter, Arya, perched on his hip, her small arms wrapped around his sturdy frame, her green eyes wide and filled with wonder as she stared at the approaching island. Her hair, golden as the sun, spilled over her tiny shoulders in soft waves. "Birds!" Arya exclaimed, pointing toward a flock of seagulls swooping in lazy circles above the harbor. Her laughter rang out, high and bright, a sound that carried innocence untainted by the tragedy that had shaped their journey to this island. James couldn't help but smile at her enthusiasm, though the smile didn't quite reach his tired blue eyes. His brown hair, already tousled by the wind, felt heavier as though it bore the weight of his hidden grief. He pressed aid to his little girl's head and whispered, "Yeah, sunshine." Birds. The ship bumped against the dock, and a callous sailor threw out a rope to secure them. James inhaled deeply, exhaling with a heavy breath. He adjusted Arya on his hip and stepped off the ship, the wooden planks creaking beneath his boots. James glanced down at Arya's face, blonde waves wild from the sea breeze, cheeks flushed with life, and it made his chest ache. She looked so much like his wife that it almost broke him. The golden hues of her hair caught the sunlight the same way, and her green eyes, like jade flecked with gold, sparkled with an identical light of curiosity. Every smile Arya gave him was a bittersweet echo of the woman he had loved so fiercely. As Arya tugged on his sleeve to point out more seabirds, he drew a deep breath and exhaled slowly. "We're here," he said finally, more to himself than to her. His free hand absently brushed the gold wedding band on his left ring finger, still there, even though she was now gone. The first week on Sandine passed in a blur of heavy lifting and careful planning. Their new home, a cozy apartment above an old wood shop near the edge of the market square, was modest but sturdy. The timber frame was solid, the floors worn smooth by years of footsteps, and the air inside carried a faint scent of cedar. It wasn't much, but it was enough for the two of them. The shop below the apartment was a different story. The space had clearly not been occupied in several years and sat mostly empty, save for various items left behind, dust covering the old wood floors and cobwebs hanging from corners of the ceiling. Its warped floorboards creaked under James's boots as he inspected the open room, Arya trailing behind him, her high-pitched laughter echoing through the open space. She pointed out little treasures she uncovered as they cleaned, an antique fishing lure, a single carved chess piece, an old marble. "What do you think, Arya?" James asked as he knelt beside her, holding up the chess piece. "Think we can turn this place into something special?" Arya nodded, beaming. "Yeah," he chuckled, ruffling her thick, wavy hair. With Arya cheering him on, James worked tirelessly to transform the place. Over the next several months, his savings went into repairs and stockpiling goods. His knack for woodworking and repair came in handy, allowing him to craft shelves and repair broken floorboards. Eventually, Montgomery's General Supply opened its doors to the townsfolk. Shelves lined with fresh produce, canned goods, tools, medical supplies, and a vast array of other necessities. By the end of the first year, the shop became a cornerstone of Sandine. James' friendly charm, and the fact he stocked goods the town sorely needed, earned him a steady stream of customers. At times, the laughter of other children would drift up from the harbor, and for those brief moments, James felt the stirrings of a life returning to normal. The quiet nights were the hardest. After Arya was safely tucked into bed, James would sit at the table in their small kitchen with a glass of whiskey in hand, staring at a silver-framed photo of his wife, Pristine. She had been his everything. His light, his joy, his soulmate. Losing her had torn a hole in him so deep, he felt like it would never heal. He had left everything they'd once built together behind, fleeing to Sandine not because he wanted to, but because he needed to, because it was the only way to keep their daughter safe. "I'll stay strong for her," he whispered to the photo, his voice hoarse. "I promise." On the nights when he faltered, when grief threatened to overtake him, he thought he'd done a decent job of hiding it. But one evening, when Arya was 4, he realized his mask wasn't as solid as he'd hoped. She shuffled into the kitchen quietly in her pajamas, her green eyes wide with concern. "Daddy?" James quickly straightened, rubbing at his face and forcing a smile. "Hey, sweetheart. What are you doing up, Daddy? Why are you sad?" she asked, tilting her head as she studied him. For a moment he froze, unsure how to respond. Finally, he reached out and pulled her onto his lap, smoothing back her unruly hair. "I'm not sad. Just thinking about your mom, that's all. She was the best person I ever knew. You have her smile, you know. Then I'll smile lots," Arya declared with a grin, showing her teeth as if to prove her point. James laughed softly, pressing his forehead to hers. "Yeah," he said softly. "You keep smiling." But as she dozed off against his firm chest, his smile faded. Grief wasn't something that could be outrun, but for Arya's sake, he'd keep pretending. Some days, Arya would sit quietly on the kitchen floor, playing with her toys while James read the newspaper at the table. Every now and then, she'd glance up at him, catching the way his brow furrowed deeply as he scanned the headlines. "The world government is at it again, huh?" he would mutter under his breath, his tone sharp with restrained anger. She never understood why, but her father's hatred for the government burned like a quiet, constant flame. As the years went by in Sandine, Arya blossomed into a spirited young girl who seemed to have inherited the sea breeze in her step and the sun's warmth in her smile. She was full of imagination and endlessly adventurous, traits that sometimes landed her in scrapes both literal and figurative. She would spend her days playing in the nearby woods, coming home with skin knees, dirt on her clothes, and almost always, with a tiny creature in her hands. James tried to keep up with her whirlwind antics. "Arya," he'd say in a measured tone to his then 8-year-old daughter, watching as she plopped onto their doorstep, mud smudged across her freckled cheeks, a frog wriggling in her hands, "do you really need to bring half the forest home with you every day? I couldn't just leave him there, Daddy," she'd protest, holding the creature up like a prized jewel. He looked lonely. James fought the urge to sigh, though a small smile would inevitably sneak onto his lips. He knew that above all, Arya had a heart of gold. She never liked to see anyone alone or hurting. She had a kind and gentle soul, much like her mother. "I found this one by the creek," Arya explained on a different occasion, holding out a small, dark amphibian for her father to see. "Sweetheart," James sighed, rubbing the bridge of his nose. "The newts stay outside, and don't put it in your pocket again, please." The woods were like a second home to Arya, a place where her imagination would run wild. Each moss-covered rock was a pirate's treasure chest. Every tree branch she climbed became the mast of a grand ship. She had a knack for running full tilt into brambles or stumbling over tree roots, collecting scrapes and bruises along the way. She was extremely clumsy, but she never let that stop her. The townsfolk found her antics strange, and would shake their heads as she'd sprint past their homes and tidy gardens, brandishing a stick like a pirate's cutlass. "She's got no place behaving like a boy," one of the villagers would mutter. "What a weird girl," another would say. "Girls should be learning how to behave, not catching frogs and playing pirates," another would scoff. But Arya didn't care. She had her imagination, her adventures, and the boundless forest where she could be whoever she wanted. The books her father brought home from the market became her window to a bigger world, one filled with daring pirates, fierce warriors, and endless horizons. Pirates fascinated her most. The idea of sailing the vast, open seas, having adventures and a crew of friends to share it all with. Their freedom spoke to her, igniting a dream of something far beyond the small, quiet island of Sandine, a life of adventure. The children of Sandine were no kinder than the adults. The boys teased her mercilessly, mocking the way she'd catch reptiles, climb trees, or the ridiculous pirate stories she loved to read. They'd challenge her to races or games and then scoff whenever she won, claiming she was trying too hard to be a boy. "Go home and play dolls like you're supposed to," one boy sneered as Arya wiped dirt off her scraped hands after falling during a game. The other boys just laughed as they walked away. The girls, on the other hand, were more cutting. They didn't waste energy on taunting her directly. Instead, they would whisper cruel things loud enough for her to overhear. They mocked her clothes, her clumsy nature, and especially the fact that she didn't have a mother. "Why does she always dress like that? She's weird. My mom said she saw her run past our house pretending to be a pirate, and she was holding a snake." "You! Gross. No wonder she acts like that. She doesn't have a mom to teach her how to be a girl." The words stung, but rather than letting anger take over, Arya chose something else. Even at a young age, she refused to let their cruelty make her like them. Instead, she became determined to treat others with kindness. When she saw someone lonely or upset, she'd go out of her way to reach out to them, even if it meant risking ridicule. Still, by the time she reached her teens, Arya was used to the sharp sting of whispered insults and the cold indifference of her peers. She wore their judgments like armor, refusing to let them crush her. Arya could barely remember her mother anymore. Her memories were fragmented, like pieces of a shattered mirror. She could still recall the warmth of her embrace, the gentleness of her smile, and the way she felt so unconditionally loved. But the sound of her voice, the melody of her laughter, those had faded, leaving only a hollow ache where they once lived. By the time Arya was 15, she had started to outgrow her childish awkwardness, her demeanor shifting to one more reserved. Her features had softened into something graceful, a slim, curvy figure and long, golden blonde hair that flowed down to the middle of her back. The freckles that once had her face were now faded. She began dressing more feminine, though still kept things casual, wearing cuffed shorts, fitted shirts, or tank tops that accentuated her curves. The same boys who once teased her now tripped over their words whenever she passed, offering awkward compliments and stumbling attempts at conversation, but Arya met their newfound attention with cool disinterest. She had already seen their true colors, and no amount of flattery could undo the years of cruelty. Although she had never had a relationship and never quite trusted anyone enough to let them get close, she was an unabashed romantic at heart. The books she read, filled with grand adventures and star-crossed lovers, had planted the seed of an idea that somewhere in the wide, open world, there was someone who could truly understand her. She imagined a man with a good, strong heart, someone who could match her adventurous spirit and see inside her heart. It was a dream she kept to herself, not because it was unrealistic, but because it felt so personal. She often tried to picture him during her quiet moments, a kindred spirit, someone who would make her feel like she belonged, a soulmate, just like her mother had been to her father. She wanted that, someone to share a life and adventures with someday. As Arya grew older, she found herself spending more time at her father's shop, helping out with the daily tasks that kept the place running smoothly. From running the register and stocking shelves to sweeping floors and organizing the small aisles, she became well versed in the ins and outs of Montgomery's general supply. Her father was often busy running errands, so Arya would handle the customers when they came in and made sure everything was in order. "I couldn't do this without you," her father would say warmly. "You know that?" Arya would smile softly, her tone playful but affectionate. "I know." As her skills expanded, she took on a special role, baking. Once she learned how, Arya began crafting batches of baked goods to sell in the shop, from cookies to muffins to pies. The process became a form of quiet solace for her, a task she approached with care and precision, even if it was just a small piece of her busy routine. This was her life. A shopkeeper's daughter in a small seaside town, an ordinary girl surrounded by ordinary days. The hours and weeks often seemed to blur together, each day much like the last. But even as she worked, even as she smiled at customers and helped her father keep things running, Arya would catch herself staring at the horizon beyond the island, her thoughts drifting elsewhere. She longed for adventure, to explore the world beyond Sandine, to step outside the confines of her predictable, quiet life. For as long as she could remember, she and her father had lived on Sandine without ever traveling beyond its shores, not even to visit her grandfather, who remained on the distant island of Ryushima they originally called home, an island that Arya could only remember vaguely. James kept in touch with his father-in-law, Arya's grandfather, through short, carefully chosen letters. One evening, when Arya was younger, she overheard her father speaking with someone on the transponder snail. "I'm sorry, Sapo. You can't call here again," James said in a hushed voice. "It's too much of a risk." When James disconnected the call, Arya tilted her head curiously. "Who was that, Daddy?" "No one, Sunshine," he replied, flashing her a small smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. One morning, when Arya was 8 years old, she stood in her father's shop, humming softly as she worked. Her hands moved methodically along the shelves, arranging goods into neat, symmetrical rows. Outside, the golden sunlight warmed the streets, and a soft breeze carried the familiar smell of the ocean. It was an ordinary, peaceful morning, like so many others. Her father had left earlier to run errands in a neighboring town, and Arya, as always, kept things in order. She didn't see the distant shadow on the horizon, a pirate ship with its sails catching the wind, quietly sailing toward the island's shores. On its cheerful lion figurehead sat a young captain with messy black hair, his grin bright as the sun, his straw hat tilted at just the right angle. Neither of them were aware that the threads of their worlds were being quietly, inevitably intertwined. Fate was at work, weaving an encounter that would change everything. Heart and soul. Arc. The thousand sunny cut through the calm sea, casting a faint shadow on the waves as the morning sun climbed higher. A warm, steady breeze filled the sails, pushing the ship toward the faint outline of land on the horizon. Luffy stood on the lawn deck, straw hat perched atop his head, his gaze fixed on the distance. He squinted for a moment before suddenly breaking into a grin. "Hey! There's an island up ahead." Usopp leaned over the railing, shading his eyes with a hand. "Finally! I was starting to think we were just gonna sail forever." Nami pulled out her telescope and took a closer look. She surveyed the landscape for a few moments before speaking up. "Looks like there's a small town. I also see some agricultural fields. Doesn't seem like there's anything too special about this place." Luffy's eyes widened as he heard Nami's words. "There's a town? That means there's food!" he exclaimed, already drooling. Zoro spoke up next. "Looks like this might be a good place to restock on supplies too." Chopper perked up from where he was sitting near the mast. "We're almost out of bandages and ointment. And I think Sanji's running low on carrots," Sanji grumbled. "Because someone keeps stealing them straight from the pantry." Everyone glanced at Luffy, who was too busy drooling over the thought of meat to notice. Nami nodded in agreement. "Yeah, it would be a good idea to restock on supplies. We're running low on some things." She looked over at Luffy, knowing exactly what he was thinking. "And yes, there will be food," Frankie grinned. "I'll check out the local lumberyards. Never know what kind of super materials we can find in these small towns." The Thousand Sunny continued its course towards the small island, with Luffy's excitement growing with each passing minute. "I can't wait to eat," he beamed, rubbing his hands together. As they approached, the town came into focus. It seemed quiet, peaceful, and somewhat ordinary. Luffy's eyes scanned the town, looking for any signs of food or adventure. Looks kinda boring," he muttered, crossing his arms. Zoro, standing beside him, could sense his captain's disappointment. "Don't be so quick to judge, Luffy. Sometimes the most unassuming places can have hidden treasures." Robin stepped up beside Nami, her gaze calm as always. "Or dark secrets," she added with a faint, mysterious smile. The ship drew closer to the docks. The buildings and homes were lit up by the morning sun. The crew all gazed at the small town as they drew closer. It looked like a typical agricultural and fishing community, peaceful and quiet. Luffy eagerly jumped off the ship and onto the docks, the rest of the crew soon following. They looked around, taking in the peaceful atmosphere. As they entered the town, they observed colorful houses and various shops. Men, women, and children could be seen going about their daily business, their voices carrying through the air. The presence of the odd-looking group of pirates was clearly noted by the villagers, and several of them stopped what they were doing to stare at the newcomers. Brook tipped his top hat with a polite bow. "Good morning, everyone. Please don't be alarmed. We come in peace, not in pieces. Usopp nervously adjusted his goggles. Why do I feel like they're already imagining the bounty posters? Chopper huddled a little closer to Robin. They're staring. Frankie gave a wave. We're just passing through. No need to panic. As they looked around, a small girl, around the age of 6, came hurtling towards them, her eyes wide with wonder. Pirates! She exclaimed, her voice filled with excitement. Several of the villagers hurried over to the girl, grabbing her and pulling her away from the group. Stay away from them, child, one of the villagers scolded. Those people are dangerous. Luffy chuckled at the girl's reaction. He didn't seem offended by the villager's words, instead his eyes danced with amusement. Chopper's ears drooped. They don't seem very friendly. Brook tilted his head. Such a shame. I was hoping we'd play them a tune to lighten the mood. But I suppose a walking skeleton might not help first impressions. Yo-ho-ho. Usopp leaned closer to Frankie and whispered, Why do they always assume we're here to burn the place down? Frankie shrugged, arms crossed. 'Cause we look awesome. That's intimidating. Robin, calm and observant as always, glanced around. They're wary. Small towns like this don't usually welcome outsiders, especially pirates. Jinbe nodded. It's to be expected. The world government's propaganda paints all pirates with the same brush. The villagers looked at Luffy and his crew skeptically, distrust clear in their eyes. Why are you here? One of them asked, his tone guarded. Luffy scratched his head, unfazed by the tension. We're not here to cause trouble or anything. He grinned, completely at ease. Just saw the island. Figured we'd take a look around, maybe find something to eat. More villagers gathered around the group, their expressions distrusting. You're pirates, another villager said, his words more of a statement than a question. Luffy nodded, his smile widening. Yep, we sure are, he confirmed, not trying to hide the fact. The villagers' expressions darkened at his admission. Some of them started to back away, their fearful expressions growing more pronounced. Arya was helping out in her father's shop that morning while he ran errands in the next town over. Her father owned a general supply shop, Montgomery's General Supply, and he and Arya lived in the space just above it. Arya was sweeping the floor when suddenly, she heard the rising commotion from outside. She thought she heard someone say pirates, and it instantly piqued her curiosity. As the villagers' voices grew louder as they continued to question Luffy and his crew, Arya set the broom against the wall and exited the shop. Her eyes widened as saw the group of pirates standing in the middle of the town square. She'd heard stories about pirates, had even read about them in her favorite books as a child, but she never expected to see pirates casually strolling through her small, boring town. As if sensing her presence, Luffy turned to look at her. He saw a wide-eyed girl with long, blonde hair standing in the doorway of a nearby shop, staring at them with a mixture of fascination and awe. His eyes met hers and he smiled wide. He found her interest in them amusing, unlike the fear and suspicion he saw in the villagers' eyes. She looked about his age, and her expression was a mixture of fascination and wonder. There was something about her that felt familiar, but he couldn't quite place it. As the villagers continued to whisper amongst themselves, Luffy took a step toward the shop, his eyes still on Arya. Hey there, hey! Arya greeted from the doorway. These are pirates? She noted the diverse-looking group, who looked nothing like she would have pictured. Luffy grinned, his eyes studying her curiously. He was intrigued by her lack of fear and her awe upon seeing them. She looked more curious than afraid. The villagers, however, looked at her like she was crazy, clearly confused as to why someone would be speaking in a friendly tone to pirates. Luffy turned back to the villagers, his cheerful demeanor unchanged. We're not here to cause any trouble. We just need to restock on supplies, then we'll be out of your hair. You're looking for supplies? Arya asked, overhearing him, as she took a few steps out of the shop. She looked at the villagers, noting their glares. She could sense their disapproval, but she didn't hesitate. My father owns this general supply shop. I'd be happy to help you find what you're looking for. Luffy blinked, then grinned. Oh, that's awesome. The villagers around him stared in shock and protested loudly. Are you insane? You can't help them, they're pirates. But Arya simply ignored the villagers' protests. Luffy looked back at her, a wide smile on his face. That would be great, he exclaimed, his voice brimming with gratefulness. Arya smiled warmly at Luffy and the rest of the Straw Hats, her green eyes sparkling. Of course, Usopp leaned toward Chopper. She's either really nice or completely nuts. Chopper looked up at her, wide-eyed. I like her already. Arya could overhear the scoffs of several townspeople, who ultimately decided they wanted nothing to do with the situation. They began walking away, disinterested in having anything to do with pirates. Brooke gave a little bow to Arya. Thank you, young lady. Your generosity is most heartening, though I must admit, I have no heart, Frankie snorted. She's got guts. I like her. Luffy chuckled as the villagers left, their reluctance to interact with pirates clear. He turned back to Arya. You're pretty brave, offering to help us like that, he said, a hint of admiration in his voice. The Straw Hats looked at each other, exchanging glances. They were surprised at Arya's response, given the clear disapproval of the other town residents. Arya smiled, nodding toward the direction of the shop. Come on, follow me. The Straw Hats followed Arya, still a bit dumbfounded by her friendliness. Chopper, in particular, looked at her with wide, curious eyes. As they entered Montgomery's General Supply, the crew looked around, their eyes darting from shelf to shelf. They were impressed by the wide variety of goods on display, ranging from food items to tools and medicine. Wow! This place has everything! Usopp exclaimed, wide-eyed. Robin ran her fingers thoughtfully along a row of carefully labeled spice jars. It's well organized, too. Very tidy for a shop this packed. Arya smiled proudly. Thanks. My dad owns this shop, but he's out at the moment, so I'm filling in for him. Anything specific you're looking for? Nami stepped forward, her eyes scanning the shelves. We mostly just need food supplies, she replied. Fresh fruits, meat, vegetables. Anything healthy and filling. Luffy, on the other hand, was looking at the various sweets on display, his eyes practically sparkling. Of course, we have all of that, Arya said in response to Nami, gesturing to the food section. All the food is on this side of the store. We have canned goods, fruit, vegetables, meat, fish, you name it. Nami continued to look around, taking note of the supply the shop had. This is a surprisingly good selection for such a small town. Thanks. Arya beamed. We take pride in carrying the best selection of food on Sandine. As Nami and the others continued browsing the store, Luffy was already making his way to the food section, particularly the sweets. He was like a kid in a candy store, his eyes practically bulging out of his head as he looked at the variety of treats available. His stomach growled loudly. Ugh, I'm starving, he whined, clutching his belly dramatically. Jinbe let out a deep, amused rumble. You did just eat breakfast an hour ago, Luffy. Yeah, but that was an hour ago, Luffy said with complete seriousness. Arya looked at him with a sympathetic smile before walking toward one of the displays and grabbing an apple muffin. Here, she said with a warm smile, holding it out to Luffy. It's on me. Luffy's face lit up even more as he looked at the muffin in her hand. He grabbed it, taking a huge bite, closing his eyes blissfully as the flavor hit his taste buds. This is amazing! He exclaimed, voice muffled. Nami, Sanji, and the others watched as Luffy relished every bite, a mixture of amusement and envy on their faces. Thank you, Arya said proudly. I baked all these myself. She gestured toward a display stacked with all kinds of baked goods. Sanji's eyes widened at the revelation. You made these yourself? Arya beamed. Yup, sure did. Luffy, still eating his muffin, chimed in. They're so good, he said, licking his lips clean. The other Straw Hats were equally impressed. You can bake? Usopp asked, leaning against one of the shelves. Sure can, Arya confirmed. I make all the baked goods we sell. Nami was particularly impressed. You're quite the talented baker, she said, eyes scanning the display. Luffy had already finished his muffin, and was now eyeing the others, his stomach growling loudly again. Thanks, Arya said in response to Nami. She let out a soft laugh when she noticed Luffy's reaction and hungry eyes. Would you like another one? Luffy's eyes widened, and he nodded vigorously. Yes, please, he said eagerly, his stomach making its approval known with another loud growl. Nami rolled her eyes at Luffy's never-ending appetite. Luffy, you just had one, she chided. It's totally fine, Arya said. She grabbed another muffin and handed it to Luffy before turning to the rest of the crew. Would anyone else like one? The rest of the crew, noticing Luffy's indulgence, couldn't help but feel a bit envious. They looked at the muffins, their stomachs growling. Usopp looked slightly hesitant. Sure, if you're offering. Me too, please. Chopper exclaimed, bouncing and raising a hoof in the air. I wouldn't say no to a muffin, Zoro said, voice gruff as usual. I'll take one as well, Jinbe added calmly, his deep voice rumbling. I haven't had anything this fresh in some time. Robin smiled softly. One would be lovely, thank you. Arya smiled and began gathering up muffins and handing them out to the rest of the crew. The Straw Hats graciously accepted the muffins, their faces lighting up as they each took a bite. Luffy, on the other hand, was already reaching for a third muffin, having finished his second in no time. Nami quickly swatted his hand away. Luffy, that's enough, she reprimanded. But I'm still hungry, he protested, his stomach growling loudly as if to agree with him. Zoro chuckled, taking a bite of his muffin. You're a walking stomach with a human attached, you know that, Luffy? Won't your dad mind that you're giving a bunch of your muffins away for free to pirates? Usopp asked, feeling grateful but slightly hesitant. Arya chuckled, shaking her head. Don't worry about it. My dad won't mind. He knows I'll bake more. Your dad's a lucky guy, Luffy said. Having a baker for a daughter. Nami nodded in agreement. He really is, she said, taking a bite of her muffin. Even Zoro, who was usually more reserved, couldn't help but comment. These are really good, he admitted, a rare hint of approval in his voice. Arya smiled, her eyes wandering to the rest of the crew. She looked at Brook in particular with curious eyes. Brook, who was munching on his muffin, noticed Arya's gaze. He gave her a smile, his empty eye sockets meeting her gaze. I must say, these muffins are quite good, he said in his usual eccentric tone. Thank you? So, you're a skeleton, she observed, stating the obvious. Brook chuckled, his hollow eyes looking at her with amusement. Ah, yes, I do stand out a little bit from the others, Luffy chimed in. He's a skeleton and a musician. A musician? Arya repeated. Brook smiled proudly. Yes, I'm indeed a musician, Chopper piped up. And he sings really well too, Luffy nodded. Yeah, he's got a real good voice. Arya was absolutely fascinated, not just by the tall skeleton musician who towered above her, but by the rest of the crew as well. So you're pirates? She asked, eyes wide with curiosity. Like real pirates, with a ship and stuff? Luffy nodded, his chest puffed out and a wide, confident grin on his face. That's right, we're pirates. Nami rolled her eyes at his enthusiasm. We have a ship and everything, she confirmed. It's called the Thousand Sunny. Arya's eyes sparkled, a childlike awe lighting up her face. That's amazing. Her curiosity only deepened. She wanted to know more about this unusual group of pirates who had wandered into her quiet town. Then a thought struck her. I just realized, I never got your names. Luffy, always the most outgoing, introduced himself first. I'm Monkey D. Luffy, captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, and I'm gonna be king of the pirates, he declared with boundless enthusiasm. The rest of the crew followed suit. I'm Nami, the navigator, and the one who keeps our finances in check, Nami said, hands on her hips. Usopp, the sniper. Usopp spoke up, striking a confident pose. A legendary warrior of the sea, if I do say so myself. I'm Chopper. I'm the doctor. Chopper piped up excitedly, his reindeer ears twitching. Zoro gave a nod. Zoro. Swordsman. Sanji stepped forward with a dramatic flourish, flipping his hair back. Sanji, cook extraordinaire, he said smoothly, then leaned in with a dreamy sigh. And might I say, mademoiselle, your beauty is as radiant as the morning sun. Keep it together, love cook, Zoro muttered. Robin smiled. I'm Robin, the archaeologist. Frankie, shipwright and cyborg superstar. Frankie struck a pose, flexing his mechanical arms, causing Arya to smile. I'm Brook, the musician, Brook said with a lively chuckle. Though you already knew that. Oh. May I ask, would you let me see your… No, Nami, Robin, and Usopp all interrupted at once. Brook sighed. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Worth a try. And I'm Jinbe, the imposing fisherman said, his deep voice steady and calm. the helmsman. Once all the introductions were done, Luffy beamed. So yeah, we're the Straw Hat Pirates. And you are? His head tilted slightly. Arya's excitement and wonder were clear on her face. This group of pirates seemed so friendly, so different from the stereotypical pirates she'd always imagined. My name's Arya. Luffy's smile stretched wider. Arya, he repeated, rolling the name off his tongue. That's a nice name. Arya blushed slightly, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Thanks. Luffy chuckled, enjoying her reaction. So, King of the Pirates? Arya inquired, confused about what Luffy meant when he said that. Luffy's face lit up. That's right. I'm gonna be King of the Pirates, he declared, pumping his fist in the air. Not to sound totally clueless, but what does that even mean? She asked, tilting her head. The crew smiled at her question, all looking at each other, wondering which one of them should explain. Sanji was about to volunteer, but Nami cut him off. Being King of the Pirates is Luffy's dream, Nami explained. It means he wants to find the One Piece. The One Piece? Arya repeated. She'd never heard of it. That's right, Nami continued. The One Piece is said to be a treasure, more valuable than anything in the world. It was left behind by the Pirate King, Gold, Roger, before his execution. Arya's eyes widened. So you're all on a journey to find it? Luffy nodded enthusiastically. Yep, that's right. That sounds incredible, Arya said, voice filled with awe. Growing up, she had always yearned to live a life of adventure. Nothing sounded more adventurous to her than being a pirate, sailing the seas and searching for a legendary treasure. Nami smiled at her words. Yeah, it is pretty incredible, she agreed. It's dangerous too, but we're all willing to take that risk to chase our dreams. Arya smiled, the idea of chasing dreams striking a chord with her. So pirates really do look for treasure then? Luffy chuckled. Yep, we sure do, he confirmed, nodding. Treasure, adventure, freedom, that's what being a pirate is all about. Have you found really awesome treasure before then? She asked, intrigued. Her eyes lit up with interest, like a small child sitting on their parents' lap for a story. Being ever the storyteller, Usopp chimed in. His face lit up at the opportunity to tell a story. He liked being the center of attention and loved regaling people with his tales. Oh boy, have we found some treasure! Let me tell you about the time we found a secret island made entirely of gold. The rest of the crew, minus Chopper, let out a collective groan at Usopp's storytelling. They knew better than anyone that he had a habit of exaggerating stories and making himself out to be the hero of every adventure. Here we go again, Nami said, face-palming. Luffy snickered, knowing all too well that Usopp's tales were usually far-fetched and exaggerated. Arya listened intently nonetheless. Usopp continued his tale, spinning a story filled with grandiose adventures and hidden treasures. The other crew members rolled their eyes and exchanged knowing looks, but they let him continue for Arya's sake. As the story went on, Usopp's yarn became more and more ridiculous, with larger-than-life creatures and treasure chests the size of ships. Even Luffy had to snicker a couple of times at the increasingly fantastical details. Despite knowing that Usopp's stories were greatly exaggerated, Arya couldn't help but let herself be drawn in. His tale was exciting and, perhaps even more so, she was enjoying watching the rest of the Straw Hat crew roll their eyes and mutter snide comments under their breath. By the time Usopp was done recounting his tall tale, he was out of breath and sweating slightly. He looked around, expecting gasps and applause, but the rest of the crew simply looked bored, having heard his stories many times before, minus Chopper, who looked just about as fascinated as Arya and clung to every word. Arya could only imagine what it must be like to be a pirate. What an adventurous life that would be. That's incredible, Arya said, a hint of awe in her voice. Usopp beamed at her words, basking in the attention. Thanks, he said, puffing out his chest. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. I've got plenty more stories where that came from. A while later, Arya had finished helping the Straw Hats gather up the supplies they needed. Items were stacked on the counter, others in bags on the floor. She kept sneaking glances at each member of the crew, studying them with curious eyes. There was still so much she wanted to know about them. While the crew prepared to check out with their supplies, Luffy watched Arya stealing glances at them. He grinned at the obvious fascination on her face. He could tell that she found them, for lack of a better word, interesting. He couldn't exactly blame her. They were a very unusual bunch after all. As the crew continued to pack their supplies, a commotion started to rise from outside. There were angry, frustrated shouts and cries of shock, followed by the sound of things breaking and crashing. Arya's head perked up, a look of concern on her face. What was that? Sanji, who was standing closest to the window at the front of the shop, went to investigate. When he peered out, his eyes widened in surprise. This doesn't look good, he said, his eyes narrowing. The rest of the Straw Hats joined Sanji at the window, peering outside to see what was causing the disturbance. Outside, a large group of menacing-looking pirates were roaming through town. They were looting the shops, tossing things around, and generally causing chaos. There were shouts and cries from the townspeople as the pirates helped themselves to whatever they wanted. Arya rushed over to the window and looked out as well, her face twisting in horror as she saw what was happening. The Straw Hats were silent, watching the scene unfold before them. Luffy's expression hardened, his eyes narrowing as he watched chaos happening outside. The rest of the crew looked just as serious, their hands instinctively reaching for their weapons. Pirate's Chopper muttered, his eyes wide as he watched the scene playing out. Not just any pirates, Zoro said, a hint of anger in his voice. They look like trouble. As the other group of pirates continued, they started to get physical with some of the merchants and shopkeepers who tried to stop them. They were stealing goods, knocking things off the shelves, and even taking items straight from people's hands. Luffy clenched his fists, his eyes narrowing as he watched the pirates cause havoc. He was boiling with anger, but he was also trying to hold back. He could barely contain his fury as he saw one of the pirates grab an elderly man by the collar and shake him roughly. The elderly man was pushed aside. The pirates then grabbed the poor man's wares and smashed them to the ground, destroying months' worth of hard work. Nami gasped as she watched the scene unfold. Those monsters, she muttered. Luffy gritted his teeth. He was seething, the anger within him ready to burst forth. He was always protective of those weaker than him, and seeing the pirates wreak havoc like this had his blood boiling in his veins. Zero. The cries and screams of the townspeople continued, the pirates becoming increasingly violent. Suddenly, they heard the shattering of glass nearby. Arya and the Straw Hats turned their heads toward the direction of the sound and saw that a couple of the pirates had begun throwing flaming bottles through the window of the shop next door. Zoro cursed under his breath. This has gone too far, he said, reaching for his swords. Luffy was shaking with anger at the sight of the flames spreading through the neighboring shop. The sound of breaking glass and the screams of the terrified townsfolk echoed in his ears, fueling the fire burning within him. Just then, a flaming bottle was hurled through the window of Arya's dad's shop. Some of the crew members gasped and ducked as the bottle came crashing through the shop window, landing onto the wood floor. Fire! Brook yelled out, jumping back. The crew scattered as the bottle of fire landed on the floor, breaking into pieces and igniting the wooden floorboards. Sparks and flames immediately ignited, and the air was suddenly filled with the acrid scent of burning wood. The Straw Hats watched as Arya quickly took action, grabbing a nearby rug and throwing it over the fire. She stomped on it, trying to snuff out the flames before they could spread. Just then, several more flaming bottles crashed through the store window, landing onto the floor and instantly catching fire. Damn it! Sanji muttered, his eyes widening as more bottles of fire came crashing through the window. They're trying to burn the village to the ground. The crew was shocked at the sheer number of flames that were now spreading throughout the store. The fire was growing quickly, feeding off the dry wood and any flammable materials it could find. Luffy, his body shaking with rage, clenched his fists so tight that his knuckles were turning white. I'm gonna teach these bastards a lesson. The Straw Hats could see the anger in Luffy's eyes, and they all knew what was coming. Before they could say anything, Luffy had already dashed out of the shop, charging straight towards the pirates. Luffy! Nami called out after him, but it was too late. Outside, the pirates turned and smirked and snickered as they saw Luffy running towards them, unafraid of the young man charging at them head-on. Who the hell are you, punk? One of the pirates called out as Luffy approached them. Luffy didn't answer, his anger keeping his mouth shut. He came to a halt a few feet away from the pirates, his eyes narrowing as he surveyed them. The pirates snickered, circling Luffy like they were vultures. "You think you can take on us on your own?" Another one of the pirates sneered. Luffy stood his ground, his fists clenched by his side. "I'm gonna kick your asses," he said, his voice low and dangerous. The pirates laughed, finding his words amusing. "This kid's got some balls," one of the pirates said, grinning. "But there's no way he can take us all on." Luffy remained silent, but the look in his eyes was clear enough. He was serious, and he wasn't backing down. The pirates could see that the young man was determined, and they weren't used to someone standing up to them like this. "You're crazy, kid," one of the pirates sneered, stepping closer. Luffy didn't back down, his eyes locking with the pirates. "Bring it on," he said, his voice steady. The pirates were taken aback by the young man's courage, but they weren't going to be intimidated. "You asked for it," one of the pirates said, charging at him. Luffy dodged the pirate's attack, sidestepping to the side. The pirate stumbled past him, catching himself just in time to prevent falling flat on his face. Unfazed, the pirate turned back around. "You little bastard," he muttered, charging at Luffy again. As the pirate charged again, Luffy waited until the last second before dodging out of the way. The pirate stumbled past him, cursing under his breath. "You little," he started to say, turning back to face Luffy. Luffy smirked, his stance relaxed. "You're too slow," he taunted. The pirate gritted his teeth, clearly getting frustrated. "Why you?" he growled, charging at Luffy once again. Luffy stepped to the side, dodging the attack easily. The pirate stumbled past him again, and Luffy chuckled. "You're really bad at this." The other pirates watched the exchange, growing more and more annoyed. "He's playing with us," one of them sneered. "Shut up, he's just lucky," the pirate fighting Luffy retorted, throwing a punch at Luffy's head. Luffy dodged the punch easily, his smile widening. "No luck here, just skill," he said, mocking the pirate. The pirate's face twisted with anger as he failed to land a hit on Luffy yet again. "You punk," he growled, clenching his fists. "I'm going to knock that sarcastic look off your face." Meanwhile, the other Straw Hats were still in the shop with Arya, trying to help her put out the fires. Nami, Zoro, Sanji, and the other Straw Hats were doing their best to put out the flames that were spreading throughout the shop, but the fire was growing quickly. "This is bad," Nami muttered, watching as the flames grew bigger. The fire was spreading too quickly for them to control. It was clear that the shop was beyond saving. Zoro cursed under his breath. "We can't keep up with this fire. We have to get out of here." The other Straw Hats nodded in agreement. With the flames spreading and the heat becoming unbearable, they knew they had to evacuate the shop. Arya's heart sank at the realization that her dad's shop was a lost cause, but she agreed with the Straw Hats. Everyone stumbled out of the shop, coughing and wheezing as the smoke stung their lungs. The once vibrant and lively shop was now a burning inferno, the flames billowing into the air, consuming everything inside, and spreading to Arya and her dad's home above it. The Straw Hats stood outside the building, watching in horror as the flames consumed the shop. They could see the heartbreak and despair on Arya's face as she watched her father's life work, and their home, go up in flames. "I'm sorry," Nami said, putting a comforting hand on Arya's shoulder. Arya looked at Nami, tears welling up in her eyes, but she didn't say anything. She just looked back at the shop as it continued to burn. The Straw Hats' attention was suddenly drawn to the sound of fighting. As they turned around, they saw Luffy engaged in a full-on battle with the other pirates, taking on the entire group on his own. He was surrounded by at least 20 of them, all with various weapons drawn. Townspeople watched from a distance with horrified looks on their faces at the chaos that was happening in their town. The Straw Hats watched on as Luffy fought the group of pirates. 9. The group of pirates were relentless, attacking Luffy from all sides, their weapons slashing through the air. But Luffy's reflexes were lightning fast, and he moved with an agility that seemed to defy the laws of physics. With every move he made, he seemed to be anticipating their every attack. Arya turned her attention from the burning shop to see what the Straw Hats were looking at. Her eyes widened as she saw Luffy fighting the group of pirates by himself. He was outnumbered, but that didn't stop him. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she watched Luffy fight. He was moving so fast and dodging so many attacks that she could hardly follow his movements. It was like watching a dance, the way he moved and fought. Zoro noticed Arya's shocked expression and couldn't help but smirk. Luffy's always been a wild card. He's never met a fight he wouldn't take on, no matter the odds. Nami rolled her eyes. He's reckless, that's what he is. One of these days, he's going to get himself killed, Sanji chuckled. You worry too much. Our captain can handle himself. Arya's father had been in the neighboring town running errands that morning when he heard the news of the pirate attack on his small town. He quickly rushed back to town to make sure that his daughter was okay. As he entered the town and made his way toward the town square, he stumbled upon a small group of pirates who were still busy looting. Hey! Stop! You can't do that! Arya's father exclaimed, standing before the pirates, his hands clenched into fists. As Arya watched Luffy fight, she heard a commotion from across the town square. She turned her attention to the sound, and her eyes widened as she saw her father standing before a small group of pirates. Dad? She exclaimed, her heart skipping a beat. Zoro, who was standing beside Arya, quickly turned his head as well. What's going on down there? He muttered, narrowing his one good eye to get a better look. From his vantage point, he could see a man across the town square standing before a group of pirates. The pirates looked menacing, their weapons drawn and their eyes lit up with greed. Arya's eyes widened in horror as she realized what was happening. Her father was confronting the pirates single-handedly, putting himself in danger. Dad, no! She gasped as she took off and began making her way toward him. Zoro's expression turned serious as he saw Arya abruptly begin running towards the man and the group of pirates. Hey, wait! He yelled, but she was already running to her father. Zoro and the other Straw Hats exchanged glances, realizing that they needed to intervene. Damn it, Zoro muttered, hurrying after Arya. Arya could see her father in the distance as she drew closer, her heart beating rapidly in her chest. But before she could reach him, one of the pirates had already lunged at him, plunging a dagger into his stomach. Arya's heart shattered as she witnessed her father being stabbed, the scene almost playing out before her in slow motion, as if her whole world was slowing to a stop. She let out an anguished scream, her eyes wide with horror. No! Zoro heard Arya's scream and increased his pace, running toward her as fast as he could. The other Straw Hats followed suit, each one of them filled with urgency and concern. Meanwhile, Luffy, who was still in the middle of his battle against the other pirates, heard Arya's cry. He didn't know what was happening, but he could tell that something was very wrong. As Zoro and the others approached where Arya was, they could see the situation unfolding in front of them. They saw Arya kneeling beside her father. He was in bad shape with a deep wound in his stomach. The trio of pirates who had been looting before Arya's dad intervened were standing nearby, taunting her. Zoro's face darkened with anger as he laid his eye on the pirates, one of whom was the one who had stabbed Arya's dad. He clenched his jaw and let out a low growl, his grip tightening on his swords. The pirates continued to taunt Arya, clearly enjoying her distress. Looks like your old man isn't so tough after all, one of them sneered. Arya's tear-streaked face contorted with a mixture of anguish and fury, but her voice trembled. Shut up! She cried, clutching her father's hand protectively. Zoro stepped forward, his swords partially drawn, his expression deadly. Say one more word, and it'll be the last thing you ever say, he growled, his voice low and chilling. Sanji lit a cigarette, his usually calm demeanor replaced by barely contained rage. You've got some nerve making a lady cry. He exhaled a stream of smoke, glaring at the pirates. Pray you're faster than you look, because I'm about to break every last one of your teeth. They've gone too far. Usopp's voice wavered, but his determination was clear as he loaded his slingshot. Pick on someone your own size, you cowards! Robin, cool and composed, stepped up beside him, her gaze chilling. Hurting people like this and then taunting them? It's despicable. I think breaking a few bones would teach you some manners, she remarked darkly, her hands crossing ominously. Nami gripped her climattack tightly and glared at the pirates. You're nothing but low-life scum, she hissed. Hurting innocent people for your greed? You won't get away with this. Brook placed a skeletal hand on his cane sword, his usual humor gone. Even a gentleman has his limits. Prepare for the Reaper's melody, he intoned grimly. The pirates exchanged glances, momentarily unnerved by the united resolve of the Straw Hats, but their bravado didn't falter completely. "Big talk for a bunch of misfits," one spat. Luffy, still in the middle of his battle, noticed the scene, his gaze snapping to Arya kneeling beside her injured father. His anger surged as he watched the pirates looming over her. He turned to the group of remaining enemies surrounding him. "You're all done," he said coldly. The intensity of his voice sent a chill through the air just before Luffy unleashed a devastating burst of Conqueror's Haki. The wave of power spread across the center of town, targeting the pirates around him, as well as Arya and the others. The trio went sprawling to the ground, unconscious, their mocking expressions replaced by ones of shock just before they collapsed. The dust settled and the town square was eerily quiet. The Straw Hat crew stood amongst the beaten and unconscious pirates, while Arya was still huddled next to her father. He was in bad shape, and she wasn't even sure if he was still conscious. "Dad?" she whispered. Her father managed to open his eyes, and he looked up at her with a grimace. "Arya," he rasped, his voice weak. "Don't try to talk," Arya insisted, desperately trying to keep pressure on his wound with her hands. Her father let out a small, pained chuckle. "I'm glad you're safe," he said, his voice faltering. "That's all that matters." As Arya continued to apply pressure to the wound, her trembling hands covered in her father's warm blood, she could feel her heart breaking. Luffy approached Arya and her injured father, looking down at him in concern. He took in the sight of the man laying on the ground, his blood staining the earth beneath him, and his heart ached. The rest of the Straw Hat crew gathered around as well, their faces solemn. Arya's father smiled weakly at her, his eyes filled with pride. "You have such a kind heart, Arya," he said, his voice growing weaker. "You've always been so caring and compassionate, even when you were a little girl." He coughed, wincing in pain, and pressed on. "Don't ever let your kindness fade. Follow your dreams and never let the world dull your adventurous spirit." Tears flowed down her face as her father spoke, his words touching her deeply. She held on to his hand tightly, as if holding on to his life, but she could feel his grip weakening, and his eyes losing focus. Luffy watched silently, his fists tightening at his sides. He hated seeing Arya like this. He hated that he couldn't stop it. "Dad, please don't go," Arya sobbed, but she knew his words were a goodbye, and that his hold on life was slipping away. Her father smiled faintly, a look of resignation in his eyes. "You've grown into such a beautiful young woman," he whispered. "I'm so proud of you and I'll always be watching over you. I love you so much, sunshine." Those were his last words before his eyes slowly closed, and his grip on Arya's hand loosened. She let out a strangled cry, her heart shattered as she realized her father was gone. The Straw Hats stood in hushed silence, their hearts heavy. Luffy, unable to bear the sight, walked up to Arya. He knelt down next to her, eyes full of compassion. "Arya," he said gently, hesitant to touch her. She didn't respond. Her body shook with sobs as she held her father's lifeless hand. Hot tears streamed down her cheeks, falling onto her father's still chest. Luffy reached out, placing a tentative hand on her shoulder. She looked up at him, her eyes red and puffy, pain and anguish etched into every feature. For a moment, they just looked at each other, their gazes locked in silence. Then, without warning, she threw herself into his arms and let out a heart-wrenching sob. Luffy was caught off guard but instinctively wrapped his arms around her, holding her tightly against him. He didn't say anything. He just let her cry and pour out her grief into his chest. The rest of the crew were gathered around them, their own expressions solemn and sad. They silently paid their respect to the fallen man. The fighting had ended. The town had been saved, but the victory felt bittersweet. The sound of Arya's sobs echoed in Luffy's ears. The weight of her pain and loss felt almost palpable. He tightened his arms around her, as if trying to shield her from her grief. The Straw Hats stood in silence, their hearts heavy. They knew that kind of loss, the hollow ache of losing someone precious, and they felt it with her. Just then, a woman's voice cut through the air. "This is your fault." The Straw Hats turned toward the voice and saw a disheveled old woman, her shawl torn and streaked with ash, standing amid a growing crowd of townsfolk. Her weathered face twisted with rage, and behind her, men and women clutched broken tools or shielded their children, their eyes burning with fear and accusation. You brought those monsters to our town. The old woman spat, jabbing a trembling finger at Luffy and his crew. If you hadn't come here, none of this would have happened. Luffy's eyes flashed with irritation, his jaw tightening. He felt Arya's body stiffen in his arms, her sobs catching in her throat. Gently, he released her and faced the woman, his straw hat casting a shadow over his face. What the hell are you talking about? Zoro growled, stepping forward, his single eye narrowing as he scanned the crowd. You pirates are a curse. The old woman seethed. You sail from town to town, leaving nothing but misery for honest folk. My shop's in ruins because of you. Nami tried to cut through the hostility. We didn't do this, she protested, her voice sharp but measured. We came here to buy supplies. Those other pirates were the ones who attacked. The old woman's eyes blazed, unswayed. Don't play innocent, she shouted, spit flying from her lips. You're all cut from the same cloth, thieves, liars, murderers. The crowd murmured in agreement. A man with a bandaged arm clutched a splintered crate, his livelihood stolen. A young woman held a crying child close, her home reduced to embers. The old woman's words fueled their grief, turning it into a shared resentment that pulsed through the square. Some stepped closer, their shoes crunching on shattered glass from the ruined shops. The air grew thick with tension. Luffy, Zoro, and the others bristled at the accusations, their fists clenching, but a glance at Arya's tear-streaked face held them back. They understood the townsfolk's suffering, but the unfairness stung. We didn't do this, Luffy said, his voice low and steady, cutting through the murmurs. He stood tall, his gaze locked on the old woman. It was those other pirates. We saved your town. The old woman let out a bitter laugh, her hands shaking with rage. Saved us? You expect us to believe you're heroes? She mocked. You were sniffing around for loot, same as them. Why else would pirates come to a place like this? Arya stepped forward, voice trembling. Stop it! She cried, wiping her eyes. They're not like that. They're good people. Usopp fidgeted, muttering, Yeah, she's right. We're not the bad guys here. His voice trailed off under the crowd's glares. The old woman's gaze snapped to Arya, her lips curling into a sneer. Good people? She scoffed, her tone dripping with disdain. You defending pirates, Arya? Ha! You always were a strange girl. She leaned closer, her voice venomous. How can you stand with them when a pirate's blade took your father's life? And here you are, singing praises for this fifth. Arya's breath caught. Her eyes brimmed with fresh tears, but before she could speak, Luffy surged forward, his presence looming over the old woman like a shadow. That's enough! He roared, his voice echoing across the square. He planted himself between Arya and the woman, his eyes blazing with fury. You don't get to talk to her like that. The Straw Hats watched, their expressions a mix of pride and tension. Sanji's cigarette burned brighter as he exhaled sharply, while Robin's calm gaze hid a flicker of anger. Chopper clutched Usopp's arm, his eyes wide with worry. A burly fisherman shoved forward, his face red with rage. You should be ashamed, fraternizing with pirates. He bellowed at Arya, his fist raised. A woman holding a small child joined in, her voice shrill. You welcomed them here. My home burned down because of them. Luffy's fists clenched, his knuckles whitening as his anger boiled over. He took a step forward, but Zoro's hand clamped onto his shoulder, firm and steady. Easy, Captain, Zoro muttered, his voice low. He knew Luffy's temper could ignite the whole square if unchecked. As Zoro held Luffy back, the crowd grew bolder, their voices rising in a chaotic chorus. The insults and accusations rained down, each one sharper than the last. Some villagers edged closer, their hands gripping makeshift weapons, shovels, broom handles, anything they could find. The air crackled with hostility, the square a powder keg ready to explode. The Straw Hats held their ground, their anger simmering, but Arya's crestfallen expression kept them from lashing out. Luffy's body was tense, his straw hat tilted low, hiding eyes that burned with barely restrained fury. Stay calm, Luffy, Usopp whispered, his own hands twitching nervously. Arya's hurting enough. We can't make this worse for her. Luffy exhaled sharply, forcing his fists to unclench. I know, he growled, his voice tight with frustration. But it's bullshit, getting blamed for something we didn't do. Usopp nodded, his eyes darting to the crowd. Yeah, but that's how it goes sometimes. People need someone to hate, and we're the easy target. The villagers pressed closer, their shouts growing louder, more desperate. A teenage boy hurled a stone, missing Sanji by inches. The crew tensed, hands hovering near weapons, but they knew a fight would only prove the townsfolk right. We gotta get out of here, Frankie muttered. This is turning ugly fast, agreed, Nami said, her eyes scanning the mob. There's too many of them, and they're past reasoning. If we stay, they might actually attack us. Zoro, still gripping Luffy's shoulder, gave a curt nod. Let's move. We'll find supplies somewhere else. The Straw Hats began to back away, their steps measured, eyes locked on the crowd. The villagers' jeers followed them, relentless and bitter. Good riddance, don't ever come back. We don't want your kind here. Arya's eyes drifted from the angry townspeople to her father's lifeless body before looking back at his burning shop, their home above it engulfed in flames. She watched in silence as the thick, black smoke rose into the air. She could smell the burning wood, could hear the flames devouring everything. In that moment it dawned on her, everything she loved in this world was suddenly gone. Luffy's eyes flickered to Arya, and his heart ached at her grief-stricken face. The other Straw Hats' expressions mirrored Luffy's. They had all experienced loss in their own ways, and seeing Arya's suffering only reminded them of their own painful memories. We have to get her out of here, guys, Usopp said, his voice low. She shouldn't have to be here anymore. Looking at her father's shop burning and listening to those villagers berate her. But what are we going to do with her? Nami asked, a hint of concern in her voice. We can't take her with us, Zoro chimed in, his voice serious. We're pirates. We can't be dragging around a civilian, especially one like her. She's way too soft to handle a life on the open seas. What do you mean way too soft? Usopp protested. She just lost her home and her father. She's in shock, anyone would be. She can't stay here by herself. He's right, she's vulnerable and defenseless, Robin chimed in. She's not used to fending for herself like most of us are. She won't have any food or money. Luffy looked at Arya, then at his crew. He thought of how the villagers had been yelling and heckling at them, how they were quick to judge and throw them out of town. He also thought of Arya's shop, ablaze in the distance, the only piece of home she had taken from her in a matter of minutes. He wasn't going to just leave her like this. She didn't deserve to be abandoned, to be left all alone with nowhere to go, and no one to lean on. Even though she was a stranger, he couldn't just ignore the way he felt like he needed to protect her. We're taking her with us, Luffy said suddenly. The others looked at him in surprise. What? Luffy, are you sure about this? Zoro asked, eyebrows raised. Yes. Luffy's voice was firm. We can't leave her here. She lost everything. She's all alone now. We can't just leave her behind like that. The other Straw Hats looked at each other, their looks a mixture of concern and resignation. They knew that when Luffy made up his mind about something, there was no changing it. Very well, Zoro muttered, reluctantly agreeing. If that's what the captain wants, then we'll take her with us. The other Straw Hats nodded in agreement. They knew that having a regular civilian aboard their ship was going to add an extra level of complication, but they also knew that Luffy had a soft spot for those who had lost everything. Luffy looked at Arya again, who was still staring vacantly into the distance at her father's burning shop. He made his way over to her, his footsteps soft on the ground. He stopped in front of her, looking down at her with a mixture of concern and empathy. Arya slowly shifted her eyes to Luffy, her green eyes sad and empty. Luffy's eyes met hers, and he could see the pain and anguish written all over her face. It was as if all the light and life had left her eyes, leaving only sorrow. The two stood in silence for a moment, eyes locked on one another, and then Arya whispered the words that would change everything. Take me with you. Luffy felt a pang in his chest. He could hear the vulnerability in her voice, the desperation, the loneliness. It was as if she was asking him to take her away from the pain and despair that had enveloped her life. He didn't say a word at first. He just looked at her, studying her face. His brow furrowed, a flicker of recognition he couldn't place crossing his eyes. Her eyes were still filled with sadness, but there was a hint of hope in them, as if she was desperately reaching out for some kind of salvation. Luffy took a deep breath before speaking. "You want to come with us?" he asked, his voice gentle. The world fell silent for a brief moment as Arya's father's final words echoed in her heart. "Follow your dreams and never let the world dull your adventurous spirit." "Yes," Arya said, her expression shifting, more determined now, despite her pain. "I want to join your pirate crew." The other Straw Hats were taken aback by her unexpected request to join their crew. They exchanged glances, wondering how Luffy would react. Luffy's eyes widened. He hadn't expected her to ask to join his crew outright, but as he looked at her again, taking in her vulnerability and the determination in her eyes, he knew he couldn't say no. "All right," he said, a small smile forming on his lips. "You can come with us." The Straw Hats' eyes widened. They hadn't expected Luffy to accept her request so easily, but then again, this was Luffy, their captain who made unpredictable decisions all the time. "Really?" Arya asked, not expecting him to so easily agree. Luffy nodded. "Yeah," he said, grinning. "You can be part of my crew." The other Straw Hats looked at one another again, and then at Luffy, still in shock. They still weren't sure what to make of this situation, but they knew better than to question their captain's decision. Luffy turned to his crew. "She's joining us," he said firmly, leaving no room for debate. The crew nodded in acceptance, knowing that Luffy's decision was final. They were still unsure how this would play out, but they trusted his judgment. Luffy turned back to Arya, his eyes softer now. "You sure about this?" he asked, wanting to be certain she knew what she was getting into. "Yes, I'm sure," Arya replied, her voice resolute. The other Straw Hats looked at the two of them, a mixture of shock and confusion on their faces. None of them had ever met a normal civilian who had voluntarily asked to join their crew like that before, but they knew that Luffy had a knack for bringing in unique individuals, so they decided to just go with it. The townspeople shouted at the Straw Hats once more. "Get out of our town! Why are you still here?" Luffy looked over at the villagers, annoyance obvious on his face. "We were just leaving," he yelled back. The villagers continued to yell and throw insults at the crew as the Straw Hats made their way back to the Thousand Sunny. Once the Straw Hats were back on their ship, they all looked at Arya, still surprised by the turn of events. They were still trying to wrap their heads around the fact that a regular, ordinary girl had joined their crew voluntarily. They looked at Arya curiously, eyeing her up and down. Arya, meanwhile, was too distracted to notice their faces. She was looking down at her trembling hands that were covered in her father's blood. The memory of her beloved dad being stabbed and dying right in front of her played over and over in her mind. Luffy, picking up on her internal struggle, walked over to her. His eyes were full of understanding, as if he could sympathize with her pain. He put a gentle hand on her shoulder. "You okay?" he asked, his voice softer than usual. Arya looked up at him, her eyes red and puffy from crying. She shook her head, unable to find the words to express her inner turmoil. Luffy's heart ached for her. He gave her shoulder a reassuring squeeze. "We'll take care of you," he said, his voice firm and unwavering. "You're one of us now." The other Straw Hats watched the scene, touched by Luffy's unexpected show of empathy. Nami stepped forward, her eyes filled with compassion. "Come on," she said gently, taking Arya by the arm. "Let's get you cleaned up." Arya allowed Nami to lead her away, her steps slow and unsteady as she was still overwhelmed by the events that had just unfolded. The rest of the Straw Hats looked on as Nami led Arya away, still trying to process the fact that they had a civilian on their ship now. Usopp was the first to break the silence. "So, she's really joining the crew, huh?" he asked, still in disbelief. Zoro just grunted, his expression neutral. "Looks like it." Sanji, meanwhile, couldn't take his eyes off of Arya as she walked away with Nami. "She's a beauty," he said, his voice laced with a hint of longing. "And she's got guts, too," Chopper piped up. "She's so brave," he said, his eyes wide. "She wasn't afraid of us at all," Brook chimed in. "She's also quite lovely," he said, his eyes dreamy. "I wonder if she likes music." Frankie and Jinbe just chuckled at the crew's reactions. They were both a bit more reserved, but still curious about the new crewmate they had just acquired. As the hours passed, Luffy grew increasingly restless. The events of the day had left him feeling on edge, and he couldn't shake the image of Arya's face as she looked at the burning wreckage of her father's shop. He paced around the deck, his mind racing. He couldn't figure out what it was about Arya that had affected him so deeply. The crew watched him, knowing that when Luffy was silent and pensive, it was a bad sign. They were used to his usual carefree demeanor, so his brooding was uncharacteristic and a little alarming. Zoro finally spoke up. "Hey, Captain, you alright?" Luffy stopped pacing and turned to Zoro. "Yeah, I'm fine," he said, his voice terse. "Just thinkin'." Zoro could see the tension in Luffy's shoulders and the strain in his jaw. He knew his captain better than anyone, and he could tell something was bothering him. "You don't look fine," Zoro said bluntly. "What's going on in that head of yours?" Luffy huffed and started pacing again, running a hand through his hair, his straw hat hanging at the back of his neck. "It's just Arya," he said after a moment. Zoro raised an eyebrow. "What about her?" "I don't know," Luffy admitted, frustration creeping into his voice. "She's just I dunno. She's different somehow." "Different how?" Zoro asked, sensing that Luffy was struggling to put his feelings into words. "She's not afraid of us," Luffy said, his eyes distant. "Even when everyone else in that town thought we were monsters, she wasn't scared. She was just curious about us. And when I saw her watching us, with that look—" "What look?" Zoro prompted, sensing that Luffy was on the verge of a revelation. Luffy struggled to find the words to describe what he had seen in her eyes. "It was like she was seeing something in us that no one else could," he said finally. "Like she was looking at us, and not just seeing pirates." Zoro was quiet for a moment, processing Luffy's words. "Maybe she just doesn't buy into the whole pirates are evil narrative," he said thoughtfully. "A lot of civilians have that bias." "Maybe," Luffy said thoughtfully. "But there's something else about her too. Something I can't put my finger on." Zoro watched as Luffy continued to pace, lost in his thoughts. He could see the gears turning in his captain's head, trying to work out something. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Luffy spoke up. "I think I know what it is," he said, his voice quiet but firm. "What?" Zoro asked, leaning forward in anticipation. "It's like she seems familiar," Luffy said slowly, as if he was only just realizing it himself. "Like I've seen her somewhere before." Zoro furrowed his brow, trying to understand what Luffy was saying. "Where could you have seen her before? We only just met her today." "I know," Luffy said, his eyes still fixed on the deck in front of him. Zoro was silent for a moment, contemplating Luffy's words. He had never seen his captain get so worked up about a girl before, let alone a civilian they had just met. It was definitely strange. "Maybe you're just overthinking it, Captain," Zoro finally said, trying to rationalize it. "You've had a long day, and you're just tired. Maybe your mind is playing tricks on you." Luffy frowned, not liking Zoro's explanation. "No, it's not that," he said, shaking his head. "It's something else. I just can't figure out what it is yet." An hour later, the sky above the ship glowed a vibrant blue, untouched by the clouds that would roll in later. The sun hung high, casting warm light across the deck in the early afternoon. Some of the crew lounged about, soaking in the pleasant weather. Luffy, however, remained unusually quiet, his gaze locked on the horizon. His thoughts lingered on Arya, her presence weighing on his mind. At the stern of the ship, near the library, Arya stood alone. She wore clean clothes borrowed from Nami, her earlier ordeal washed away, at least on the surface. Leaning against the railing, she stared out at the sea. The view was stunning, almost otherworldly, yet it brought her no joy. The loss of everything she'd known mere hours ago felt surreal, her heart heavy with grief as the day's events replayed in her mind. Luffy glanced up from his thoughts and spotted her. Even from a distance, he could feel the sadness radiating off her. He hesitated, unsure if he should approach or give her space. Comforting others wasn't his strong suit, but something urged him to try, to ease her pain in whatever small way he could. With slow, deliberate steps, he climbed the stairs toward her, his usual carefree energy tempered by the moment. He paused when he reached her, watching her silently for a beat. Arya stood lost in thought, her green eyes fixed on the distant horizon. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward and leaned against the railing beside her. For a moment, they stood side by side, either speaking, the quiet between them thick with unspoken weight. Luffy wasn't known for tact or sensitivity, but he wanted to connect with her, to offer some kind of solace. "Hey," he said at last, his voice softer than usual, a stark contrast to his typical boisterous tone. "Hey," Arya replied, turning her head with a small, genuine smile, despite the pain she carried. Her easy smile caught Luffy off guard, sparking a quiet pride in him that he could brighten her mood, even slightly. "You all right?" he asked, his tone gruff, unsure of how to navigate this kind of conversation. "Honestly, not really," she admitted, sighing as her gaze drifted back to the sea. Her honesty surprised him. He'd expected her to brush it off, to hide her pain behind a brave front. That she trusted him with the truth stirred something in him. "I can't stop thinking about my dad. He's gone, but it doesn't feel real," Arya continued. Luffy's chest tightened with sympathy. He knew that kind of loss too well, the hollow ache it left behind. Awkwardly, he reached out and patted her shoulder, a clumsy attempt at comfort. "I can't shake the memory of his blood on my hands," she whispered. Her words hit like a punch, vivid and raw. Luffy's eyes widened, the image she described pulling him back to his own past. He saw Ace's face, felt the weight of his brother's blood on his hands, the crushing grief and powerlessness. For the first time, he truly grasped the depth of Arya's pain. Words failed him for a moment, his usual confidence replaced by uncertainty. "I keep thinking I'll wake up, and it'll just be a dream," Arya said, her voice barely audible as she stared at the water. A lump formed in Luffy's throat. Her words echoed his own thoughts after Ace's death, the desperate hope that it was all a nightmare, that he'd open his eyes and find everything as it once was. "I know how you feel," he said quietly, his voice rough with emotion. "I know what it's like to lose someone and think it's just a bad dream. To hope you'll wake up and everything will be back to normal again." His words carried the weight of shared experience, a rare moment of vulnerability for him. He wasn't used to opening up like this, but something about Arya made him want to share his pain. He pressed on. "It doesn't feel real at first. And then when it does, it hurts so much sometimes you feel like you can't breathe." He paused, swallowing hard. "It's hard to accept that they're gone, that they're never coming back." Arya nodded, biting her lip as his words resonated deep within her. "But you'll get through it, you know?" Luffy said, meeting her gaze with conviction. "I know it doesn't feel like it now, but you will. The pain will ease, and the memories will stay with you, but it won't always hurt this much." He gave her shoulder another pat, firmer this time, wanting her to know he meant every word. He'd walked this path himself, and come out the other side. "And you don't have to go through it alone either," he added. "You've got us. You're a part of the crew now, and we're gonna look out for you, okay?" Arya looked up at him, her eyes catching the sincerity in his. Despite her grief, a wave of warmth washed over her. She slowly nodded, holding his gaze. "Okay," she said softly. Relief flooded through Luffy. He was glad she hadn't pushed him away, that his words had reached her. Emotional talks weren't his thing, but for her, he'd wanted to try. They stood in silence for a moment, the gentle lapping of waves filling the space between them. Luffy shifted his weight, a little uneasy in the quiet. He wasn't used to moments like this, but he didn't want to leave her side. "Thank you," Arya said, her voice soft but heartfelt, breaking the stillness. A flush crept up Luffy's neck. He wasn't used to being thanked for something like this. Shrugging it off, he mumbled, "It's nothin'," looking away, though inside, his heart felt lighter. Despite the weight of their losses, he was glad he'd helped her, even just a bit. They stood there for a few more moments, the weight of their respective griefs hanging silently between them. As they stood together, Luffy found an unexpected comfort in her presence. Something about Arya eased the edges of his own pain. His eyes drifted to her, noting how her long, wavy blonde hair caught the breeze. Even with grief clouding her expression, there was a quiet strength in her, a resilience he admired. Without thinking, he reached out and patted her head, a simple gesture meant to reassure. She didn't pull away. Instead, she leaned into his touch for a brief moment, as if seeking comfort. Luffy froze, caught off guard by her reaction. He wasn't used to moments this raw, this quiet. Normally, he was all noise and chaos, but with her, it felt different. There was a connection in their shared loss, something unspoken but real. He pulled his hand back, a swirl of unfamiliar emotion stirring in his chest. He didn't know what to make of this bond, this pull toward her. All he knew was that he wanted to keep her close, to make sure she was okay. Unable to voice those feelings, he flashed a wide grin, hoping to lighten the mood. Arya caught his grin and couldn't help a small smile of her own, despite everything. Luffy chuckled at the faint curve of her lips, glad to see her spirits lift, even slightly. He leaned against the railing, his gaze returning to the sea, though he kept her in the corner of his eye. He wanted to stay near, to make sure she was all right. They stood in companionable silence, the rhythm of the waves the only sound for a while. Then Arya spoke, her voice cutting through the quiet. "So, how long have you been a pirate?" Luffy turned to her, caught off guard by the shift in topic. It was a simple question, but it threw him for a moment. Scratching the back of his head, he thought it over. "Well, let's see," he said. "I've been a pirate for about 2 years now, I think." "Yeah, that sounds about right. 2 years? Wow. I thought you were young for a pirate, but you've been a pirate for 2 years already. How old are you?" she asked. Luffy laughed at her surprise. He wasn't used to people being shocked by his age or experience. "I'm 9, he replied. "And yeah, I might be young, but I've kicked the crap out of pirates twice my age." He puffed out his chest, a cocky grin spreading across his face. "You're about the same age as me." "I'll be 9 in a few months," Arya said, realizing that talking with him seemed to ease the weight on her heart. "That's impressive that you're a pirate captain and you're only 9. Luffy's grin grew wider at the fact they were nearly the same age. "Yeah, I guess," he said, still cocky. "But age doesn't mean nothing. It's all about strength and ambition, and I've got both of those in spades." Arya couldn't help but smirk, admiring his confidence. Luffy caught the look on her face and felt a spark inside. He liked seeing her smile, liked the life it brought to her eyes. "You think I'm funny, huh?" he teased, his voice playful. "Maybe a little," she shot back, a teasing edge in her tone. Luffy laughed loudly, the sound carrying across the deck. "I like you," he said, grinning wide. "You're not like the other people I've met. You're not afraid to speak your mind. And I like that." Arya let out a soft laugh. "Thanks," she replied, brushing a strand of wind-blown hair from her face. Luffy watched her laugh, his heart lifting. He leaned against the railing, his eyes lingering on her. He didn't want this moment to fade, this lightness between them. "I've been trying to figure something out," he said, studying her closely. "I can't shake this feeling that there's something familiar about you." Arya's eyes widened. "Familiar?" she repeated, tilting her head curiously. Luffy nodded, his brow furrowing as he tried to pin down the sensation. "Yeah, like we've met before or something." He scanned her face, searching for a clue, her blonde hair, her green eyes, her petite frame. Nothing clicked, yet the feeling wouldn't leave him. "It's like there's something about you that's just," he trailed off, struggling to find the right words. Arya glanced out at the sea, thoughtful. She knew they'd never met, but she couldn't deny the odd sense of connection she felt with him, despite having just met him. "Maybe it's like déjà vu or something," Luffy mumbled, half to himself. He wasn't one for abstract ideas, but the feeling was too strong to ignore. Arya stayed quiet for a moment before responding. "Maybe we were meant to meet each other. If you weren't in my town this morning, if you hadn't stepped in, things could have been a lot different." She shuddered to think what those other pirates might have done if Luffy hadn't intervened. Luffy's expression softened at her words. "Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Fate or whatever," he said, turning the idea over in his mind. He didn't fully get fate, but he couldn't argue with the fact that it had brought them together. Arya smiled, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear as she looked back at the ocean. "Yeah, fate." Luffy watched her, the sunlight catching her golden hair. Then, he spoke again. "So," he said, leaning further against the railing, "why'd you decide to join our crew?" Arya's expression grew pensive, and she fell silent for a moment. "The truth is I felt trapped," she admitted, her voice soft. "I've always yearned for a life of adventure, but I was stuck in my small town." She paused, gathering her thoughts. "When I was a kid, I used to read books about pirates, and I always thought a pirate's life sounded so exciting and free. Just sailing the open seas, seeing the world, exploring new places. Adventure is something I've longed for my whole life. Luffy listened closely, hearing the longing in her voice. He understood that feeling, trapped in a small place, dreaming of something bigger. He'd been there himself as a kid, and the people in your town, they never understood that. He asked, though he already knew the answer. Arya's eyebrow arched slightly. Yeah, exactly, she said. Luffy chuckled at her expression. It's easy for me to tell, he said, shrugging. I used to be in the same situation. People in my village never understood why I wanted to be a pirate. To them, it was just a waste of time. Most people don't get it. They think dreams are stupid, that you should just be happy with what you have. But you can't live like that. You gotta follow your heart, even if it means going against everyone else's expectations. Arya nodded, his words striking a chord with her. Luffy studied her, noting the thoughtful look on her face, the spark of determination in her eyes. He could tell she was starting to feel something shift inside her. Arya's eyes brightened. That was exactly what she dreamed of her whole life. Luffy saw the excitement in her expression and grinned. He could feel her hunger for freedom, her craving for adventure, and it resonated with him. You want that too, huh? He asked, a mischievous glint in his eyes. I do, she said, meeting his gaze. Luffy's smile widened. His intuition had been correct, he could tell. She was just like him, itching for excitement and freedom. He was glad to have her here, and he was determined to help her embrace the life she'd always dreamed of living. Then you're in the right place, he said, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. He took a deep breath, savoring the salty air. This is the best, he said, stretching his arms wide as the breeze hit his face. Nothing beats living like this. Arya watched him, and she couldn't help but smile as she observed how carefree he was. He was filled with an energy and passion that was contagious. She had never met anyone like him before, someone so unrestrained and free-spirited. He caught her admiring look and grinned. Try it, he said. Just stretch out your arms and take a deep breath. Arya hesitated, then followed his lead. She stretched her arms out, breathing deeply as the cool breeze brushed her skin. Something inside her stirred, a flicker of exhilaration. She laughed softly, caught up in the moment. Luffy nodded approvingly. There you go, he said, watching her with satisfaction. Feels good, right? Arya nodded, a smile spreading across her face. Yeah, it feels amazing. Is it always like this? Luffy chuckled, his eyes twinkling. Pretty much. You never get tired of it. The wind, the sea, the adventure. It just becomes a part of who you are. Arya felt captivated by his words, by the passion in his eyes as he spoke. She envied his freedom, his lack of boundaries. It was the kind of life she'd always imagined. Luffy smiled, seeing the spark in her eyes. He could tell she felt it too, that same pull, that same thrill. He liked that. You know, you're kinda like me, Luffy said, like it was the most obvious thing in the world. You were never meant to be stuck in one place. You're meant to be out here, sailing, exploring, doing whatever you want. You think so? Arya asked. I know so, Luffy replied, his voice firm. You've got that same itch I do. For adventure. For freedom. And nobody's taking that from us. Arya nodded, absorbing his words. And guess what? Luffy went on, his face lighting up. When you're a pirate, you can go wherever you want, do whatever you want to do. No rules, no limits, just adventure. Arya smiled, a thrill running through her at his words. Luffy laughed, seeing the excitement on her face. He recognized that spark, he'd felt it himself years ago. You've got the spirit, I can tell, he said, nodding. You're ready to be a pirate. Arya's smile grew, a newfound confidence settling in her. I am, she said firmly. Luffy beamed at her response. He liked her more with every word, sensing the shift in her from hesitation to resolve. Good, he said, nodding. Then you're one of us now. He extended his hand to her. Welcome to the crew, Arya. Arya's heart skipped a beat. Smiling, she reached out and took his hand, a rush of emotions flooding through her. Luffy's grin widened as her hand gripped his. He gave it a firm squeeze, a gesture of acceptance. That's it. There's no going back now, he said, voice buzzing with excitement. You're a straw hat pirate, through and through. We're your crew now. That means we got your back, no matter what. His words sank deep into Arya, touching something within her. She felt a swell of gratitude and belonging. His cheerful energy lifted her spirits. It was refreshing, almost healing. Arya paused, thoughtful, before speaking again. So, I guess you're officially captain to me now, she said. It was still sinking in that she was a pirate now. Luffy laughed at her realization. He liked how she acknowledged his role. Yep. I'm the captain. He grinned proudly. She couldn't help but chuckle softly at his confidence, finding it oddly charming. His energy was contagious, making her burdens feel lighter. So is it true that pirates say aye aye, Captain? Luffy burst out laughing. Ha! Of course, he said, grinning. That's how it works. When I give an order, you gotta say it. No exceptions. He leaned in, a playful glint in his eye. In fact, I think it's time for you to try it out for yourself. Come on, say it. Arya rolled her eyes but played along. Aye, Captain. Luffy's grin stretched even wider. He liked her spirit, her willingness to jump in. He could already tell she'd fit right in. Ha! See? You're already getting the hang of it. The crew watched the exchange from a distance with some amusement. They had all been surprised at Luffy's decision to take her in, but seeing her interact with Luffy made them realize there was something different about her. As Luffy and Arya continued their conversation, the others kept their distance but couldn't help but overhear. They could sense the connection between them, the way they spoke to each other with ease. Zoro, who was standing with the others, spoke up. So, what do you think about her? He was curious to hear everyone's thoughts on their new crewmate. Nami spoke up first. She's sweet, she said, her tone slightly surprised. I wasn't expecting her to be so welcoming, considering the way the townspeople reacted to us. Zoro grunted in agreement. Yeah, she wasn't afraid of us at all. And those muffins she baked were damn good. Robin, who had been observing silently, spoke up next. She seems wise beyond her years. There's a certain maturity about her that's unusual for someone her age. Sanji, who had been watching Arya with a soft smile, spoke up. She's beautiful, he swooned. I mean, just look at her. She's like a flower in a field of weeds. Frankie chuckled at Sanji's comment, a big grin on his face. Yeah, she's definitely easy on the eyes, but there's more to her than that. She's got spirit. Jinbe, who was standing beside Frankie, spoke up. I sense a strength in her that goes beyond physical strength, he said. She has a resilient soul. Brooke, who had been quietly listening, chimed in. And she's brave. To offer us her help and hospitality in spite of the townsfolk's mistrust that takes courage. Everyone nodded in agreement, silently impressed by Arya's character. They could see now why Luffy had taken a liking to her. She was different, and they were curious to see how she would fit into their rowdy crew. Luffy had overheard some of their conversation, but didn't say anything. He just stood there with a satisfied smile on his face, listening to his crew's observations about their newest crewmate. He had made a good decision. He knew it, and so did the rest of the crew. They could see the potential in her, and they knew she would be an asset. Now all they had to do was wait and see how she would handle life on the open seas. Later that evening, the Straw Hats gathered in the kitchen for dinner. It was Arya's first meal with the crew, and her first night aboard the Thousand Sunny. She sat between Luffy and Usopp, her plate piled high with the incredible feast Sanji had prepared. Yet, despite its mouth-watering aroma, she found herself picking at her food, unable to muster an appetite. Aren't you gonna eat? Luffy asked, his voice muffled by a mouthful of meat as he shoved another piece into his mouth. Arya glanced at him and offered a faint smile. It looks amazing, she admitted. I guess I'm just not that hungry. Her thoughts were tangled with the events of the day, keeping her appetite at bay. Luffy swallowed and shrugged. You better eat something before Sanji freaks out, he muttered before cramming another bite into his mouth. Arya looked around at the rest of the crew, who were all eating and engaged in conversation amongst each other. Just then, Luffy reached across the table to grab more food. The crew was used to it, casually continuing their conversations, but Arya's eyes widened in surprise as she watched Luffy's arm stretch at least 4 times its regular size across the table. She shot up from her seat, nearly knocking her chair over. Why, Luffy retracted his arm, blinking at her confusion. What? How the heck did you just stretch your arm like that? She asked, wide-eyed. Luffy laughed. I'm made of rubber, she just blinked. Huh, Luffy leaned back in his chair casually. Yeah, I ate a devil fruit and now I'm made of rubber. Kinda awesome, right? The other Straw Hats chuckled at Arya's reaction. Zoro spoke up. You get used to it. Arya stared, her initial shock morphing into curiosity. So your whole body can stretch like that? Luffy's grin widened. Yup. I can stretch anything. He demonstrated by extending his arms, legs, and even his face, pulling it into a ridiculous, distorted shape, sticking his tongue out. Whoa, that's so weird, and so cool, Arya said, half laughing in amazement. Luffy laughed too. Yeah, it's fun. He let his limbs snap back to normal and relaxed in his chair. Arya hesitated, then blurted, Can I try? She reached out, intrigued despite herself. Luffy laughed and nodded. Yeah, sure. The rest of the crew chuckled, watching as Arya tentatively grasped Luffy's cheek and gently stretched it. His skin stretched easily, snapping back like a rubber band when she let go. Luffy and the others laughed as Arya gasped, wide-eyed. Careful, Usopp teased. He can stretch way further than that. Arya's eyes lit up as she looked at Luffy like he was the coolest thing she'd ever seen. Really? How far can you stretch? Luffy grinned, clearly enjoying the attention. I can stretch pretty far. Wanna see? Arya nodded excitedly. Yes. The others chuckled as Luffy sat up straight in his chair, cracking his knuckles with a mischievous grin. Without missing a beat, he stretched his arm out wide, the rubbery limb coiling and expanding until it wrapped itself several times around the room, reaching every corner. Zoro shook his head in mock disapproval. Show off, he muttered. Arya was clearly amazed, her eyes wide with wonder and her mouth dropping open. Luffy chuckled and retracted his arm. That's amazing. You said you can stretch like that because you ate a devil fruit? Arya asked. She'd never heard of such a thing. Luffy nodded. Yeah, a devil fruit. They're these weird fruits that give you powers when you eat them. But you can only eat one or else bad stuff happens. Arya sank back into her seat, forking some food into her mouth while staring at Luffy, fascinated. She grabbed the skin of his arm, experimentally tugging it and watching it spring back. That's incredible. The others laughed, but Luffy didn't mind. He actually seemed to enjoy the attention. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I can do lots of stuff. Like what? Arya asked. What else can you do? She was full of awe and innocent curiosity. Well, Luffy said as he stretched his arm back out, I can punch and kick harder and faster. I can also bounce around and deflect attacks. And, he added with a smirk, I'm immune to electricity. I can also do this, Luffy said, grabbing the sides of his mouth and stretching his lips outwards. His mouth stretched out comically. See? Arya burst out laughing. That's so weird, Luffy grinned in response, letting his mouth return to normal. The other Straw Hats chuckled along with Arya's reaction. Zoro rolled his eye and muttered, Yeah, weird is accurate. Luffy ignored Zoro's comment and instead continued, There are other devil fruits too. They can give you lots of different powers, like fire or ice or even controlling animals. So do any of you guys have devil fruit powers? Arya asked, looking curiously at the rest of the crew. Nami shook her head. Nope. I just used my brains, and my staff, she said proudly. Sanji adjusted his tie. No devil fruit powers here. Just skill and charm. Usopp struck a dramatic pose. Same here, 0% natural warrior of the sea. Zoro shook his head. My strength comes from my training. Luffy grinned at Chopper. Chopper, show her what you can do. Chopper perked up and bounded over to Arya. Watch this, he said excitedly. He transformed into his heavy point form, towering over the table. Arya's gasp was audible as she leaned back, awestruck. Whoa, Chopper gave a sheepish smile. Yeah, I ate the human fruit. It gives me the ability to take on a humanoid form and other forms too, he explained, his excitement bubbling to the surface. Arya's eyes widened as she regarded Chopper's human form. So you're not really a reindeer? She asked, her voice laced with wonder. Chopper shook his head. No, I'm still a reindeer. I just ate a devil fruit that gives me the ability to transform and look human. Arya stared at him, amazed. That's incredible, Chopper blushed, his little hooves fidgeting. Oh, it's not that big of a deal, he muttered, waving a hoof in modesty. But his proud grin betrayed how flattered he was by her all. Robin, sipping her tea serenely, spoke next. I have devil fruit abilities as well, she said, her voice calm and measured. Brooke, seated beside her, nodded in agreement. As do I, he chimed in, his skeletal hand resting elegantly on the table. Arya's curiosity spiked. What can you guys do? She asked eagerly. Robin set her teacup down, a faint smile curving her lips. I ate the flower fruit, she began. It allows me to grow extra limbs from any surface I touch, as well as create clones of myself. She raised a hand and effortlessly demonstrated, sprouting an arm from the table. Within moments, a line of delicate arms appeared in sequence, each mirroring the last like a domino effect. Wow! That's awesome! Arya beamed. She felt like a child, completely and utterly fascinated by the revelation of devil fruits and people with unique abilities. She turned to Brooke, curious about his devil fruit. Brooke chuckled, his empty sockets somehow giving the impression of a smile. I ate the revive fruit many years ago. It allowed me to return to life after death, though as you can see, I seem to have misplaced my skin. Yo-ho-ho-ho, Arya's eyes widened in awe. You died and came back to life? Brooke's bony skull tilted in a nod. Indeed. I died over 0 years ago, but thanks to my devil fruit, my soul was able to return. Though, as you can see, it's a bit skeletal. Arya's eyes widened even more. 0 years? Brooke gave a wistful chuckle. 52, to be precise. It's been quite the unique existence, though I must admit, it's not every day you meet someone who can carry a tune and their own skull. Yo-ho-ho-ho, the lively chatter seemed to wash away Arya's earlier sorrow. Her appetite returned in full force, and she eagerly dug into the meal before her. Sanji's sharp eye noticed her enthusiasm. Seems like you're enjoying the food, he commented, his lips curving into a satisfied grin. Arya glanced up and smiled brightly. Oh yes. It's absolutely delicious. Thank you. Sanji's face turned a shade of pink as he puffed out his chest. Of course, my dear. Anything for a lovely lady, he said, brimming with pride. Zoro scoffed, leaning back in his chair with crossed arms. Here we go again, he muttered. Shut it, Moss head, Sanji snapped, pointing a fork in his direction. At least I know how to treat a lady. The others laughed, already accustomed to their endless bickering. Zoro grumbled but let it slide as dinner carried on with lively banter and shared stories. The table seemed brighter, buzzing with joy and camaraderie. Arya found herself swept up in their warmth, laughing along as if she'd been with them forever. She couldn't help but notice how Luffy, seated beside her, drew her attention even more. His carefree laughter and childlike joy were infectious, and every so often, she'd steal a glance at him. She marveled at the boyish charm he exuded even as a captain. Luffy, of course, caught her looking more than once. Every time, he'd flash her a grin so bright it made her heart skip. Arya blushed and returned his smiles, their exchanges quietly observed by the others, who shared knowing looks and smirks. Eventually, dinner ended and everyone began to rise from their seats. Luffy stood up and stretched, his arms reaching way above his head. Dinner was great, Sanji, Luffy said as he patted his stomach. I'm stuffed, Sanji, lighting a cigarette, smiled proudly. Naturally. Only the best for this crew. Turning his attention to Arya, Luffy asked, What did you think? Pretty good, huh? It was delicious. Arya beamed. I don't think I've ever eaten food that good in my life. Luffy chuckled. That's just Sanji. He always makes the best food. Arya's eyes widened. Wait, you guys eat like this every day? Luffy nodded enthusiastically. Yup. We're spoiled. Sanji grinned smugly. Of course you're spoiled. With me in the kitchen, you'll never go hungry. Zoro leaned forward, smirking. Unless Luffy eats everything first. Luffy stuck his tongue out at him. Hey, I need the energy. Captain's gotta stay strong. Arya couldn't help but smile at the crew's banter, her heart feeling lighter. She had only joined the crew that day, and the grief from losing her father earlier still weighed heavily on her heart. Yet, in this moment, surrounded by warmth and belonging, it felt manageable. The bonds between the Straw Hats were undeniable, and she silently hoped she'd soon become part of their family, too. A few weeks passed since Arya joined the Straw Hats. Life on the sea was unlike anything she'd ever experienced before. Every day felt like a new adventure. The crew had accepted her into their fold with ease, and she had quickly become part of the family. She had grown especially close with Luffy, who took her under his wing and made sure she was comfortable and happy. He was pleased with how quickly she had fit in, and how much more lively and cheerful she seemed. Arya, in turn, found herself drawn to his free spirit and endless optimism. One late afternoon, Luffy sat on the railing, his usual carefree grin plastered on his face. His eyes landed on Arya, who was chatting and laughing with Usopp on the lawn deck. As he watched her, his heart swelled with a happiness he didn't fully understand. Seeing her laugh, seeing her so at ease, it was a feeling he couldn't put into words. All he knew was that he liked it. Arya seemed to sense his attention, and her eyes flicked up to meet his. She smiled warmly, her expression carrying an unspoken gratitude that made Luffy's own grin widen. Without hesitation, he hopped down from the railing and strode over, his cheerful energy drawing her and Usopp's attention. "What ya guys talking about?" Luffy asked, his voice as light-hearted as ever. "Hey, Luffy!" Arya greeted. Usopp turned to face him, his expression smug and playful. "Oh, you know. Just telling Arya about some of our legendary escapades. Thought she should know what kind of insanity she signed up for." Luffy snickered, his eyes gleaming with amusement as he turned to Arya. "So, what do you think? Scared yet?" Arya shook her head. "No, it sounds amazing. Is it true you guys really went to a sky island?" "Yep." Luffy puffed out his chest proudly. "Skypiea was one of the craziest places ever. You wouldn't believe some of the stuff we saw up there. Crazy doesn't even begin to cover it," Usopp added, his voice laced with dramatic flair. "We fought a god, got chased by a giant snake, and had a massive bonfire party with the locals." Arya's eyes widened, caught somewhere between fascination and disbelief. "Wait, fought a god?" she repeated, skeptical of Usopp's usual tendency for embellishment. Luffy laughed, clearly amused by her reaction. "Yep, it's true. His name was Eneru. He thought he was a god because he had this crazy lightning power. But we kicked his ass." Arya's astonishment softened into awe. "That's incredible," Usopp laughed. "You can say that again. But that's just a regular day with this crew. We're always finding ourselves in crazy adventures like that." Luffy nodded. "You'll have plenty of wild stories to tell soon, too. Just wait." Arya met his gaze, her admiration for him and the crew clear in her eyes. "I can't wait," she said sincerely. Usopp stretched with a dramatic yawn. "Well, on that note, I should probably get back to my target practice. Gotta keep my sharpshooting skills razor sharp. Don't forget to practice your lies while you're at it," Luffy teased, a playful smirk tugging at his lips. "Ha ha, very funny," Usopp quipped as he walked off, grinning over his shoulder. "See ya later." With Usopp gone, only Luffy and Arya remained on the lawn. Luffy turned to her, noticing how she was quietly gazing out at the ocean. He leaned his forearms on the railing beside her. Luffy observed her for a moment, her long, golden hair swaying lightly in the breeze. Finally, he broke the peaceful silence. "You like the sea, huh?" Arya glanced at him, a small smile playing on her lips. "Yeah, I do. I love the sea," she said softly, her eyes reflecting the endless blue stretching before them. "It's just so vast. It makes me feel free, you know? Like anything is possible." Luffy nodded in understanding. He knew exactly what she meant. He felt the same way, which was why he loved being a pirate. He smiled, feeling a connection with her. "Yeah," he murmured, grinning wistfully. "The sea's got a way of doing that. It's full of adventures just waiting to happen." His eyes lit up with passion as he added, "I can't wait to find the One Piece and become king of the pirates. There's still so much out there to do, so much to see." Arya perked up. She wanted to know more about the dream that fueled Luffy's boundless spirit. So what exactly is the One Piece? Luffy looked at her, his eyes lit up with the fire of ambition. He loved talking about his dream, and it was always satisfying to have someone genuinely interested in hearing about it. The One Piece is the greatest treasure in the world. Some people think it's all gold and jewels, but I don't think that's it. I think it's something way more valuable. Something that can change the world. Arya's eyes widened. Change the world? How? Luffy's expression turned serious. That's the mystery of the One Piece. No one really knows what it is. But I have a feeling it's something bigger than just treasure. Something that could shift the balance of power in the world. She studied him, a soft smile tugging at her lips. You don't seem like the type of guy who's after power, she noted, her voice gentle. Luffy chuckled and shook his head. Nah, I'm not interested in power or control. I just want to be free to do whatever I want and have adventures. He smiled softly, his gaze distant. I want to see the world, explore every corner. See places no one's ever seen before. And the One Piece would give me the freedom to do that. And there's one other thing. He looked at her, his eyes holding a determined gleam. Something else I want, something personal. But I won't know if it's possible until I find it. Something personal? Arya asked cautiously, sensing there was more he wasn't saying. Luffy looked back out at the sea, his expression contemplative. Yeah, something I've wanted for a long time. Not wanting to pry further, she shifted the conversation. And finding the One Piece will automatically make you the Pirate King? Luffy nodded, confidence flooding back into his voice. Yup. Whoever finds it becomes king of the pirates. And that's gonna be me. So, what does being king of the pirates actually mean? Arya couldn't help the flood of questions. This was all new to her, and she wanted to understand it fully. Luffy shrugged. It means a lot of things. But mostly, it means being the most free. Being the king of the pirates means no one telling you what to do, going wherever you want to go, doing whatever you want to do. It's the ultimate adventure. He glanced at her again, a sly smile on his face. It also means being the coolest and most awesome person in the world. Arya laughed. Oh, of course. That goes without saying. Luffy chuckled in agreement, and they both shared a smile. As the sea breeze blew, there was a comfortable silence between them. It was peaceful, and Arya appreciated that Luffy didn't seem bothered by her questions. He was genuinely interested in answering them. Luffy took a moment to just look at her, admiring her innocence and charm. He found himself more and more drawn to her every time they talked. Hey, you've been asking a lot about me. Your turn. What's your dream? Arya smiled as she looked back out at the sea. My dream is to live a life of adventure. Luffy smirked, nodding in approval. A life of adventure, huh? I like that. He studied her for a moment. What kind of adventures do you want to have? Her face lit up. I want to explore places I've never seen, places I could only dream of. I want to travel the world, meet new people. I even want to experience some danger, to keep things exciting. Luffy smiled, captivated by her enthusiasm. You sound just like me. I like danger too. It makes things fun. His eyes gleamed with a hint of mischief. Hey, you want to see something cool? Yeah, Arya said without hesitation. Without warning, he coiled his arm around her waist like a serpent. She flinched in surprise, unsure of what was happening. Hold on tight, Luffy said. Don't let go, alright? Arya's face heated up a little. Okay. Luffy gave her a reassuring smile, his tone playful yet confident. Don't worry. I won't let anything happen to you. She gave a nod, unsure of what he was up to, but she trusted him. Then, in one smooth motion, Luffy used the railing as a springboard, launching them both high into the air. They soared for a brief moment, defying gravity. Arya's body stiffened at first, but as the wind rushed past them, she wrapped her arms tightly around Luffy's neck, her excitement slowly building. They flew through the air, the endless sea stretching out beneath them, the evening sun casting a golden glow on the water's surface. Arya let out a high-pitched scream, caught between fear and thrill, her heart racing. Luffy grinned from ear to ear at her reaction. He held her close, feeling her grip tighten as they reached the peak of their jump. Her breath caught in her throat, but she was smiling too. As they started descending, Luffy quickly stretched out one of his arms to catch the foremast, slowing their descent. They landed softly back onto the lawn deck, and Luffy loosened his grip on her, allowing her to step back and find her footing. Arya felt slightly dizzy for a moment, her heart racing as she tried to regain her balance. Luffy chuckled as he saw how disheveled she looked, her face flushed from the wind, her hair in total disarray. "You good?" His voice was laced with amusement as he placed a hand on her shoulder to steady her. Arya had an enormous smile on her face as she looked up at him through her messy hair. Luffy couldn't help but return her smile, his chest swelling with a sense of pride. "That was fun, right?" It took her a moment to catch her breath, but when she did, her face lit up with exhilaration. "That was amazing," Luffy grinned, feeling a swell of pride. "See? I told you I'd show you something cool. Guess you liked it, huh?" She let out a soft laugh. "My stomach's in knots, but yeah, I did." Luffy laughed heartily, enjoying the thrill in her eyes. "Haha. That's the spirit. That means you're alive." He casually leaned back against the railing. "You want to do it again, can we?" she asked, her eyes shining with anticipation. Luffy laughed, amused by her eagerness. "Of course we can. As long as you don't puke," he joked. Without another word, they launched into the air again, even higher than before. The world stretched wide before them, the ocean sparkling below. Arya gripped him even tighter, her pulse racing, but she couldn't stop the thrill that bubbled up inside her. It was like being on a roller coaster ride, scary, but extremely thrilling at the same time. After a few heart-pounding moments, Luffy grabbed the foremast again, and they safely returned to the deck. Arya took a moment to catch her balance, her heart racing from the rush. "Whoa, maybe a little too high this time," Luffy said with a chuckle, his hand on her arm to support her. Luffy watched her, her face still flushed, her hair a messy whirlwind of blonde. He found himself enjoying every moment of this. "Can't get enough, huh?" he said, eyeing her with a playful grin. The rest of the Straw Hats were nearby and had witnessed the entire thing. Nami, Zoro, Brook, Usopp, and Chopper were particularly interested and couldn't help but watch the interaction between Luffy and Arya. Brook chuckled aloud, a sly smile spreading across his face. "Looks like our captain's got a new playmate, eh?" Usopp raised an eyebrow, his gaze flicking between Luffy and Arya. "Yeah, and it seems like he's enjoying it quite a bit." Even Zoro, who usually didn't show much interest, looked at the pair with a hint of curiosity on his face. Nami, ever the keen observer, couldn't help but comment, "I've never seen Luffy act like that with anyone before. It's kinda sweet, isn't it?" Chopper chimed in, his eyes wide with innocence. Nami chuckled, giving a small nod. "Yeah, in his own way, I guess it is." They all fell into silence for a moment, watching as Luffy and Arya continued to talk and laugh. "You think he has a crush on her?" Brook asked, his tone filled with amusement. Nami rolled her eyes. "Seriously? Luffy, having a crush? Come on. He doesn't even understand what that is." Usopp chuckled. "Yeah, Luffy's not the type to have crushes. He's more into food and adventure than romance." "You never know," Brook teased. "Stranger things have happened, you know. Besides, there's something about her that seems to have captured his attention." Meanwhile, Luffy and Arya continued chatting, unaware of the crew's quiet observations. Luffy's laughter echoed across the deck, and the crew couldn't help but be amused by the sight of him so extra light-hearted and cheerful. "They seem to get along well," Nami murmured, a small, fond smile forming on her lips. "Too well," Zoro grumbled, a slight edge of annoyance in his voice. Usopp chuckled, "Jealous, Zoro?" Zoro just grumbled again, crossing his arms with his usual brooding expression returning. At the same time, Luffy, in his usual fashion, was showing Arya some of his rubber abilities. His hands comically ballooned to enormous size, and he contorted his face into absurd shapes, making Arya laugh even harder. "Ugh, look at him acting like an idiot," Zoro muttered, rolling his eye in irritation. "Oh, lighten up, Zoro," Nami scolded him, shaking her head at his sour mood. "He's just having fun," Chopper added, a small smile on his face. "Yeah, and she's really enjoying it too," Usopp added with a bemused look, watching Arya's uncontrollable laughter. Indeed, Arya was having the time of her life. Luffy's antics had her laughing in ways she hadn't in a long time. Luffy, pleased by her reaction, couldn't help but feel a swell of pride that he was the one making her laugh so hard. Zoro, still grumbling, suddenly spoke up again. Maybe he's doing it on purpose. Acting like an idiot to impress her. Nami rolled her eyes once more. You're reaching, Zoro. Luffy's just being his usual, dorky self. Usopp chimed in. Yeah, don't you know by now that Luffy doesn't have a subtle bone in his body? If he likes her, we'll all know about it. Chopper nodded in agreement. He's not the type to play games or act a certain way to impress someone. He's just being himself. The rest of the crew nodded in agreement, knowing Luffy well enough to know that he wasn't the type to be subtle or pretend to be someone he's not. Then, as if on cue, Luffy pulled a piece of meat from his pocket and began munching on it, his focus shifting entirely to food. Wow! You keep meat in your pocket? Arya asked, amused. Luffy chuckled, his mouth full of meat. Yep, always gotta have some meat on hand. Never know when I'm gonna get hungry. But don't you think it'll get all smelly and gross in your pocket? She asked skeptically, raising an eyebrow. Luffy shrugged, unbothered. Meat is meat, no matter where it comes from. He continued eating, looking completely blissful. Arya laughed again, shaking her head. Luffy smirked, swallowing the meat in his mouth. What? You don't approve of my method of meat storage? Arya just shook her head again, still smiling. Luffy chuckled and shrugged. Hey, don't knock it till you try it. Pocket meat is a convenient and tasty snack anytime, anywhere. You really love meat, don't you? Arya asked, charmed by his simplicity. Luffy's eyes lit up at the mere mention of his beloved food. Love is an understatement, he said. I live for meat. It's my fuel. My life force. Without it, I'm just a shell of myself. He made a dramatic face, reveling in his own exaggeration. Arya couldn't help but laugh at his over-the-top delivery. Luffy's smile stretched wider, clearly enjoying his own melodrama. I'm serious. Meat is like a religion to me. I worship it. I'm a true meat zealot. Arya shook her head fondly again as she gazed out onto the sea. Luffy mirrored her, following the path of her eyes across the vast, endless stretch of blue before them. The ocean was calm, the sun casting a soft glow on the water as it lowered in the evening sky. The silence was broken only by the sound of the waves gently lapping against the sunny. A few moments of silence passed before Arya spoke quietly, almost as if she was hesitant. I don't think I ever said thank you. Luffy looked back at her, his smile faltering slightly in confusion. Huh? Thank me? For what? For taking me with you. For letting me join your crew, she clarified, her voice steady yet filled with sincerity. Luffy's expression softened, and the familiar smile returned to his face. Oh, that? He shrugged, as if it was no big deal. No need to thank me. You asked to join, and I said yes. Simple as that. Arya studied him, her gaze lingering for a moment. She wasn't certain he truly understood the magnitude of what he'd given her. In the short 3 weeks since joining the crew, her world had transformed in ways she hadn't even begun to comprehend. There was determination in her eyes, and Luffy saw it clearly. This was someone who valued what she had been offered, someone who would fiercely protect the trust he'd given her. Their eyes locked for a long, meaningful moment, and something about the intensity of her stare made his heart skip. He forced the feeling down with his usual ease. No big deal, he repeated, though the slight softening in his eyes spoke volumes more than his words. The two of them stood in silence for a moment, the sound of the waves the only thing breaking the tension. Luffy found himself getting lost in her eyes, noticing for the first time how beautiful they were. They were a clear, sparkling green, like emeralds. Finally, he broke the silence, his voice softer than usual. So, do you like it here? On the ship? He asked, suddenly feeling uncharacteristically nervous. Arya smiled, nodding in response. Yeah, I do. Everyone's been great, and they've made me feel right at home. Well, except maybe Zoro. She shrugged slightly. Sometimes I think he doesn't like me much. Luffy chuckled as if he expected that to be the case. Zoro can be a bit grumpy sometimes, but he's a good guy, really. He just needs some time to warm up to new people. Don't worry, he'll come around eventually, he said before pausing. And if not, I'll just knock some sense into him. Arya laughed, a bright sound that made Luffy grin even wider. Hearing her laugh did something to his stomach that he couldn't explain. It was almost like a strange sensation of butterflies fluttering around inside him. But he brushed it off as just hunger pangs. So, besides Zoro, are you getting along well with the rest of the crew? Yeah, I am, she replied, her voice light as she thought for a moment. Usopp and I hit it off right away. He's a really sweet guy, and Chopper's just adorable. Oh, and Brook. His voice is incredible. I could listen to him sing all day. Luffy's grin widened as he listened to Arya describe the crew. Yeah, Usopp's a great guy. A little wimpy at times, but he's got a good heart. And Chopper's like a walking teddy bear. It's hard not to like him. And Brook, well, his music is pretty great. Just wish he'd stop asking to look at women's underwear all the time. He chuckled at his own words. Arya's eyebrows shot up in surprise. Wait, he asks to look at women's underwear? Luffy nodded. Yep, all the time. It's kinda his trademark move. Ask to see their undies and play a song about it. It's weird, but I guess it's just his way of trying to be charming or something. Arya burst out laughing, shaking her head. That's a little weird. Luffy laughed along with her. Yeah, and it never really works. I don't think a single woman has ever said, oh sure, old skeleton pirate, you can totally see my underwear. Her laughter grew even louder, and Luffy found himself laughing louder too, completely at ease with her beside him. Yeah, he really needs to work on his approach, Luffy mused. Maybe just say hi and introduce himself first, instead of jumping right to the underwear request. Might have better luck that way. Arya's smile remained. Definitely. That's step one, she agreed. They continued laughing together, as they leaned against the railing of the ship. The sea breeze ruffled their hair as the sun set over the horizon, casting a warm glow on the water. Luffy found himself enjoying this moment with her more than he expected. Her laughter and smiles were contagious, and the way she looked at him sometimes made his stomach do weird flips. Arya continued sharing her thoughts about some of her crewmates. Sanji's been really nice, though he can be a bit flirty. Nami's awesome, she's so strong, and I really appreciate how she keeps everything together. Frankie's a cool guy, but seriously, I wish he'd put some pants on. Luffy burst out laughing at her last comment. Yeah. He's always showing off his super underwear. He shook his head, a warm smile on his face. But he's a good guy, a great shipwright. Keeps the Sunny in top shape. He paused for a moment, his grin widening as an idea popped into his head. And what about me? Arya smiled playfully as she leaned in closer. Well, don't tell the others, but you're kind of my favorite. Luffy's heart did a little backflip in his chest. He had to fight to hold back a stupid-looking smile from spreading across his face. Is that right? He said, trying to sound nonchalant. And why's that? Arya hesitated for a moment, pursing her lips as if carefully considering her response. She hummed, tilting her head slightly. You're really funny for one. Luffy grinned at that. I am, huh? He said, clearly pleased with the compliment. Go on, he encouraged, actually interested in what else she had to say. You're so free-spirited. I've never met anyone so carefree, she continued, her voice shifting, less playful and more thoughtful now. And you have this sort of childlike sense of wonder. Luffy's smile faltered a bit, surprised by the depth of her response. He hadn't expected her to actually analyze and describe him with such insight. No one had ever seen him in that way before. He felt strangely seen, and it was a little unnerving. Childlike sense of wonder, eh? He said, trying to sound nonchalant again. Never had anyone described me like that before. Arya nodded, looking up at the sky. People can be so jaded, you know? Like if they've seen one sunset, they've seen them all. But with you, it seems like you're taking it all in for the first time, even if you've seen it countless times before. I think being able to look at the world like that is really special. Luffy was stunned by her words. He couldn't believe that this girl he had just met a few weeks ago could see right through him like that. No one had ever understood him like that before. It was a strange feeling. He didn't know what to say, so he just stood there, looking out at the sea with her, lost in thought. The silence between them lingered for a moment, the only sound the gentle lapping of the waves against the side of the ship. Luffy finally cleared his throat. Well, thanks, he said awkwardly. No one's ever said that kind of stuff about me before. Sorry, I hope that wasn't a weird thing for me to say, Arya said, feeling suddenly embarrassed, as if she just said too much. Luffy shook his head, his usual carefree smile returning. Nah, it's not weird. It's actually kinda nice, he said, still feeling a bit rattled from her description of him. He wanted to change the subject, to find a way to shift the focus away from himself. Hey, you're pretty observant, you know that? Most people wouldn't notice all those little things about me. Arya tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, smiling softly. Luffy noticed the small, nervous gesture and felt a strange feeling in his chest. Was it her smile? The way she moved her hair? He leaned back against the railing, trying to act casual. So, how come you notice all that stuff about me? I don't know, I just do, she said quietly. You just do, huh? Sounds like a cop-out, Luffy teased with a smirk. Hey! It's not a cop-out, it's the truth, Arya said, feigning annoyance as she poked him in the rib. Luffy let out a laugh at her poke. Hey, I was just messing with you, he said, grinning. But seriously, you must be pretty observant to notice all that stuff about me. Must be from living on that small island with your dad. You probably never had anyone to talk to, so you spent your time staring out at the sea, taking in everything around you, huh? Arya's smile faded, and she went quiet for a moment. How did you know that? Luffy's cheeky smile faded as well as he realized he had hit a nerve. He hadn't expected her to get so serious so quickly. I guess I'm kinda observant too, he said awkwardly, feeling guilty for upsetting her. It's just a guess. Am I right? Arya's eyes softened. She wasn't mad, just surprised how Luffy was able to guess her life so accurately. He was surprisingly perceptive. Yeah, you are. Luffy felt a sense of relief as her eyes softened, glad that he hadn't offended her. He shifted his weight, leaning more heavily against the railing. Sorry, didn't mean to bring up sore memories or anything. I get why you notice all those things about me. When you don't have anyone to talk to, you start noticing the little things, I guess. Arya nodded. Well, I did have someone to talk to, my dad, but that was really it. Luffy's expression was sympathetic as he listened to her. Must have been tough, growing up with only your dad. He thought for a moment, remembering the brief glimpse of the town they had just left behind. I imagine that town wasn't too friendly to you either, huh? Didn't look like they trusted outsiders very much. It was a bit tough sometimes, she admitted. He was always so busy with his shop, and yet they weren't very friendly. They always thought I was strange, ever since I was little. I never felt like I fit in there. Luffy nodded, understanding better now why she decided to join his crew. It wasn't just about adventure and freedom. It was also about acceptance, about finding somewhere she could truly belong. He turned to face her with a small, gentle smile. You may not have fit in there, but you sure as hell fit in here. Arya absorbed his words, feeling a warmth spread through her chest. Thanks, Luffy, Luffy chuckled. No need to thank me. It's just the truth. He stood up a little straighter, straightening his hat. And besides, he said, a mischievous gleam in his eye, I think you're a lot braver than most people in that town back there. You had no idea who we were or what we were like, and you were still willing to help us, even when everyone else was against us. That takes courage, he said, looking out at the sea again. And I admire that. The two of them stood there in comfortable silence for a while, letting the soothing sound of the waves wash over them. Luffy found himself stealing glances at her when she wasn't looking, noticing again how her green eyes sparkled. A feeling of affection started to well up in his chest, but he quickly brushed it aside. He didn't want to get too attached to her. After all, he was the captain and she was his crewmate. He couldn't let things get complicated. He cleared his throat and tried to push those thoughts away, focusing instead on the horizon. We've still got a long journey ahead of us, he said, breaking the silence. But I'm glad you're here. I'm glad to be here too, she said, smiling. Luffy smiled back at her. He liked seeing her smile. It made him feel all warm inside. He looked out at the sea again, feeling the cool breeze on his face. We'll be reaching the next island soon. And there'll probably be some trouble there, he said, a hint of excitement in his voice. There always is. Is it weird that I'm kind of looking forward to it? She asked with a playful smirk. Luffy let out a hearty laugh. Nah, it's not weird. That's just the pirate life, he said, his usual carefree demeanor returning. Trouble's just part of the journey. And besides, what's life without a little danger? Arya's face lit up at the thought. She hadn't been on a real adventure yet, and she was looking forward to it. Luffy saw the excitement in her eyes and it made him excited as well. Just you wait, he said, a hint of mischief in his voice. You haven't seen anything yet. With that, he turned back to face the horizon, his eyes fixed on the endless expanse of the sea, ready for whatever adventures lie ahead. Late that morning, Arya decided to take a walk around the Thousand Sunny. The sky was clear, the breeze light and refreshing, carrying the salty scent of the sea across the deck. As she wandered, her gaze landed on Frankie, who was perched on a stack of crates, tools scattered around him as he tinkered with something metallic. "Hey, Frankie!" she called, giving him a wave. He looked up, flashing a grin as she approached. "Hey there, Arya." "What's up?" "Nothing," she said, smiling. "Just saw you over here by yourself. What you working on?" Frankie held up a wrench and a handful of gears. "Just tinkering with some ideas. Trying to cook up a few upgrades for the Sunny," he said, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. "Gotta keep her running top-notch, you know?" Arya nodded. "Yeah. Luffy told me you built this ship." Frankie's chest puffed out with pride. "Yeah, I sure did. Designed and built the Sunny myself, from scratch," he said, his voice full of satisfaction. "She's my masterpiece. My greatest creation." He chuckled, running a hand affectionately over the nearby railing. "Fast, sturdy, and packed with the latest tech. She's a beauty, ain't she?" Arya looked around the ship with a sense of awe. "She really is." Frankie beamed at the compliment. "Glad you think so. I poured my heart into her." He patted the crate beside him. "Come on, have a seat. You look like you've got something on your mind." She climbed up beside him, the size difference between them even more obvious when sitting. "It's nothing really," she said, brushing a strand of hair back. "I'm just excited about the island we're heading to. Luffy thinks we'll probably run into some kind of trouble." A small smile played at her lips. Frankie laughed, leaning back with his arms behind his head. "Yeah, that sounds like him. Always ready for some wild adventure." His grin softened slightly. "But don't worry. We can handle whatever comes our way. We've been through a lot together." "Yeah, it sounds like you guys have," Arya said thoughtfully. Frankie's smile faded just a bit, his voice more reflective. "We've seen our share of rough battles. Dangerous enemies. And we've lost some good people along the way." Arya glanced down at her hands, sensing the shift in mood. She had only been on board a few weeks, but she'd already heard some of the crew's stories. "It sounds like Luffy's fought some pretty intense enemies too." Frankie gave a short, hearty laugh. "Yeah, you could say that. Luffy's taken on some of the most dangerous people out there. Real monsters." She hesitated. "Is that how he got the scar on his chest?" Frankie nodded, his tone growing serious. "Yeah, that's right." His voice grew quieter. It was a life-or-death kind of moment. "I won't go into details, it's not my place. But that scar's a reminder of just how real the danger can get." Arya nodded slowly. She noticed the scar not long after meeting Luffy, but had never worked up the courage to ask him about it. Frankie caught the distant look in her eyes. "Hey," he said, his voice lightening again, "don't worry too much about it. Luffy's tough as nails. He always comes back stronger." She smiled faintly. Frankie could see the quiet worry in her eyes. He reached out and placed a hand on her shoulder, gentle, reassuring. "Luffy's got a spirit you can't break. No matter how bad things get, he never stays down." He studied her face, watching how she looked at the deck, her mind still turning. "You really care about him, don't you?" he asked, voice low and kind. Her eyes lifted to meet his. "Yeah, I do," she said softly. "I owe him everything." Frankie leaned back again, arms braced behind him. "He's a handful sometimes, but he's got a good heart. Always has. He's the kind of guy who brings people together without even trying. Makes everyone feel like they belong." Arya nodded. "He made me feel welcome right away. Like I was already part of the crew. And he's so humble. When I thanked him for letting me join, he acted like it wasn't even a big deal." Frankie grinned. "That's Luffy?" Doesn't think of himself as anything special. Just does what he thinks is right. He saved my whole town, Arya said, almost to herself. Even though the people there were rude and unkind to you guys. Most people would have walked away. Frankie gave a short laugh, his tone tinged with admiration. Yeah, that's our captain. Doesn't care what people think. If he believes something's worth doing, he does it, no matter who's watching, or whether they deserve it. He's one of a kind, she said, her gaze drifting out to the open sea. You can say that again, Frankie said with a chuckle. Then, more quietly, he's been through more than most people know. Lost people he loved. Fought battles he shouldn't have survived. And somehow, he keeps going like it's nothing. He turned to her again, more serious now. He might seem carefree, but he carries more weight than he lets on. He's the captain. He bears it for all of us. Arya nodded, taking it all in. Frankie leaned back once more, exhaling. He's a great captain. And a better friend. We trust him with our lives, and we'd follow him to the ends of the earth if he asked us to. That made Arya smile. You guys are all so close. I can tell, he chuckled. We've been through a lot. Fought, laughed, bled together. We're more than friends, we're family. Arya was touched by his words. She never imagined a pirate crew could feel this much like home. Frankie continued. There's nothing we wouldn't do for each other. And Luffy's always at the center of it. Keeping us together. Pushing us forward. He may be one of the youngest of us, but he's the glue that holds everything together. A warm feeling spread through her chest. It's clear how much you all care about each other. Yeah, Frankie said with a grin. We've made some pretty amazing memories already. And there's even better ones ahead, I know it. He looked over at her again. You're part of that future now, too. You're one of us. A wide smile lit up her face. Thanks, Frankie, she said, her voice full of gratitude. Frankie chuckled. No need to thank me. Just the truth. He pushed himself up off the crate and stretched, arms rising high overhead. Anyway, I should get back to work. He gestured to the tools spread out around him. Nice talking to you, though. You're good company. You too. Thanks, Arya said, hopping down from the crate. Frankie gave a casual wave. Anytime. See ya around, Arya. As he returned to his tinkering, Arya resumed her walk, her thoughts lingering on their conversation. The more she learned about the Straw Hats, the more deeply she admired them. They were loyal, brave, protective, and completely devoted to each other. She may have only just joined the crew, but in her heart she already knew this was home. Later that afternoon, the sun shone brightly in the sky and the breeze from the sea was refreshing and cool. The Straw Hat crew were enjoying the beautiful weather, and it felt like the perfect day to just relax and do nothing. Luffy sat on the railing, his legs dangling over the side as he basked in the sunlight. He looked content as a cat as he sat back, eyes closed. A light breeze rustled his messy black hair while his straw hat hung from the back of his neck. The rest of the crew were scattered across the deck, some napping, others enjoying the peaceful day. The sound of the breeze rustling through the sails was interrupted every now and then by the chatter of the crew, but otherwise, the atmosphere was one of tranquility and leisure. Luffy was in his element. The sun on his skin, the salty sea air in his lungs, the gentle rocking of the ship beneath him. His mind wandered as he basked in the warmth of the sun, his thoughts turning to the adventures they'd had so far, and the ones that still lay ahead. The sea stretched out before them, vast and endless, and there was something about the open water that always stirred something deep within his soul. It was a feeling of liberation, of endless possibilities, of adventure. And he had the best crew in the world beside him to share it all with. The sound of the waves slapping against the hull of the ship was like a gentle lullaby, relaxing his senses. As he sat there, alone with his thoughts, Luffy felt his usual energetic enthusiasm fade into a more contemplative state. It was rare that Luffy had moments like these where he could just reflect. Usually, his mind was too preoccupied with the next adventure, the next fight, the next meal. But now, in the tranquility of this peaceful day, his thoughts seemed to linger on the crew, his friends, and their journey. As he sat there, lost in thought, Luffy suddenly felt a slight nudge as Arya moved next to him, leaning against the railing as she gazed out at the sea as well. Luffy opened his eyes and looked down at her, smiling. Hey, he said lazily. Hey yourself, she replied, her voice calm. He stretched, his limbs extending out as he let out a yawn. It's a perfect day, huh? Arya nodded. Yeah, it is. She closed her eyes for a moment, feeling the cool breeze on her face. Luffy let out a soft sigh, his gaze fixed on the horizon. I love these kind of days. Just being out on the open sea, the sun is shining, and there's no one else around. Just us and the sea. It's like nothing else matters. Arya opened her eyes and looked back out at the ocean, watching the sunlight glistening on the water. I know what you mean. Luffy shifted slightly, leaning back against the railing. It's moments like these that make all the fighting and hard times worth it, you know? Arya nodded. She hadn't experienced any real adventures with the Straw Hats yet, but she could imagine how a peaceful day like this would feel in contrast to the harder ones. Luffy's expression softened, his usual carefree smile turning contemplative. It's nice to have these moments of peace when we get em. Yeah, Arya agreed softly. She closed her eyes, feeling the warmth of the sun on her face and the breeze in her hair. She enjoyed Luffy's company, always finding herself drawn to him. It had become common for them over the past few weeks to share moments like this one. She glanced back at Luffy, who was still sitting on the railing, before looking back out to the sea. There was something on her mind, a question she had been wanting to ask, but she was hesitant. She wasn't sure how he would respond. As if sensing her hesitation, Luffy glanced over at her. What is it? You look like you want to ask me something. Arya was taken slightly off guard by his intuitiveness. She hadn't realized he'd picked up on her contemplative look. Actually, I do, she said softly. Luffy tilted his head slightly, curiosity etched on his face. Well, go on then. Asked me? He leaned in closer to her, his eyes fixed on hers, giving her his full attention. It's just, I don't want to make you uncomfortable or anything. It's a personal question, she murmured. He chuckled softly, shaking his head. You won't make me uncomfortable. Just ask me the question, whatever it is. I won't mind. Luffy had a friendly, easygoing demeanor, and was very down-to-earth and easy to talk to. He didn't get uncomfortable easily and could handle touchy questions just fine. Okay, Arya inhaled, pausing for a moment. I was wondering how you got the scar on your chest? Luffy's demeanor shifted slightly at the mention of the scar, but he didn't appear too bothered by the question. He looked down at his chest, his fingers tracing the X-shaped scar that ran across it. This scar? He said, his voice carrying his usual casualness, trying to hide his emotional response. Arya nodded. Yeah. It's a pretty big scar. Luffy chuckled again, trying to brush it off with his usual nonchalance. Yeah, I guess it is pretty big, huh? He admitted with a smirk, but there was a hint of something in his eyes that betrayed the lightness of his words. It looks like it was caused by something really painful, she said. Luffy's expression became more solemn as he continued to trace the scar with his fingers. It was, he said quietly, his usual cheerful demeanor replaced by a far-off look, as if he was recalling a memory. He glanced at her, his eyes meeting hers for a moment, and she saw a flicker of sadness in them. It was a rare moment of vulnerability he rarely showed. He quickly looked away, his expression hardening somewhat as he pushed the bad memories back down. At that moment, Arya felt something stir inside of her, a feeling she couldn't quite identify. There was something about Luffy in that moment, the vulnerability, the pain that he didn't want to show but couldn't quite hide. It tugged at her heartstrings. She could see that there was a depth to him that was hidden behind his cheerful persona, a sensitivity she had never seen before. Luffy noticed the look of concern that passed over her face, and he quickly masked his own feelings again, replacing them with his usual carefree smile. He didn't want her to worry about him. He was the captain, and he had to be strong for his crew. He straightened, running a hand through his messy black hair. But don't worry about it, it's all in the past now. It's just a scar, right? He gave her a wide grin, trying to put on his usual bravado. Arya's heart ached for him as he tried to brush off his pain with a smile. She was quiet for a moment before responding. No, she said, her tone gentle. Scars tell a story. They're a part of who you are. His smile faded, and he looked down at his chest again, his fingers tracing the outline of his scar. He knew she was right. The scar on his chest wasn't just some meaningless injury. It told a story. It was a reminder of a pivotal event in his life, an event that had changed him forever. Her words touched a part of him he didn't even realize he'd been hiding. He was used to putting on a brave face, to hiding his pain and deeper emotions, especially in front of his crew. But there was a tenderness in her tone, a gentleness, that made him lower his guard slightly. He looked at her, his dark eyes meeting hers. He took a deep breath. "Yeah, you're right," he said, his voice quieter than usual. "This scar does tell a story." The moment between them felt heavy, like a secret was floating between them. It was a rare moment where Luffy's usual carefree demeanor dropped, revealing a hint of the complex emotions he carried beneath the surface. He continued, his voice still low, "It's a reminder of one of the hardest days of my life. A day when I lost someone important to me." The pain of that memory was clear in his eyes, even though he was trying to keep his voice steady. The loss had left a deep scar, not just on his chest, but on his heart as well. It was a pain he had carried silently, never really speaking about it aloud. A moment of silence filled the air around them. "Who did you lose?" she asked softly. Luffy looked out at the sea, the gentle sway of the ship and the sound of the waves calming him slightly. He took a deep breath, his eyes fixed on the horizon. "My brother," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. The words seemed to hang in the air like a heavy weight. Every time he spoke of Ace, the pain was fresh. The loss still felt like a dagger in his heart every time he thought of his freckle-faced, hot-headed older brother, and the memory of his sacrifice on that fateful day. The events of that day played through his mind like a torturous movie, each scene etched into his memory with an excruciating clarity. The sound of his own sobs, the feel of Ace's blood on his hands, the look of resignation on his brother's face. It wasn't a memory he relived often, but in moments like these, when his guard dropped, the pain would come rushing back. Arya's eyes softened. "How long ago did it happen?" she asked quietly. "It's been 2 years," Luffy said, his voice a mixture of pain and resignation. 2 years since I lost him." Her expression softened even further. "I'm sorry." Luffy's lips curved in a bittersweet smile, appreciating her sympathy. "Thanks," he said simply. He was used to keeping the pain to himself. Usually, he'd bury it under layers of carefree optimism. "What was his name?" Arya asked. "Ace," Luffy replied, his brother's name feeling heavy on his tongue. "He was my older brother." The memory of Ace brought a pang of sadness to his heart, a mixture of grief and bittersweet memories. "He was a pain in the ass sometimes," Luffy continued, a hint of a laugh in his voice. "He liked to pick on me, to push my buttons. But he also looked out for me. Cared for me." The memories of Ace's carefree mischievousness brought a small smile to Luffy's face. Despite the heavy mood hanging in the air, Luffy's natural sunny disposition refused to let the sadness completely consume him. He was impulsive, hot-headed, fearless. He was the kind of guy who would just charge into danger without a second thought. "He sounds a bit like you," Arya couldn't help but observe. Luffy chuckled lowly, recognizing the parallels between him and Ace. "Yeah, he and I were a lot alike. But he was more of a hothead, more reckless. A lot of people say I'm reckless, but he was on another level. He used to piss off anyone who looked at him sideways. It got him into a lot of trouble, but it was just who he was. He didn't take crap from anyone." Arya smiled softly as she listened to Luffy talk about his brother. She leaned her elbow on the railing, resting her head on her hand as she looked up at him. Luffy glanced down at her, noticing how she listened intently, hanging on to his every word. It felt good to talk to someone about Ace like this. A weight lifted off his chest, just a little. His eyes drifted back out over the sea, the memory of his brother's fiery spirit and carefree nature clear in his mind's eye. He loved to fight, to test his strength. When we were kids, we used to practice our combat skills together. He was always better than me. Always stronger. He paused, the memory of those days spent together bringing back a mix of nostalgia and sadness. "We made a promise when we were kids," he continued, his voice quieter. "To always have each other's backs, no matter what." He paused. "I guess I didn't do a great job of keeping that promise," he added with a bitter laugh. The words hung in the air, a bitter reminder of the promise he had failed to keep. It was a pain that he had carried for 2 years, the guilt weighing heavily on his heart. The silence that followed was heavy, punctuated only by the gentle rocking of the ship and the distant sound of the crew's chatter. Arya could tell how much losing his brother still weighed on him, and it made her heart ache. She wanted to comfort him, but she wasn't sure how. Luffy's eyes remained fixed on the horizon, the sea breeze ruffling his hair as his mind was lost in thoughts and memories of the past. The heavy silence between them was deafening. She looked at him, studying his face. Her eyes wandered back to his chest, to the X-shaped scar that she now understood was linked to the loss of his brother. As her gaze lingered on it, Luffy shifted uncomfortably, suddenly feeling self-conscious. He subconsciously covered the scar with his hand, as if trying to shield it from her view. Arya instinctively reached out, placing her hand on top of his. "Don't," she said gently. He looked at her, then at their hands. Her touch was gentle, and there was a kind of understanding in her eyes that he hadn't expected. He hesitated for a moment, then slowly lowered his hand. The scar on his chest was visible again, the mark standing out against his tan skin. He kept his eyes on hers as she observed it. Her gaze was steady, her eyes trailing the scar with a mixture of curiosity and empathy. "Can I touch it?" she asked, the words escaping her mouth almost involuntarily. She wasn't sure what compelled her to ask. Luffy's eyes widened a fraction. He hadn't expected her to ask that. The fact that she wanted to touch it, to physically feel the scar that linked to his painful memories, it caught him off guard. He hesitated for a moment, his heart thudding against his ribs for reasons he couldn't quite explain. Before he could respond, his gut instinct spoke for him. "Yeah," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "You can." Arya slowly raised her hand towards his chest, her touch gentle as her fingertips grazed the damaged skin, delicately moving along the textured surface. Luffy closed his eyes, focusing on the sensation of her fingertips touching his skin. There was an odd comfort in her touch, a connection forming between them that he couldn't quite explain. His chest rose and fell with each breath, the steady rhythm disturbed only by the occasional shudder caused by her touch. The air felt heavy between them, the sound of the waves and the ship creaking the only sounds breaking the silence. Luffy could feel the heat rising in his chest, his heart beating a little faster than usual, but he couldn't deny the comfort he felt with her touching him. Arya lowered her hand, letting it fall to her side. Luffy opened his eyes, his gaze fixed on hers. For a moment, they just looked at each other, the moment filled with an odd sense of intimacy that Luffy had never experienced before. "Can I ask how you got your other scar, the one under your eye?" Arya asked. She knew she was probably pushing it, that she was being a bit invasive by asking so many personal questions. Luffy's eyebrow quirked at her question, a little surprised she had even noticed it. But he could see the genuine curiosity in her eyes and knew she wanted to know more about him. "This one?" he said, pointing to the scar below his left eye. "I got this one when I was younger." He paused, looking at her for a moment, then let out a small chuckle, a hint of humor in his voice. "It's actually kind of a funny story, believe it or not." Arya raised an eyebrow, her curiosity piqued. "Really?" she said, surprised, as she leaned in. She rested her face on her hand once more. Luffy continued, his smile growing as he remembered the memory. "I had this older friend, someone I looked up to a lot," he said. "He was cool, strong, and fearless. I wanted to be just like him, so I thought if I did something to prove how brave and tough I was, he'd take me along on his adventures." He touched the scar beneath his eye with his fingers, tracing the shape gently. There was a hint of nostalgia, but also a tinge of regret in the gesture. "So one day, I decided to do something stupid to prove my bravery. I took a dagger and cut myself right under this eye." He watched as the disbelief and shock washed over her face. When she didn't respond, he continued, a hint of a smile on his face. I know. It was pretty dumb, right?" He let out a dry chuckle, his voice taking on a note of self-deprecation. "I thought if I could cut myself without crying or screaming, it would prove I was strong and brave." He could feel her eyes on him, no doubt taking in the sight of the scar below his eye. She was silent for a moment, her expression a mix of shock and something else. After a moment, she finally spoke. "And did it work?" Luffy gave a small, tight smile, shaking his head. Nah, not really. I just ended up looking stupid. He chuckled slightly, trying to make light of the situation. But looking back, I guess it was pretty dumb. He looked up at the sky, the sunlight warming his face. There was a sense of self-awareness in his eyes, a moment of realization of how foolish he had been. He glanced at Arya, curious to see how she would react. Her eyes softened as she met his gaze. Just then, she reached her hand up to his face and gently traced the scar with her thumb. She was quiet for a moment, a serious but thoughtful expression on her face. It's a little silly, she admitted, but I understand the intention behind it. Luffy smiled, touched by her understanding and gentleness. It was strangely cathartic to talk about his past with someone, especially someone as kind and empathetic as her. As she continued to tenderly touch the scar on his cheek, he felt a strange stirring in his chest. It was a feeling he hadn't felt before, and he couldn't quite place what it was. Yeah, I guess it was a little silly, he agreed, his voice a little softer than usual. He looked into her eyes, the intensity of her gaze making his stomach flutter. He was surprised at how much he had opened up to her about his past, something he usually kept guarded. Her touch was so gentle, her demeanor so patient and understanding. His head was swimming with an unfamiliar feeling, but he pushed it aside for the moment. Arya looked at him with a thoughtful expression. You live and learn, right? She said as she lowered her hand back to her side. Plus, I think it looks kinda cool. Luffy chuckled at her words. Cool, huh? He couldn't help but smile. No one had ever said his scar looked cool before. Definitely. She smiled reassuringly. Makes you look kind of mysterious and badass. Luffy laughed heartily, her words only making him more comfortable with her. I never thought of it that way. I guess it does kind of give me an edge. Makes me look tough. The light-hearted banter made him feel at ease around her even more. Her acceptance and admiration of him, even with his flaws and foolish decisions, was a strange but pleasant feeling. After a brief moment of silence, he looked at her and asked, What about you? Do you have any scars? I have a few, she admitted, but not from anything cool or interesting. Luffy's curiosity piqued. Oh yeah? Can I see? He leaned in closer, his eyes wide with interest. You want to see my boring scars? She asked, raising a brow, her tone taking on a hint of amusement. Luffy chuckled, a playful look in his eyes. Yeah, sure. Why not? Scars have stories behind them, right? Even the boring ones. Let's see what you've got. He hopped off the railing and looked at her intently, waiting to see her scars. Arya felt a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Well, okay, she said. She hesitated for a moment before lifting her right leg, resting her foot on the railing. She pointed to her knee. I got this one when I was little. I was playing in the woods near my home. I was running and tripped, and fell on a sharp rock. Luffy's gaze dropped to her knee, and he let out a snort of laughter. He couldn't help but find it slightly amusing that her scar was from something so mundane. You tripped and fell on a rock? That's it. Hey, she said, swatting him playfully on the arm. If you're going to make fun of me, I'm not gonna show them to you. Luffy laughed louder then, enjoying her reaction. I'm just messing with you, he said, grinning. But I gotta say, getting a scar from tripping over a rock is pretty lame. Arya's face turned a deeper shade of red, but she was also trying not to smile. Yeah, well, sorry my stories aren't as interesting as yours, she retorted. Luffy let out another hearty laugh. No, I'm just teasing. Keep going, he said, genuinely interested. I want to see them all. I have a couple more, but I don't know if I want to show them to you now. You're being kinda mean, she said, feigning offense. Luffy's grin widened. He found her responses amusing, and he loved how she never backed down, always ready with a witty reply. Oh, come on, don't be like that, he replied, leaning closer. You can't just show off your one lame scar and then hide the rest. I want to see them all. I promise I'll be nicer about it this time, Arya sighed. Okay, fine. She bent her left arm to show him her elbow. Here's another one I got from playing in the woods when I was little after I fell from a tree. Luffy looked closely at the scar on her elbow. It was a small yet noticeable mark on her otherwise smooth skin. He smiled, his gaze shifting from the scar to her face. Wow, you must have been a really clumsy kid, she laughed softly. Yeah, I kind of was, Luffy chuckled. I can tell. You've fallen a lot. So, that's number 2. How many more do you have? I have one more, she said. Okay, show me, he said, his tone still playful. Arya hesitated for a brief moment before lifting her shirt up slightly, exposing her midriff, a scar visible on her side. Luffy's smile faded as he noticed the thin scar. It looked like it had once been fairly deep, but it had since started to heal. The sight of it made his heart clench slightly, and he unconsciously reached out a hand as if to touch it, but caught himself in time before he did. What's this one from? He asked, his voice quieter than before. I got this one while I was helping my dad in his shop. I was moving a crate of supplies, and I wasn't paying attention. I cut my side on a broken piece of glass that was sticking out of the crate. This is the most recent one. It happened about a year ago, she said. Luffy's face softened as she told him the story behind the scar. There was something about her vulnerability, the way she shared her imperfections with him so openly, that made him feel something he couldn't quite name. He was struck by the fact that she had shown him all 3 of her scars, all from mundane accidents, but she had bared them to him without hesitation. It was a small gesture, but it made him feel like he was getting to know her in a way that he hadn't before. You're really clumsy, you know that? He said, his typical light-hearted tone masking the tender moment that was passing between them. I hope you're not reconsidering me being part of the crew now that you know how much of a liability I am, she joked as she released her shirt. Luffy chuckled at her comment, the usual amused smile returning to his face. Nah, you're stuck with us now. We'll just have to be careful to make sure you don't trip and fall overboard or something, he said, ruffling her hair affectionately. She laughed in response, playfully swatting his hand away. Hey, stop! You're gonna give me a knot! Luffy pulled his hand back. Oh, come on! You know you like it when I mess up your hair, he teased. He leaned closer to her, a smug grin on his face, as he ruffled her hair again, this time more deliberate. Stop it! Arya exclaimed, trying to swat his hand away again. He continued, finding it amusing how she tried to stop him, but he could tell she secretly enjoyed the banter. Knock it off, Luffy! She squealed. His grin widened as he continued to playfully mess with her hair. And what are you gonna do about it? He asked, his eyes sparkling with mischief. You really wanna find out? She asked, taking a step towards him, her gaze playful yet challenging. Oh, I'd love to find out, he said, taking a step closer to her as well. He was already in a playful mood, and their banter was making his heart thump with excitement. She leaned in closer. Yeah? I think you're gonna eat those words, he chuckled, his eyes locked on hers. Is that a threat or a promise? Both, she said, her tone playful but firm. Luffy hadn't expected her to play along like this, but now that she was, he couldn't help but keep it going. He found himself leaning even closer, the distance between them closing more and more. His heart was racing now. He decided to push his luck just a bit further. You think you can back up those words? His voice was low as he continued to play along. He was enjoying this way more than he thought he would. She was feisty, challenging, playing along with his antics and not backing down. Arya was enjoying this as much as he was, the playful banter and their close proximity sending sparks firing through her. Her eyes were locked on his. I don't just think I can, Captain. I know I can. Luffy's eyes widened at her use of his title Captain. The way she said it, with such confidence and teasing, made him weak in the knees. It was a bold move, and he couldn't help but smile. Is that so? Then prove it. Her eyes gleamed with mischief. She closed the distance, suddenly aiming her hands directly for his ribs. Luffy's eyes widened in shock as she began tickling him. Wah, hey! He gasped, a hint of surprise and laughter in his voice. He was caught so off guard that he couldn't hold back his reaction. He tried to swat her hands away, but she was relentless. Despite his efforts, she continued to tickle him mercilessly, and he found himself laughing uncontrollably. Hey! Knock it off! He protested between laughs. The last thing he expected was for her to start tickling him. He fell backwards onto the deck, laughing and squirming. Hey, hey! Stop! Sto, ha 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 ha. His stomach was hurting with how much he was laughing, and tears were streaming down his face as he tried, and failed, to squirm away from her. Ha ha ha, stop! Please! Ha 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 ha! Luffy pleaded, squirming and laughing uncontrollably. He couldn't remember the last time someone had been able to get the upper hand on him like this. He was powerless against her tickle attack. He looked up at her, his eyes filled with both laughter and frustration, begging for mercy. Finally, she stopped, allowing Luffy to catch his breath. He panted and slumped against the railing, his face red and sweaty from laughing so hard. You, that was cheating, he said indignantly, attempting to catch his breath. He was still lying sprawled out on the deck, trying to steady his racing heart. He looked up at her with a mix of playful anger and mild irritation, but despite his protests, he couldn't suppress the smile that tugged at his lips. How is that cheating? Arya asked with a grin, proud of her victory. Luffy was still struggling to catch his breath, his chest rising and falling rapidly. His heart was still racing, not just from the tickling. He pushed himself up so he was sitting, his back leaning against the railing. You use tickling, it's a cheap trick, he protested, his breath finally evening out. He looked up at her, his eyes narrowing in a playful glare. I'll give you back for that, you know. Despite his feigned irritation, he couldn't help but feel a strange mix of admiration and something else he couldn't pinpoint. He found it oddly endearing how she wasn't afraid to stand up to him and challenge him. He was unaccustomed to being overpowered by anyone, yet here she was, having bested him so easily. It was a feeling he wasn't used to, and he found it both confusing and exhilarating. She simply smiled and quietly sat down beside him. He huffed, still feeling a bit annoyed, but his irritation dissolved as she sat next to him. He watched her for a moment, his eyes tracing over her features. There was something about her that he couldn't quite put his finger on. It was as if, with every interaction, he discovered a new layer to her, a new side to her that intrigued him more and more. He found himself drawn to her, as if being pulled in by a magnetic force. He couldn't explain it, but every time he was around her, he felt a strange connection, like a thread linking them together. His irritation completely faded, replaced instead by a strange sense of calm, a feeling of comfort in her presence. He let out a soft sigh, tilting his head back to look up at the sky. A moment of comfortable silence fell between them, the only sound the soft rustling of the sail above them, and the gentle lapping of the waves against the Sunny's hull. Finally, he spoke, his voice soft. Did you really have to use tickling, though? Arya couldn't help but laugh. You know I couldn't take you in a real fight. You're way too strong. Luffy chuckled softly, a smirk playing on his lips. Yeah, I guess you're right about that, he admitted. He leaned back further against the railing, his arms crossed behind his head. But still, tickling? That's low. His eyes flicked over to her, his gaze softer than before. She smiled softly in response before closing her eyes, feeling the cool ocean breeze rustle her hair. Luffy watched her for a moment, his gaze fixed on her face. A strange flutter stirred in his chest. She looked so peaceful, he thought to himself. He was used to the rowdy and lively atmosphere on the ship. His crewmates usually filled the air with their loud and boisterous personalities, their constant fighting and playful banter. But with her, everything felt different. Now, it was just him and her sitting in a comfortable silence, the only sound the steady rhythm of the waves. He found himself enjoying this moment, sitting beside her quietly, listening to the sounds of the sea. He found himself leaning into her slightly, the proximity of their bodies making his heart thump just a little bit faster. He couldn't help but feel a strange mixture of comfort and excitement any time he was around her. This girl, who had stumbled into his life and joined his crew, had somehow managed to capture his attention like no one else had before. She was unlike anyone he had ever met, and he couldn't quite put his finger on why she made him feel such conflicting emotions. This feeling was unfamiliar to him, and he wasn't even sure what to call it. He knew he liked having her here and liked having her around. He felt relaxed around her, and he loved making her laugh. He found himself doing more and more things to get a reaction from her, just to hear her laughter and see her smile. As Luffy and Arya shared a peaceful moment together, their crewmates around them were observing them stealthily, watching their interaction with interest. Nami, Zoro, Usopp, Sanji, Chopper, Robin, Frankie and Brook had been observing the two of them from afar, trying to act casual but not doing a very good job of it. They were curious about the growing connection between their captain and the new member of the crew, and they couldn't help but be a little nosy. They stood at a distance, pretending to be doing their own thing, but their eyes were locked on Luffy and Arya. "I can't believe they're sitting so close together," Usopp muttered, his voice hushed. "They do seem chummy, I'll give them that," Sanji added, taking a puff of his cigarette. "You think they have something going on?" Usopp asked, a hint of curiosity in his voice. "It's hard to say for sure, but they've definitely been spending a lot of time together lately." "I've never seen Luffy so interested in someone before," Nami replied, her eyes narrowing. "I don't know, he seems more relaxed around her." "Like he's comfortable," Frankie interjected, his large frame leaning against the railing. "You could be onto something." "He's definitely been more laid back when she's around," Zoro chimed in, his eyes fixed on the duo. "I wonder if he's even aware of it," Brook commented, his tone thoughtful. "Sometimes, Luffy can be quite oblivious to these things." "Oblivious is an understatement." "I doubt he has a single clue," Zoro snarked. Nami chuckled. "Yeah, you're right. He's clueless about girls in general, but there's something different about the way he acts around her." "What do you think makes her so special to him?" Robin inquired, her gaze focused on the pair. "Maybe it's her personality?" Usopp suggested. "She's outgoing and friendly, a lot like Luffy. They have a lot in common." "That could be it," Sanji agreed, nodding his head. "But I have a different theory." "What's your theory, Sanji?" Chopper asked curiously. Sanji took a long drag from his cigarette before exhaling a cloud of smoke. "I think it's her looks that got him hooked." "Her looks?" Nami repeated, raising an eyebrow. "She's pretty, sure, but Luffy isn't exactly someone who cares about that sort of thing." "Maybe that's what makes her special," Sanji mused. "She's attractive, but she's not the kind of girl who flaunts it. She's down to earth and genuine. Maybe Luffy finds that refreshing." Frankie nodded in agreement. "That does make sense. Luffy has never been one to be impressed by superficial things. He's always seemed drawn to people with substance, people who have a strong spirit and aren't shallow." "I think you all are onto something," Robin chimed in. "It might be a combination of her personality and her looks that he's drawn to. Whatever it is, it's obvious there's a connection between them." The crewmates nodded in agreement, continuing to observe the pair discreetly. They were all intrigued by the developing dynamic between Luffy and Arya, and they couldn't help but speculate. Meanwhile, Luffy closed his eyes, taking in the peaceful feeling that washed over him. The sound of the sea, the feel of Arya next to him, it all combined to create a sense of comfort and contentment. He couldn't quite explain why, but being with her like this, just sitting in silence, felt right. There was something about her that made him want to take a break from his usual high-energy self. She brought out a different side of him, a more calm and contemplative side that he didn't know he had. He had never really taken the time to just sit with someone and not be constantly talking or doing something. But right now, he found himself enjoying the quiet moment with her. Suddenly, he leaned back, looking up at the sky, his expression thoughtful. "You know," he began, "this is sort of nice. Just sitting here, not doing much of anything." He glanced sideways at her, a small smile playing on his lips. She looked at him and smiled back. "Yeah, it is." The two of them continued to sit in comfortable silence for a while longer. The gentle rocking of the ship, the lull of the waves, and the warm sun seemed to wrap them in a cocoon of peace. It was as if time had slowed down, and all that existed in the world was the two of them and the sea. Luffy stretched out and yawned lazily. The soft sound of the waves lapping against the ship was so relaxing that it made him a bit drowsy. He leaned his head back, placing his hat over his face to cover his eyes. "I might take a little nap," he said, his voice low and drowsy, his eyes shielded by his hat. He let out a long, tired sigh, his body relaxed and comfortable against the deck. "Okay," Arya replied quietly. Luffy chuckled softly in response to her agreement, then closed his eyes. He was tired and the rhythmic rocking of the ship was already starting to soothe him to sleep. A few minutes later, Luffy's soft snores filled the air as he fell asleep, his body completely relaxed and his chest rising and falling with each soft breath. Arya continued to sit beside him. She glanced down, watching him nap with his hat covering his eyes, and she couldn't help but smile affectionately. Luffy seemed to have a thing for taking naps at random times, and it was just another one of his quirks that she found endearing. She couldn't help the fluttering in her chest that she felt while watching him sleep. She closed her eyes, enjoying the feeling of the sea breeze in her hair and the sun on her skin, while Luffy napped peacefully beside her. The following afternoon, Nami stood at the front of the ship, squinting at the horizon. "Hey guys! Everyone come look at this!" Nami shouted to the rest of the crew, gesturing towards an island in the distance. Everybody gathered around Nami, curious about the island she had spotted. "Is that it, Nami? The next island?" Luffy asked, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Nami nodded, pointing at the island that they were approaching. "Yep, that's it." The other Straw Hats looked out at the island in awe. It seemed to be a large jungle island, covered in tall trees, towering mountains and lush greenery. "Whoa, look at all the trees!" Luffy exclaimed, his eyes wide with fascination. "I bet there's lots of cool animals and stuff." He was practically bouncing with excitement, his sense of adventure kicked into high gear. "It's huge too," Arya said, her eyes wide with wonder. Nami scanned the horizon, looking for any signs of civilization. "I don't see any buildings or houses. Looks like it might be uninhabited, which is good news for us." There was a murmur of excitement and curiosity among the crew as they took in the sight of the island. Usopp, being the cautious one, spoke up, But what if there are dangerous animals on that island? Like killer apes or something?" Luffy chuckled at Usopp's worries. "Killer apes, huh? Sounds exciting. I can take 'em on, no problem." He flexed his arms, showing off his muscles as if to prove his point. Zoro nodded in agreement. "Yeah, I wouldn't mind getting a few good fights in." Usopp groaned, "Easy for you guys to say. You're not the ones who would be running for their lives." Sanji joined the conversation. "Let's not worry too much. I'm sure the island isn't that dangerous. Besides, we've been to plenty of other dangerous and uninhabited islands before, and we've always managed just fine, haven't we?" Nami smiled, putting a hand on her hip. "Alright, everyone, listen up. We don't know what we're going to find on this island, so let's be careful and stick together." The Straw Hat crew all nodded in agreement, ready for whatever adventure this new island might bring. As they drew closer to the island, they anchored their ship just off the shore and stepped onto the beach of the new island. They could hear the sound of birds and animals in the distance, and the air was thick with the scent of the jungle. Luffy had a huge smile on his face as he breathed in the fresh air. "This place is awesome," he exclaimed, causing several birds to startle and fly away. Zoro rolled his eye at Luffy. "Keep it down, idiot. You're scaring the animals." "Whoops, my bad." Luffy chuckled, still visibly excited. "But seriously, look at all these trees. This place is huge." Arya inhaled deeply. "It smells amazing too. The air is so fresh here." Usopp was already looking around, wary of his surroundings. "I don't know, guys, something feels off." Zoro chuckled at Usopp's paranoia. "You're always worried about something, Usopp. Just relax and enjoy the adventure." Luffy was already moving ahead into the jungle. "Let's explore. There might be treasure or something cool in there." Most of the crew followed Luffy into the jungle, with Usopp lagging a bit behind, still looking around warily. As the group ventured deeper into the jungle, the sounds of the wilderness grew louder, and the trees became taller and denser. The sun was blocked out by the thick foliage, creating a cool, shadowy atmosphere. Luffy was at the front, taking the lead as usual, his eyes darting from side to side, looking for any signs of danger or adventure. But he was also distracted by the sheer beauty of the jungle. The tall trees, the colorful birds, the different scents in the air. He was loving every minute of it, his excitement bubbling up inside of him. Arya was walking closely behind him, watching everything with wide eyes. She was amazed by the jungle and its endless wonders, and she kept close to Luffy, feeling safer with him near. Sanji looked at all the trees and the dense jungle canopy with a dreamy expression. "So many trees. Just think of all the beautiful women that could be hidden in here, waiting for me to find them." Zoro rolled his eye at Sanji. Can you think of anything else? He muttered. We're in the middle of a jungle, idiot, not a city. I doubt there's any women hiding in these trees. Sanji turned to Zoro, his expression defensive. Hey, you never know. There could be a hidden village full of gorgeous women just waiting for me right in the heart of this jungle. Usopp snickered at the exchange between Sanji and Zoro. You're hopeless, Sanji. Meanwhile, Robin was walking closely behind Luffy and Arya, looking around with an intrigued expression. She seemed to be taking in every aspect of the jungle, observing everything with her sharp gaze. Luffy, still caught up in the excitement of the moment, was already darting off again. Come on, slow pokes. I'm gonna go ahead and see what's over there. Nami facepalmed, while Usopp, Sanji and Chopper all chuckled at Luffy's impulsiveness. Even Zoro couldn't help but let out a small huff of amused annoyance. Everyone picked up their pace, not wanting to lose sight of Luffy in the thicket of the jungle. They continued on deeper into the jungle, the sounds of the jungle surrounding them as they went. Luffy let out a loud gasp. Hey, look at this! The jungle clears out here, and there's a whole bunch of flowers and stuff. The Straw Hats made their way to where Luffy was standing and all came to a stop. Their eyes widened at the spectacular sight before them. The jungle had indeed cleared out, creating a large, open area filled with an assortment of flowers, plants, and trees. The ground was covered in a carpet of colorful blossoms, and the air was filled with their sweet, fragrant scent. Luffy couldn't contain his excitement. Whoa, this is so cool! He rushed forward into the midst of the flowers, spinning around and smelling the different varieties. Arya's eyes widened in awe. This is gorgeous, wow! She stepped forward hesitantly, not wanting to trample on the delicate flowers. She gently touched the petals of one of the flowers, admiring the vibrant color. Zoro even cracked a small smile as he looked around. I have to admit, this place is pretty damn beautiful. The rest of the crew members wandered around the clearing, also admiring the vibrant display of flowers. Nami looked around at the vast variety of flowers, their petals fluttering gently in the soft breeze. Wow, there's so many different kinds of flowers here, Nami said, picking one and holding it to her nose to smell its fragrance. Usopp looked at the flowers, suddenly feeling a mix of fascination and trepidation. Sure, they're pretty, but I wonder if any of them are poisonous or bitey or something. Chopper chimed in, his eyes widening. Bitey flowers? I hope not, Sanji chuckled, leaning up against a nearby tree. Relax, Chopper. I doubt any of these flowers are gonna chomp your little ears off. Robin approached them, studying the flowers with analytical eye. These are quite different from any I've ever seen before, she murmured, as she gently touched a particularly unique blossom. Frankie looked over Robin's shoulder, inspecting the strange flower. Yeah, these are some seriously odd-looking flowers. I can't say I've ever seen anything like 'em before either. Luffy, who was still spinning around in the flowers, suddenly let out a loud sneeze. Whoa, these flowers smell really strong, he said, rubbing his nose. They're making my nose all tingly. Brook bent down to admire a particularly beautiful flower, when suddenly the flower opened its petals like a mouth. The flower let out a soft, melodic laugh. Brook recoiled, looking a bit startled and slightly unsettled. Yo-ho-ho-ho! Did it just laugh? The flower laughed again, the sound like the tinkling of bells. Welcome to my home, humans! You have stumbled upon the secret garden of Flora. The rest of the crew looked over, shocked by the flower's sudden speech. Luffy looked down at the flower with wide eyes, his jaw dropping open in amazement. The flower can talk? The flower nodded, its laughter echoing through the clearing. Yes, indeed. We all can. As if to prove its point, more of the flowers around them began opening up to reveal little faces and mouths. Luffy was in awe as more and more of the flowers started talking. This is so weird. I didn't know flowers could talk. Chopper and Usopp were cowering behind Frankie, looking both amazed and frightened. Nami was rubbing her eyes, sure that she was hallucinating. This is crazy, she muttered. How is this even possible? The crew stared at the flowers with astonishment and disbelief. Luffy knelt down to get closer to the talking flower, his eyes wide and curious. So how are you guys talking? I thought trees and flowers just, sat there and didn't do much. The flower chuckled, its voice soft and melodious. We are special, human. We were created by the magic of this island, and we have lived here for centuries, protected by the magic that surrounds this land. Luffy's eyes widened even further, his mouth hanging open in awe. Created by magic? Wow, that's awesome. Robin, standing nearby, cocked an eyebrow in curiosity. This place really does seem to have some kind of enchantment surrounding it. The flower nodded, its petals fluttering gently in a non-existent breeze. Yes. This island is special. Very special indeed. Luffy looked around at the other flowers, their little faces watching him intently. So you can all talk? Like all of you? The flower nodded, a soft laugh escaping its petals. Yes, human, all of us can talk. We have been living here for so long and seen many things in our time. You're the first visitors in many, many years. Frankie stepped forward, scratching his chin thoughtfully. This is incredible. I've never heard of flowers that could talk. Chopper and Usopp were still peering out from behind Frankie, their eyes wide with wonder. This is so cool but also kind of scary, Usopp murmured. Zoro, who had been standing quietly until now, grunted in agreement. This place does have a strange vibe to it. Luffy tilted his head, still entranced by the talking flowers. So if you can all talk, does that mean you can tell us stuff? Like secrets and stories? The flower nodded its petals. Indeed. All the flowers here can converse and laugh, just like me. We may be small and bound to the ground, but we have plenty to say if you will just listen. Luffy's eyes widened with excitement. Whoa! That's so cool! He turned to his crew. Guys, did you hear that? The flowers can tell us stories and stuff. The rest of the crew looked at each other, still in shock at the talking flowers. But curiosity slowly started to take over. This is so unreal, Nami murmured. But I have to admit, I'm curious about what these flowers have to say. Robin nodded in agreement. It would be an amazing opportunity to learn about the history and mysteries of this place. I'm also interested in what these flowers have to say about this island. Luffy grinned widely, his eyes shining with excitement. All right then, let's hear what the flowers have to say. He straightened up and started to walk through the garden, searching for another flower to talk to. With newfound excitement, the crew members began to wander around the clearing, approaching different clusters of flowers. Nami, Robin, and Brook wandered around the clearing, each talking to their own flowers. Nami found a lovely display of roses and knelt down to speak with them, while Robin conversed with a cluster of intriguing-looking purple blossoms, and Brook took the time to strike up a conversation with a group of vibrant tulips. Zoro leaned against one of the trees, his arms crossed over his chest. He wasn't as interested in the talking flowers as the others, but he was still keeping an eye on things, just in case. Luffy, like an excited child, was bounding around the garden, bouncing from flower to flower, trying to talk to as many as possible, asking questions about themselves, the island, and anything else he could think of, including if flowers poop. No, they do not. Chopper, Sanji, Frankie, and Jinbe also spread out. The clearing soon echoed with the sound of human voices mingling with the voices of the flowers. The conversations were lively and filled with a sense of wonder. The flowers seemed to enjoy interacting with the crew, and the crew were in turn completely captivated by the experience. As the crew continued to talk with the flowers, they began to learn a little more about the magical island and the secrets it held. The flowers whispered secrets about the magic surrounding their home, the creatures that roamed in the depths of the island's jungles, and the ancient lore of the land. Arya looked around, wondering which flower or flowers to talk to. There were so many of them everywhere. It was a little overwhelming. Her heart pounded with excitement as she felt as if she had stepped right into a fairy tale. Come chat with me first, my dear girl, she heard a voice say. Arya looked around for the source of the voice. She then noticed a single sunflower leaning towards her, its head tilted. Startled, Arya looked at the sunflower, its petals swaying gently in a light breeze. The sunflower continued to lean towards her, its petals rustling as it spoke again. Come closer and talk with me, won't you? Surprised, Arya glanced back at the rest of the Straw Hats, who were each engaged in their own conversations with different flowers. She then turned her attention back to the sunflower and stepped closer. Her eyes grew in wonderment as she approached the flower. It seemed like no coincidence that sunflowers happened to be her favorite flower. Ah, a flower lover, I see, the sunflower chuckled, its petals rustling in a happy manner. I can sense your fondness for us flowers. You have a gentle and caring soul, don't you, dear girl? Arya was captivated by the sunflower's words, taken aback that the flower could sense her love for them just by her presence. I do. I love flowers, especially sunflowers. They're my favorite. Ah, then you have fine taste, the sunflower replied, its petals seeming to smile wider. We sunflowers are indeed the finest of flowers. But then again, every flower is beautiful and unique in its own way. We all have our own little stories and secrets to share with those who are willing to listen. Arya was completely entranced by the sunflower's words. I would love to hear your stories, she said sincerely, looking into the sunflower's petals with a mesmerized gaze, and I would love to share them with you, my dear. Come, sit with me, and let's chat away. The sunflower leaned even closer, lowering its head so that Arya could sit beside it. Arya happily sat down beside the large sunflower, her eyes never leaving the flower's bright petals. Now let me start by telling you a little bit about myself. We sunflowers are proud and majestic, tall and always striving to reach the sky. But we are also a resilient and determined lot. We grow for months, our heads always tilted towards the sun, absorbing its light and energy until we finally bloom. Arya listened intently, completely engrossed in the sunflower's tale. The flower's voice was surprisingly soothing and melodic, and it seemed to have a genuine personality, much like a human being. The sunflower continued, we live short lives, lasting only during the summer months, but we make sure to absorb as much sunlight as possible during that time. And when we bloom with pride, showing off our beautiful golden petals and spreading our seeds far and wide so that new sunflowers can grow in our place. The sunflower's petals seemed to bloom wider as it spoke, displaying its magnificence. Arya was captivated by the sight, the sunflower's bright yellow petals standing out like a ray of sunshine. The flower's story was inspiring and filled with a sense of pride. She couldn't help but admire the sunflower and its unwavering determination to grow and bloom to its full potential. As flowers, we have a simple purpose, but it is a noble one, the sunflower continued, its petals seeming to flutter in a proud manner. We exist to spread our beauty, to radiate joy and happiness to all who behold us. Our mere presence can bring a smile to someone's face and light up their day. And we do this knowing that our time on this earth is limited. Arya couldn't help but feel a pang of melancholy at the sunflower's words. Its perspective on life was both beautiful and sad at the same time. Meanwhile, the other Straw Hat Pirates continued their conversations with the various flowers around them. Usopp chatted with a cluster of tulips, Nami conversed with a bed of roses, and Brook chuckled with a group of carnations. Chopper struck up a conversation with some vibrant lilies, while Jinbe had a quiet conversation with a collection of water lilies by a small pond. Sanji crouched down by a bed of beautiful buttercups, his usual charming smile on his face. He tried to flirt with the flowers, his gaze lingering on the ones that seemed to have the most feminine petals. "Oh, ladies, you're absolutely lovely," he said, his voice dripping with his usual suave tone. The buttercups reacted in various ways to Sanji's flirtations. Some of them blushed a brighter shade of yellow, their petals fluttering timidly. Others rolled their petals, clearly unamused by Sanji's attempts at flirting with them. One particularly bold buttercup spoke up, her petals puffed out in a defiant gesture. "Flattery will get you nowhere, human," she retorted, her tone sharp and annoyed. "We are flowers, not females you can woo and have your way with." Sanji laughed, undeterred by the buttercup's sharpness. He leaned down closer, his smile never faltering. "Oh, come now, my dear. I simply wanted to express appreciation for your beauty. You're truly a sight for sore eyes, and your petals are as lovely as any woman's hair." The buttercup blushed a deeper shade of yellow at Sanji's compliment, her petals wilting slightly in embarrassment. But she tried to hide it behind a stern demeanor. "Humph. Well, flattery won't win us over, you know. We flowers are not so easily charmed by human antics," she said, trying to sound assertive but failing to completely hide her blushing petals. Luffy, meanwhile, had sprawled out on the ground, surrounded by a circle of tall sunflowers. He was chatting with one of them, a tall and proud flower that towered over him. "Man, talk about a big flower! You're a monster! Luffy exclaimed, looking up admiringly at the giant sunflower. The sunflower chuckled, its petals rustling in amusement. I am one of the tallest sunflowers here, it's true. But height doesn't always equal greatness, you know, the sunflower replied, lowering its head to look down at Luffy. Luffy cocked his head, intrigued by the flower's wisdom. Then what does equal greatness? Strength? Luffy asked, his face lighting up with excitement at the prospect of talking about something powerful. The sunflower chuckled again, the petals around its head shaking. Strength is certainly a part of it, but there's more to it than just being strong, my young human friend. Luffy's eyes widened as he listened intently to the sunflower. There's more to it? Like what? He asked, suddenly intrigued by the flower's words. The sunflower's petals rustled as it spoke, its voice almost as soothing as a gentle breeze. There's resilience, determination, courage, kindness, and loyalty. Those are just as important as strength in their own right. It's not just about physical strength, but about the strength of your heart and spirit. Luffy furrowed his brow, absorbing the sunflower's words. He wasn't used to thinking about things like kindness and compassion. For him, strength was everything. But the sunflower's wisdom made him pause and consider the importance of these other qualities. Kindness and stuff, huh? He mumbled, his face scrunched up in contemplation. But how do those things make you great? I don't get it. The sunflower chuckled, its petals waving gently in the breeze. Kindness is a form of strength, my young friend. It takes a strong person to be kind, especially when it's hard. To be patient and compassionate when others might be quick to anger or aggression. Those qualities make a person truly great, because they show that you care about more than just yourself. You care about the people and things around you, and that is something truly special. Luffy's eyes widened as the sunflower spoke. He had never thought about kindness as a type of strength before. To him, strength was all about physical power, like being able to punch through mountains or move at lightning speed. But the sunflower's words made him realize that there was more to strength than just being physically powerful. Luffy pondered the flower's words, still struggling to fully understand. He scratched his head, still confused but slowly starting to understand. So, kindness and stuff, they're like different types of strength, huh? He asked, looking up at the giant sunflower. The sunflower nodded, its petals swaying gently. Yes, and they're every bit as important as physical strength. In fact, many would argue that they're just as important, if not more, it replied, its voice still soft and melodious. Luffy sat in silence for a moment, mulling over the sunflower's words. He was starting to see the wisdom in what the flower was saying. But he was still struggling to fully grasp the implications. So, if being kind and stuff is a type of strength, how do I get stronger at it? Luffy asked, looking up at the sunflower with a puzzled expression. The sunflower continued gently. Kindness and other qualities of the heart are something you have to nurture and cultivate within yourself. It takes time and effort. It's not something that can be learned or practiced in the same way that physical strength can. Luffy's eyes widened as he listened, the seeds of understanding taking root in his mind. But despite the sunflower's patient explanation, he still couldn't quite grasp the concept fully. He was too used to thinking about things in terms of physical strength and power, and the idea of nurturing qualities of the heart was just so foreign to him. Luffy scratched his head, his confusion evident on his face. I'm still a little confused, he admitted. I mean, I understand what you're saying about kindness and stuff being important, but I don't know if I'm good at any of that stuff. I'm more of a punch first, ask questions later kinda guy. The sunflower chuckled at Luffy's candid response. That's alright, my friend. Everyone has their own strengths and weaknesses. You might find that you're naturally better at kindness than you think. And remember, it's not about being perfect. It's about trying your best and not letting your shortcomings hold you back. Luffy chuckled, a lopsided smile spreading across his face. Man, you're wise. I never thought a flower could be so smart. The sunflower chuckled, its petals twitching with amusement. Wisdom comes in many forms, my young human friend. And sometimes it can be found in the most unlikely of places. As the hours passed, each crew member had a chance to connect with the beautiful flowers and learn from their wisdom. They shared stories, laughed, and even shed a tear or two as they listened to the heartfelt tales and advice from the flora. Finally, the Straw Hat crew reluctantly said their goodbyes to the flowers and set off once again. They made a mental note to return one day and talk with their newfound friends again. As the Straw Hats continued exploring the island, Arya glanced over at Luffy, the flower grove now a distance behind them. The rest of the crew were walking ahead of them, chatting amongst themselves, while Arya and Luffy hung back. Luffy was lost in his thoughts, trying to process everything he had learned from the flowers. He had never really considered kindness to be a strength before, but the sunflower's words had made him see things in a new light. "Hey," Arya said, nudging his arm gently with hers. "Whatcha thinking about?" Luffy jolted out of his thoughts, looking over at Arya with a surprised expression. "Huh? Oh, I was just thinking about the stuff that flower was saying," he replied, rubbing the back of his head. Arya tilted her head in intrigue. She had had her own enlightening conversations with the flowers during their time in the grove. "Oh yeah? What exactly did they say that got you thinking?" Luffy shrugged, trying to put his thoughts into words. "They said that being kind is a type of strength. Like, it takes strength to be kind and stuff. And I never thought about it that way before. I mean, I've always just thought about strength as being, like, how hard you can hit or how tough you are." Arya smiled softly. She understood Luffy's struggle to comprehend the more complex aspects of life. Yeah, it's easy to overlook those things, but the flower was right. Strength isn't just about physical power. It's about having a strong heart too. Luffy nodded, mulling over her words. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. But it's still kinda weird to think about. I mean, I've always been kinda rough around the edges. He was quiet for a moment before speaking again. I don't know how to be kind and patient and stuff like that. I really thought about it before. I've always just relied on my strength and guts to get me through things. Arya was genuinely surprised by Luffy's response. You don't think you know how to be kind? Luffy shrugged. Not really. I've always been more of a straight-ahead, kick-some-ass type of guy, he said, rubbing the back of his neck. I don't really get emotional, or at least, I try not to, and I don't always think before I act. I don't know how to be kind in the way the flower was talking about. Arya's eyes softened. We all have our faults, Luffy, but lack of kindness isn't one of yours. Luffy looked at her quizzically. What do you mean? You're one of the most kind-hearted people I've ever met. You go out of your way to help people, even if they don't deserve it. You have an enormous heart. You should never question that about yourself. Arya replied as she looked at him with a soft, genuine smile. Luffy was taken aback by her words. He had never really thought of himself as a kind person. He had always just done what he thought was right, without really considering the consequences. That said, Luffy didn't quite agree with her completely. Yeah, I guess I do try to help people sometimes. But I don't always do it in the nicest way, he admitted with a frown. I mean, I've punched a lot of people in the face. Arya chuckled softly. I think that being kind isn't the same as being nice. It's more about your actions. You saved my town even though the people there treated you horribly, but you did it because it felt right. You let me join your crew even though I was a total stranger to you all at the time. Yeah, I guess I did, didn't I? Luffy said, still absorbing her words. He had never really thought about it in that way. He had only done those things because they felt right to him, not because he was trying to be kind or anything like that. I've just always done what I felt was right. I don't really think about it or anything. It's just what I do, he said, looking away thoughtfully. It's one of the things I admire about you, Arya said. Luffy glanced over at her, his expression softening. Her words touched him, though he wasn't sure how to respond. He was used to being seen as strong, or fearless, or goofy, but no one had ever told him they admired his kindness before. Feeling a little embarrassed by the praise, he scratched the side of his nose and cleared his throat. Well, I don't know about that, he mumbled. I mean, I'm good at punching people, and fighting. But this whole kindness thing is a new concept to me. You should never underestimate your kindness, Arya said, her voice warm. It's a part of who you are, whether you realize it or not. Luffy had always considered himself to be a tough, rough around the edges kind of guy. But Arya's words had struck a chord in him, planting a seed of self-awareness that he wasn't quite ready to deal with. He tried to brush off her compliment with a shrug, but her words had already gotten under his skin. "Thanks, I guess," he mumbled, still feeling a bit uncomfortable with the topic. Arya smiled gently and sensed his reluctance to accept the compliment, but she wasn't surprised. She knew that he was probably used to being praised for his strength and his fighting skills, but rarely for his more softer qualities. Arya looked at him from the corner of her eye, suddenly feeling a playful mood wash over her. Without warning, she quickly reached over and grabbed the straw hat from Luffy's head. "Hey!" Luffy yelped as Arya snatched his signature straw hat. He spun around, looking flabbergasted. "Give that back!" Arya's eyes sparkled with mischief. She giggled and held the hat behind her back. Luffy made a swipe for the hat, but Arya was too quick for him. She spun away, clutching the hat in both hands behind her back, sticking her tongue out playfully. Luffy scowled. "That's not funny!" He pouted, making another grab for the hat. Arya dodged again, her laughter ringing out through the jungle. "I don't know, I think it's pretty funny," Arya teased. Luffy grumbled. He was starting to get irritated at Arya's teasing, but at the same time, he couldn't help but chuckle a little at her playful behavior. "Give it back already!" he demanded again, trying to sound stern, but failing miserably. "Say please," Arya said, a playful grin on her face. Luffy groaned, clearly not used to saying the word please. "Please," he grumbled, reluctantly giving in to her request. Arya laughed, finding his pouting face absolutely adorable. "Ah, come on. Say it again, but less grumpy this time." Luffy let out an exasperated sigh. "Fine, please give me back my hat," he said again, this time in a slightly less grumpy tone. He glanced at her, eyes narrowed. "Happy now? I don't know, you still sound a bit grumpy to me," Arya said, leaning in a bit. Luffy rolled his eyes. "What, do I have to say it in a singing voice or something?" he grumbled. But he could feel the corners of his mouth twitching, a smile threatening to form. Arya couldn't help but grin wider in response. "Come on, put some effort into it," Luffy grumbled again, annoyed, but also secretly loving the back and forth. He took a deep breath and tried again, this time with some fake, exaggerated cheerfulness. "Please, pretty please give me back my hat." He put his hands together in a pleading gesture, exaggerating the action. Arya laughed. "Much better," she said, handing him back his hat. Luffy snatched his hat back, pouting slightly. He placed it back on his head, feeling relieved to have it back where it belonged. He glanced at her, trying to keep up his grumpy facade, but the truth was, her playfulness was contagious. Even though he was pretending to be annoyed, he was actually having fun. The rest of the crew had been watching the exchange between Luffy and Arya from up ahead, curious at the playful banter. Nami, Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, and Chopper glanced at each other, amused by the scene unfolding before them. They had never seen Luffy like this before, playful and almost flirting with a girl. Zoro chuckled from a distance. "Looks like someone's got Luffy under their thumb," he teased. Usopp chimed in, a grin on his face. "Never thought I'd see the day where someone can get away with stealing Luffy's hat and have him beg for it back." Chopper was giggling, watching the exchange with wide eyes. "I'm surprised Luffy let her do that. He never lets anyone mess with his hat." Even Robin and Frankie, who were walking behind, chuckled, watching the two interact with each other. "Those two sure have an interesting dynamic," Frankie commented, folding his arms across his chest. Brook, who had been watching quietly, added, "Ah, to be young and in love." Sanji, who had been watching the exchange silently, suddenly clenched his fist. "In love? Brook, you better watch your mouth." Luffy had been too focused on his banter with Arya to notice the other crew members watching them, but the comment from Brook made him pause. He glanced around and saw the amused expressions on the other crew members' faces. He felt a pang of embarrassment but tried to play it cool. "In love? Pfft, yeah right," he scoffed, turning his attention back to Arya. But inside, Luffy felt a strange fluttering sensation in his stomach, one that he couldn't quite describe or understand. He tried to dismiss the feeling as just a reaction to the playful banter and teasing, but deep down, he knew it was something more. "You guys are overthinking things," he said. "Arya and I are just friends." The crew exchanged knowing looks as Luffy protested their comments. They all knew Luffy was dense and clueless to anything related to romance, but they couldn't help but see the obvious chemistry between him and Arya. Brooke snickered. Ah, the classic just friends defense. I've heard that one before. But actions often speak louder than words, my friend. Frankie nodded in agreement. Yeah, Luffy. Your actions around Arya speak volumes. You're always looking out for her, spending time with her, and you always have this dopey smile on your face when you're around her. Shut up. I'm just being a good captain. I look out for all of you. It's nothing special, Luffy protested, and you let her take your hat, something you never let anyone do. Chopper chimed in, his small voice echoing. Brooke chuckled. There's definitely something different about how you interact with Arya. You're a lot more attentive, shall we say? Luffy opened his mouth to argue but found that he couldn't come up with a good response. Arya smiled and shook her head, amused by the crew's comments. Suddenly Usopp spoke up, an idea forming in his head. Hey, I have an idea. Let's test their compatibility. The others looked at Usopp, intrigued by his suggestion. What do you mean by test their compatibility? Nami asked, raising an eyebrow. Yeah, what are you talking about? Luffy asked, still trying to act nonchalant. Arya also looked at Usopp, curious where he was going with this. Usopp had a playful gleam in his eye as he continued. We can create a series of scenarios that test how Luffy and Arya react to each other. It'll be like a test to see if they would have chemistry as a couple. Luffy looked skeptical. Huh, I dunno about that. It sounds kinda dumb. Arya couldn't help but chuckle at Luffy's reaction. It sounds pretty fun to me. The crew members exchanged glances, their interest piqued. This sounded like a fun little game, and they were all curious to see how Luffy and Arya would interact in different situations. Count me in, Zoro said, a smirk on his face. This could be amusing. Chopper nodded in agreement. Yeah, it's like scientific research, Luffy groaned, realizing he was outnumbered. Fine, whatever. But this is just a stupid game, got it? Usopp nodded. Don't worry, we'll keep it light and fun. No pressure, Luffy grumbled, but secretly, he was kind of interested to see how this test would unfold. Usopp grinned, seeing that he had their attention. First test, physical touch. We'll assess how they respond to each other's physical contact. We'll watch their body language and reactions. Nami crossed her arms. That sounds a bit invasive, don't you think, Usopp? Usopp chuckled. Come on, it's all in good fun. We're just exploring the possibility of something between them. It's harmless, I promise. The crew members snickered, clearly finding this first test amusing. This is dumb. Luffy grumbled, but secretly the idea of testing physical touch intrigued him, especially with Arya. Usopp smirked and rubbed his hands together. Alright then, test 1 commences. Luffy, you should give Arya a friendly pat on the back. A friendly pat on the back? That's it? Luffy asked, raising an eyebrow skeptically. Usopp nodded, still smiling. Just a simple, friendly pat on the back. Let's see how she responds to it. Luffy shrugged and smirked, looking over at Arya. Alright, I can do that. He walked over to Arya and placed his hand firmly on her back, giving her a playful pat. There, pat on the back done. The rest of the crew watched intently, observing their reactions. They noted how Arya leaned into his touch slightly, and how Luffy's hand lingered on her back for longer than necessary. Zoro, ever the observant one, noted the extended contact. Interesting, they seemed comfortable with each other's touch. Brook chuckled, tilting his head with an intrigued look. Indeed. They're clearly not uncomfortable around each other. That's a good sign, I'd say. Luffy withdrew his hand, trying to act nonchalant. See? That was easy. Can we move on to the next one now? The crew continued to observe them, interested to see how they'd react to the rest of the tests. Usopp, pleased with the results so far, moved on to the next test. Great, moving on to test number 2, eye contact. We're going to see how they maintain eye contact with each other. It'll reveal if they feel a special connection or not. Luffy rolled his eyes but went along with it. Eye contact, got it. This is silly, but fine. Arya chuckled softly as she looked up at Luffy, her green eyes meeting his. Luffy felt a small twinge in his chest as he met her gaze. He tried to keep a nonchalant expression, but he couldn't deny the slight flutter in his chest. He held her gaze, his eyes boring into hers. The crew watched on, noticing the prolonged eye contact between Luffy and Arya. There was a definite spark there, a small yet undeniable connection. Zoro noticed how Luffy's eyes held a soft, almost tender look as he held Arya's gaze, something he hadn't seen him do with anyone else before. Chopper noted how Arya's eyes glimmered warmly as they locked with Luffy's. Usopp couldn't help but make another comment. Well, look at that. I think we're really onto something here, folks. Luffy quickly broke eye contact, shaking off the moment. Alright. So what? We had eye contact. Big deal. The crew chuckled at Luffy's dismissal, but they could tell that the eye contact test had gotten to him somewhat. Even he couldn't deny the strange feeling it stirred within him. Usopp, satisfied with the results, moved on to the next test with a smirk. Alright, next up is test number 3, communication. This one will check how they talk to each other. We're gonna see if they have a natural chemistry in their conversations. Luffy huffed, crossing his arms. Communication? Pfft, that's easy. We talk all the time. Usopp spoke up, his voice filled with excitement. Alright, Luffy, say something to Arya. Luffy scratched his head, a bit clueless as to what to say. He looked at Arya, and words just started tumbling out of his mouth. So, what's your favorite color? He blurted out the first thing that came to his mind. The crew face-bombed at his lack of conversation skills. Well, I'd say aquamarine. Arya replied. Luffy nodded, still trying to act nonchalant. Aquamarine, huh? Nice. He had absolutely no idea what aquamarine was but decided to act like he did. He nodded, trying to think of another topic to discuss. Cool. Mine's red, I guess. Luffy was usually quite animated in his conversations, but something made him feel unusually tongue-tied in that moment. Usopp and the rest of the crew couldn't help but snicker at Luffy's attempt at conversation. It was so unlike him to be this awkward, and they found it amusing. Usopp bit his lip to hold back a chuckle. He couldn't help but find the situation humorous. This is a lot harder for them than I thought it would be, Nami whispered to the other crew members. Yeah, it's like they've forgotten how to talk to each other all of a sudden, Sanji remarked, amused by their awkward exchange. Zoro had been silently watching the scene unfold, and he couldn't help but smirk at their fumbled attempts at small talk. Meanwhile, Luffy was still trying to think of a topic to keep their conversation going. Usually, he could talk to anyone about anything, but with her, in this moment, he felt inexplicably flustered. He could feel the eyes of the other crew members on them, silently observing their every move. He could hear Zoro's soft chuckle in the background, and Usopp's whispered words to the rest of the crew. It added to the mounting pressure, and his own growing sense of self-consciousness. So, a nice weather today, huh? Luffy mumbled, wincing at the trite-sounding comment as soon as the words left his mouth. Both he and Arya were starting to look visibly uncomfortable from the prolonged eye contact and the awkwardness of the conversation. Yeah, it is pretty nice, Arya said, shifting her feet. There was a brief silence. They both looked at each other awkwardly, not knowing what else to say. The crew watched with amused expressions, silently wondering if these tests were working. Nami muttered under her breath. This is painful to watch. Usopp nodded in agreement, trying to hold back a giggle. The rest of the crew looked like they were thoroughly enjoying this. Luffy scratched his head, feeling antsy from the silence. He racked his brain for another topic, but it felt like every thought had vanished from his mind. What's your favorite food? He blurted out, desperate to break the tension. Sushi, Arya said without any hesitation. I could never get tired of it. What about you? Luffy's eyes lit up at the mention of food, his favorite subject. Meat. I'd eat meat all day, every day, if I could. The crew chuckled at Luffy's classic response, shaking their heads. Despite the awkward exchange, it was hard to miss Luffy's love for food. Arya laughed at his response. She had already known the answer, and was well aware of Luffy's love for meat by this point. Luffy felt a wave of relief wash over him, grateful for a topic he could enthusiastically talk about. Yeah, meat is the best. There's just so many ways to enjoy it. Grilled, roasted, fried, stewed, you name it, I'll eat it. Yeah, meat is pretty good. That's like me with sushi. I could eat it all day, every day too. Whoever says you can't have sushi for breakfast, they're wrong, Arya said with a grin, her tone sounding enthusiastic now. Luffy nodded vigorously in agreement. Exactly. Who cares what you eat and when? If you're hungry, you're hungry. And nothing hits the spot like a big, juicy piece of meat. The crew laughed again at their interaction and shared looks of amusement. Despite their earlier awkwardness, it was clear that Luffy and Arya had found a common ground in their shared appreciation for food. The more they talked, the more at ease they both became. They seemed to forget that they were being tested and talked more casually, occasionally bickering over which food was better, much to the crew's amusement. Zoro leaned over to Usopp, whispering in his ear. I didn't expect them to click over food. Usopp chuckled, whispering back to Zoro. Me either, but I guess you can't go wrong with food when it comes to Luffy. He's a man of simple tastes. Yeah, meat is his one true love, Nami chimed in, watching Luffy's animated gestures as he passionately discussed meat. Suddenly Usopp perked up. Alright, next test. We're gonna test their chemistry in terms of their understanding of each other through nonverbal communication. Luffy and Arya stopped talking and turned their attention to Usopp. The crew's interest peaked at Usopp's next test. They were eager to see how Luffy and Arya would fare in this challenge. Usopp explained further, a sly smile on his face. We're gonna observe how well they understand each other without directly speaking. They're gonna have a conversation through body language and gestures only. No speaking aloud. Nami crossed her arms and muttered under her breath. This should be interesting. Usopp looked at Luffy and Arya. Alright, go ahead. Start your nonverbal conversation. Luffy and Arya glanced at each other, both slightly unsure about how to start their nonverbal conversation. Luffy scratched his head and gave Arya a questioning look, as if asking for instructions. Arya smirked and shook her head, silently communicating that she had no idea how to start either. The crew watched on, finding the situation almost comical. Chopper, who was getting more and more interested in these compatibility tests, spoke up. Come on, guys. We don't have all day. Luffy and Arya exchanged a sheepish look, realizing that they needed to start the conversation. Luffy tried to break the ice by pointing to himself, and then gesturing broadly, indicating that he was the one who should start. Arya nodded, encouraging him to give it a try. Taking a deep breath, Luffy attempted to communicate through gesticulation. He pointed at his chest, then patted his stomach, indicating that he was hungry. He then mimed eating a piece of meat, his exaggerated gestures conveying his craving for food. Arya chuckled silently, understanding Luffy's message loud and clear. In response, she placed her hand on her stomach as well, signaling that she was also feeling hungry. She then jokingly mimed eating a large bowl of food, exaggerating her movements to match Luffy's animated gestures. Luffy picked up on Arya's message, amused by her playful response. He then pointed at her, and then mimed eating more frantically, gesturing that she should also eat more just like him. Arya couldn't help but smirk in response, trying hard not to laugh. The crew watched on, thoroughly amused by Luffy's animated charades and Arya's equally light-hearted responses. Nami chuckled to herself, finding their silent exchange both entertaining and endearing. Zoro couldn't help but roll his eye, though he was secretly enjoying the spectacle as well. Luffy and Arya continued their nonverbal back and forth, the conversation flowing smoothly now. They both found themselves enjoying this new challenge, finding a unique way to express themselves and understand each other. Zoro spoke up, a smirk on his face. They're doing suspiciously well at this, almost too well. Usopp nodded in agreement. You're right. It's almost like they can read each other's minds. I wonder how they're doing it so effortlessly. The others nodded, all sharing similar thoughts. The ease with which Luffy and Arya were conversing through gestures was astonishing. Brook chuckled, enjoying their speculations. Perhaps they have a special connection that runs deeper than we thought. It's endearing, if I do say so myself. Luffy and Arya were still engaged in their silent conversation, seemingly unaware of the crew's remarks. They were focused on each other, their expressions and gestures becoming more animated and exaggerated as their conversation continued. Zoro nodded, his gaze still fixed on the pair. They're not just reading each other's signals. They're understanding each other. They know exactly what the other is thinking and feeling without words. It's like they just get each other. Usopp looked at Zoro, impressed by his observation. You're right, Zoro. It's not just about body language. It's about their ability to understand each other on a deeper, almost intuitive level. The crew continued to watch Luffy and Arya's nonverbal conversation, silently mulling over their observations. The more they watched, the more apparent it became that there was definitely something more going on between them, a connection that ran deeper and was perhaps even subconscious for the pair. Luffy and Arya continued their silent exchange, unaware of the crew's growing suspicions. The conversation seemed to flow effortlessly between them, as if they had been communicating this way for a lifetime. They both felt strangely at ease, enjoying the challenge of speaking without words but at the same time taking comfort in being able to understand each other without needing to. Arya laughed at some of the hilarious expressions and gestures Luffy was making. Luffy grinned, feeling a sense of fulfillment in making Arya laugh. He exaggerated his expression even more, contorting his face into a comical caricature. The crew watched the two, still impressed but also a bit curious about the nature of their bond. They continued to silently observe, wondering just how much they were revealing about their feelings without even realizing it. Usopp couldn't resist teasing them. You two are quite the pair, aren't you? You seem to really enjoy your little silent conversation over there. Luffy grinned widely, not ashamed in the slightest. Yeah, it was fun. It was like we read each other's minds. Frankie chuckled, clearly amused by their interactions. Zoro chimed in, crossing his arms. You two have a weird bond, I'll give you that. It's like you got some sort of secret language going on. Arya, feeling confident, turned to Usopp. Do you have any other tests for us? Her words almost sounded like a challenge. Usopp, caught off guard by Arya's challenge, didn't expect it. He quickly regained his composure and smirked. Hey, you think you're ready for more, huh? Alright, I've got another test for you both. Luffy, ever ready for a challenge, nodded eagerly. Bring it on. We can handle any test you throw at us. Usopp took a moment to think, then looked at the pair mischievously. This test will require some trust and teamwork. You ready? Luffy, looking determined, flexed his arms, ready for the challenge. Let's do it. Usopp's grin widened. Alright then, here it goes. Test number 4, trust exercise. Luffy and Arya exchanged a determined glance, silently showing their eagerness to take on the challenge. Luffy spoke up. We're ready for whatever you've got. The crew leaned in, curious about what kind of trust exercise Usopp had in mind. Zoro, with his arms crossed, looked particularly interested. Usopp continued, a sly grin on his face. This time, one of you will have to close your eyes and trust the other one to guide you. The one with closed eyes will be completely vulnerable and reliant on the other for direction. Luffy and Arya looked at each other, both realizing that this was a test of their trust and teamwork. Luffy spoke first. Alright, I'll go first. I'll close my eyes and let Arya guide me. I trust her. Usopp nodded, clearly satisfied with Luffy's response. Alright then, Luffy, you can close your eyes and Arya will lead you. She'll guide you around the area and you'll have to trust her completely. Arya maintained her confident smile as she looked at Luffy. We've got this. Luffy closed his eyes and smiled, knowing that he was in good hands. I trust you, Arya. Lead the way. The group stood in the wooded clearing. The day had turned to evening by this point. It was golden hour. The light of the slightly setting sun cast a warm hue on everything it touched. Luffy stood there with his eyes shut tight, feeling the warm glow of the sun on his face. He could sense Arya in front of him. Arya gently reached out and took Luffy's hand in hers, and Luffy felt the warmth and softness of her hand enclosing around his. He stood there, slightly swaying, his other senses heightened with his sight taken away. As Luffy allowed himself to be guided by Arya, he could feel the slight squeeze of her fingers, the gentle pull as she led him in the direction she wanted him to go. It was as if his sense of touch had heightened in the absence of his sight, making him more attuned to her presence. Arya gently led him through the small clearing, maneuvering them around rocks and tree roots. She made sure to move slowly so he wouldn't trip or lose his balance. Despite the challenges of not being able to see, Luffy found himself relying entirely on his other senses. Arya took each step with purpose, making sure Luffy was always steady on his feet. He felt almost weightless, as if her guidance was keeping him afloat. He was completely engrossed in the experience, trusting her completely as she led him. Finally, after several minutes of silent, guided movement, Arya stopped and gently squeezed Luffy's hand as a signal to stop. Luffy, his eyes still shut, stopped immediately. He was acutely aware of everything around him, the sounds of the forest, the feel of the ground beneath his feet, the scent of the trees around them. But most of all, he was aware of the feeling of Arya's hand in his. For a moment, he forgot that everyone else was watching. "Okay, you can open your eyes now," Arya said softly. Luffy opened his eyes and blinked a few times as his pupils adjusted to the light. The first thing he noticed was Arya standing in front of him, the rays of the setting sun streaming through the trees, the warm light hitting her face. The sunlight bathed her in a soft, warm glow, making the strands of her hair shine like threads of gold. The sight of her took his breath away for a moment. He felt a flutter in his chest, and his heart beat a little faster. "Wow," Luffy breathed, his voice soft. "What?" she asked. Luffy was caught off guard by her question. He had been so captivated by her that he had spoken out loud without realizing it. Nothing," Luffy said, trying to play it cool. "Just the sunset looks nice, that's all." "Oh. Yeah, it does," Arya agreed with a smile. Luffy looked around, suddenly realizing the entire crew's eyes were on them. He felt his face heat up, realizing that the others must have heard him say wow. He quickly tried to cover it up by changing the subject. "So what's the next test?" Usopp, unable to hide his excitement any longer, clapped his hands together and exclaimed, "All right, are you two ready for the final test?" Luffy and Arya both looked at each other, then at Usopp, and nodded in unison. "Ready as we'll ever be," Luffy said, regaining his usual confident demeanor. The crew watched on, their amused grins replaced by expectant looks. Usopp nodded, a hint of a smile on his face. He was impressed by their unwavering confidence. "All right then, the final test begins now. For this test, I have a simple question for the both of you." Luffy and Arya looked at each other again, then back at Usopp, waiting for his question. Luffy put his hands on his hips. "All right, hit us with it." The crew waited in anticipation, grins on their faces. Nami and Robin were especially intrigued. Meanwhile, Zoro and Sanji's eyes were like hawks, watching their every move. Usopp looked at Luffy and Arya seriously for a moment, his face becoming more serious than usual. Then he spoke. "The question is, what do you think of each other?" There was a moment of silence as the question settled in. Both Luffy and Arya weren't expecting such a direct question, and they exchanged a quick glance. Arya decided to speak up first. "I think Luffy is selfless and brave. He has a big heart, and he's really fun to be around. Nobody else can make me smile or laugh like he can." Luffy's cheeks tinged pink at Arya's words. He scratched his head, a bit embarrassed but secretly pleased. Thanks, Arya. You think I'm fun?" he said, his eyes widening slightly. "Yeah, and you're so adventurous and carefree. You make me want to be more like that too," Arya said, a soft smile on her face. Luffy chuckled. "Yeah, that's me. I'm always up for an adventure," he said, puffing out his chest in pride. He then looked at Arya with a cheeky grin. "So, what else do you like about me, huh?" "I like that you can stretch like rubber." Arya laughed, grabbing his cheek and stretching it out. Luffy's cheek stretched out incredibly far before snapping back to his face. He laughed loudly at her action. "Hee hee, yeah, my gum powers are pretty awesome," he said, grinning broadly. Usopp, who had been observing silently, stepped in at that moment. "All right, Luffy, it's your turn. Tell us what you like about Arya." Luffy scratched the back of his head and looked at Arya as his thoughts began to race. What did he like about Arya? There were so many things. His eyes traced her features as his mind started to process his feelings, but he couldn't quite articulate them yet. He looked down at the ground, but then looked back up at Arya again. Well, he paused, not sure how to say exactly what he meant. Arya is really cool. And she's funny and strong, and she's got a really nice smile too. Usopp's eyebrows raised in surprise. He hadn't expected Luffy to articulate his thoughts so well. Nami and Robin were also listening intently, interested to see where this was going. Luffy looked a bit embarrassed as the words left his mouth. He wasn't used to expressing his feelings out loud. He continued, And she makes me feel different when she smiles or laughs. I feel all weird inside, like I want to be near her all the time. I dunno how to explain it. It just feels different with her. The crew were all watching this interaction closely, surprised at Luffy's uncharacteristic eloquence. They knew he wasn't the type to talk about his feelings at all, let alone so clearly. Usopp was practically beaming at the success of his little experiment. Luffy himself felt a bit flustered after saying all that, but he also felt a strange sense of liberation. Admitting his feelings out loud was freeing in a way, even if he didn't know quite what they meant yet. He glanced over at Arya, curious to see how she was taking his words. Arya's cheeks turned a slight shade of pink. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and tried to keep her usual cool composure, but she couldn't help the small smile that formed on her lips. That's really sweet. The crew members watching from the side were all exchanging glances, silently agreeing that the little experiment was working better than they anticipated. Nami had a knowing grin on her face. Usopp seemed to be on the verge of jumping up and down in excitement. Luffy's pulse quickened as he saw Arya's reaction, confirming that his words had an effect on her. He chuckled. I mean it, he said, his voice sincere. I like being near you too. Arya admitted softly. Luffy's chest felt warm at her words. He was struggling to keep his cool, but he was failing miserably. The crew on the side were not even trying to hide their grins now, as they watched the scene unfold. Luffy was never good at expressing his deeper emotions or speaking about them, but right now, in this moment, it all seemed so easy. He stepped closer to Arya. I really like having you around, he said, a small, rare, soft smile on his face. Arya's blush deepened. Thanks, she said. The crew were all watching closely, smiles spreading on their faces as they saw the connection between the two growing stronger before their eyes. Usopp chuckled, satisfied with the outcome of the test. Looks like your compatibility is strong. You both passed the test with flying colors. Zoro and Sanji smirked, feeling both amused and impressed. Nami and Robin were smiling warmly, happy to see Luffy opening up so much. Even Chopper and Frankie were enjoying the show, grins on their faces. Jinbe stood a bit further back, watching quietly, a knowing smile on his face. He looked pleased, as if he had seen this coming all along. Luffy chuckled awkwardly, but his eyes never left Arya. He felt a little embarrassed at being put on the spot like this, but he also felt a strange sense of satisfaction, knowing that his feelings were returned. I guess we did pass, huh? The crew all laughed and nodded, clearly enjoying watching Luffy show more vulnerability than usual, and Arya's reactions to him. We make a pretty good team, Arya said proudly. Luffy's face brightened at the compliment. Yeah, we do, he agreed, that goofy smile of his spreading on his face. He suddenly, and without thinking, put his arm around Arya's shoulders and pulled her in for a playful side hug. We're just that awesome, Arya said, smirking as she looked up at him. Luffy laughed. You can say that again. We're unstoppable. He kept his arm around her as he spoke, enjoying the playful banter. He looked over and saw the crew grinning widely, clearly enjoying this whole thing, especially Usopp, who looked absolutely thrilled. The two walked back towards the rest of the crew, who were all still grinning and looking amused at their interaction. There was a moment of awkward silence as they rejoined the group. Luffy suddenly realized that his arm was still around Arya's shoulders and quickly let go, trying to act casual about it, but his heart was pounding. The crew resumed their journey exploring the island, moving deeper into the lush foliage. The trees grew taller and more dense, the light of the setting sun barely penetrating through the thick canopy above. The Straw Hats continued their exploration of the mysterious island. The evening sky was bright orange as the sun was about to set, but the faintness of the stars could be seen overhead. The landscape and trees seemed to glow in the light's warmth. Luffy was in awe of the island's beauty, his eyes wide as he took in the scenery around him. Wow, this place is amazing. Arya walked alongside him. She loved his sense wonder. Yeah, it is. I've never seen such a beautiful place before. The rest of the crew agreed, taking in the beauty of their surroundings. The trees were covered in vines and strange-looking plants, making the area feel like an otherworldly jungle. Nami was already taking out her map and drawing notes, excited to document the island for their journey. The crew continued their exploration, the sky growing darker with each passing minute, until the stars shone brightly against the night sky. A cool breeze swept through the trees, ruffling their hair and clothes. Luffy and Arya walked together at the back of the group, admiring the blanket of stars above them. "The stars are so bright tonight," Arya remarked quietly, mesmerized by their beauty. Luffy nodded. "Yeah, they are," he agreed, voice low. He glanced over at Arya's odd expression, feeling a strange sense of contentment just being near her. The rest of the crew were slightly ahead, and it felt like he and Arya were in their own little world. A comfortable silence settled between them as they continued walking, the sound of crickets chirping in the distance adding to the tranquility of the moment. The night was peaceful, and Luffy found himself stealing glances at Arya, admiring her soft features in the dim light, when suddenly, tiny lights began to blink all around them. Usopp squinted into the trees, his voice tense. "Okay, what was that? Did anyone else see that flash?" "Because I saw that flash." Chopper's eyes lit up with wonder. "Whoa! Fireflies!" More lights appeared as hundreds of fireflies flitted about, lighting up the dark jungle like tiny, flickering stars. Luffy was fascinated, watching as they swirled and danced around them, landing on leaves and branches. "Whoa," he breathed, eyes wide. "I've never seen so many fireflies before." The rest of the crew were equally mesmerized by the sight. Chopper was chasing after the glowing insects, trying to catch some in his hooves. Frankie whistled in appreciation. "Man, it's like we're in a dream, it's so surreal." Usopp was taking it all in with fascination, his eyes wide. "This is incredible," he breathed, voice filled with awe. Arya reached out and managed to catch one of the tiny insects in her hands. "Oh, I got one!" she exclaimed as she gently spread her fingers apart to peek inside. She could see the soft glow emanating from inside. Luffy's eyes lit up. "Cool!" he exclaimed as he stepped closer to her. "Let me see." Arya brought her hands to Luffy's face. Luffy leaned in to see the firefly up close, mesmerized by the soft, warm glow. Their faces were inches apart, eyes locking for a split second. Luffy's heart began to thump, his face growing warm. He backed away quickly, trying to play it off cool. She smiled as she opened her hands to release the firefly. The little insect fluttered into the air, joining the rest of its glowing companions. The Straw Hats all continued walking through the thick foliage, Luffy and Arya resuming their trek at the back of the group. The combination of the moon, stars and fireflies casted a beautiful glow over the landscape. Luffy and Arya walked side by side, stealing glances at each other. Arya broke the silence. "Hey," she said, looking at Luffy. Luffy looked over at her. "Yeah?" he asked, his eyes meeting hers. She smiled, her voice soft and earnest. "If you could wish for one thing, besides finding the One Piece and becoming the Pirate King, what would it be?" Luffy thought for a moment, a contemplative look on his face. Besides the One Piece, huh?" He scratched his chin, mulling over his answer. "Well, I guess I'd want a big, never-ending supply of meat." He grinned, his eyes lighting up at the thought. Arya couldn't help but chuckle, shaking her head fondly. "Of course you'd wish for meat." Luffy laughed too, a big goofy grin on his face. What's wrong with that? Meat is awesome." He spread his arms wide. "Imagine never having to worry about going hungry because you have an endless supply of meat. That'd be amazing." Arya smiled wide at his enthusiasm. "Okay. I agree, that would be pretty great, right? I can just eat all the meat I want, whenever I want," Luffy continued, his eyes practically sparkling at the thought. "And the best part is, I'd never have to share, and nobody could tell me to stop eating." He looked over at her, a cheeky smile on his face. "Although, I might let you have some. Just a little, though." As his eyes met hers again, Luffy felt a familiar flutter in his chest. He quickly looked away, shoving his hands into his pockets. "So, what about you?" he asked, trying to sound casual. "What would you wish for?" Arya looked up at the sky, her expression thoughtful as she considered the question. Deep down, what she really wished for was for her dad to be alive again, but she knew she couldn't change the past, and she didn't want to bring down the mood by saying it out loud. She pondered for another moment. "I know I should wish for something selfless," she murmured, "like world peace." Luffy chuckled, crossing his arms. Yeah, world peace does sound nice, but I dunno. That kind of feels like a cop-out, he sighed, looking at her again. Come on, you gotta have something you truly want deep down. Something that's just for you. There is something, but you're going to laugh and probably think it's stupid, she said. Luffy perked up, curious. Nah, tell me. I promise I won't laugh. He gave her a reassuring smile. I swear, Arya sighed, a blush creeping across her cheeks as she began twirling a strand of hair around her finger. It's just really embarrassing to say it out loud. Luffy leaned in a bit, his expression softening. Ah, come on. Don't be embarrassed. We're friends, right? You can tell me anything. I won't judge. I promise. Arya looked at him for a moment before looking back up at the starry sky. Okay, fine, but you better not laugh. Luffy raised up his hands and did a mock salute. Scout's honor. I won't laugh. You have my word. All right, fine. If I could have one wish, just for myself, she began, her voice lowering to a whisper, I'd wish to find my soulmate. She felt her cheeks heat up instantly as the words left her mouth. Luffy looked at her, eyebrows raised. Your soulmate, huh? Like a person you're destined to be with? He tilted his head curiously. You believe in that kind of thing? Arya nodded as she continued nervously twirling her hair. Yeah, I do, she admitted, slightly embarrassed by her own admission. Luffy's eyes widened slightly, the concept of soulmates something foreign to him. Huh. I've never really thought about stuff like that before. He looked at her again, his expression thoughtful. So, you really believe you have, like, one special person out there, destined to be with you? Yeah, I guess I'm a romantic at heart, she confessed with a soft chuckle. I know it sounds cheesy. Luffy's expression softened as he listened. He found himself captivated by her idealistic view of love and destiny. Nah, it's not cheesy, he said, his tone surprisingly soft. It's actually kinda nice, you know? Believing in something like that. His eyes drifted back up to the sky. So, do you think your soulmate is out there right now, somewhere in the world? The question slipped out of his mouth unintentionally, curiosity getting the best of him. Yeah, I do, she said, voice soft and vulnerable. Luffy looked at her for a moment, absorbing her answer. He couldn't help but feel a little surprised by her certainty, but at the same time, intrigued. How do you know for sure they're out there? His tone was softer now. Well, I don't, Arya admitted. But I hope they are. Luffy nodded slowly, still processing what she said. There was something about the way she spoke about soulmates that resonated with him, though he wasn't sure why. He chuckled softly, a small smile forming on his lips. Huh. I guess it would be pretty cool to have someone you're meant to be with, huh? Arya looked at him, smiling. Yeah, it would. Luffy returned her smile with a genuine one of his own. For a few moments the two were silent, both looking up at the starry night sky. The sounds of the forest filled the air, crickets chirping, leaves rustling in the breeze. Hey, tell me something, he said, breaking the silence. Arya looked over at him, her head tilted slightly. HM? His gaze was steady as he turned his full attention to her, his expression a bit serious this time. How can you be so sure about all this soulmate stuff? I mean, it's pretty much based on faith and hope, right? Yeah, it is, she confessed. It's just something I believe in. Luffy shrugged, though his expression was still serious. I dunno. I've just never been the type to believe in fate or destiny. I think life is what you make it, you know? Arya nodded. I know what you mean, but I think sometimes certain people are just meant to be together, and fate has a hand in making sure they find each other, she mused. But I think being together is a choice in the end. People still have free will, you know? Luffy considered what she said, mulling over her words with a thoughtful expression on his face. He had never thought about fate or destiny in that way before, and he had to concede that there was a certain logic to what she was saying. He nodded slowly. Yeah, I can see what you mean, he said, scratching his head. Still, it feels a bit weird though. Like someone out there is destined for you? That sounds like some kind of fairy tale. Well, it's not just a one-way street. It's not that they're destined just for you, it's that you're destined for them too, she said quietly. Luffy raised an eyebrow at that, his interest piqued. Wait, so you're saying both people have a fate that's tied together or something? Yeah, exactly, she said, looking up at the sky once more. At least, that's what I believe. Like their hearts were always meant to find each other. Luffy tilted his head back and looked up at the sky with her, mulling over her words. The thought of destiny and fate was honestly a bit above his level of understanding. He looked over at her, studying her profile, the way her hair blew gently in the breeze, the soft, faraway look in her eyes as she stared at the stars. It was a peaceful kind of beauty. And the way she so firmly believed in something so abstract as soulmates, it was kind of endearing, in an odd way. Luffy broke the silence again. So, what would you want your soulmate to be like? I mean, if you had to describe them. To be honest, I haven't really thought about it too much, she admitted. Luffy watched her carefully, his brown eyes studying her expression as she spoke. Her face was thoughtful, as if she was imaging the kind of person she wanted. She walked quietly for a moment as she thought about her response. Finally, she spoke. I'd want them to be loyal and brave. Someone who isn't afraid to stand up for what's right. Someone with a strong heart. Someone I can have fun with, who can make me laugh. Luffy listened intently, nodding along with each trait she listed. And someone who's strong, he added, his voice a little softer than usual. Arya smiled. Yeah, that would be a great trait too. Luffy hummed softly, nodding in agreement. For a moment, he was silent, contemplating her description. There was definitely an odd feeling in his stomach, a strange sort of flutter. He looked at her again, eyes sweeping over her face, his gaze pausing at her small smile. You sound like you have a pretty specific idea of what you want in your soulmate, he said, his voice softer than before. Arya chuckled. Yeah, I guess I do, but it's just all hypothetical, you know? Luffy nodded again, but his mind was suddenly filled with thoughts he couldn't quite shake. He was silently comparing himself to the traits she'd described. He couldn't help but wonder if she intentionally chose traits he had on purpose, or if her description unknowingly matched him. He mulled it over in his head, his eyes fixed on her. He couldn't be sure, but part of him wanted it to be the former. The thought that she might have intentionally chosen traits he possessed made his heart thump faster. He pushed the thought aside, reminding himself not to be ridiculous. He was probably overthinking it. He swallowed the lump in his throat, trying to steady his voice. Right, yeah, hypothetical. As they walked together, the rest of the crew far enough ahead that they could no longer hear their conversation, Luffy found himself stealing glances at her once more. His eyes roamed her face, her figure, the way she walked. All the little things about her that he had started to notice without really meaning to. He was slowly becoming more aware of the way she carried herself, the way her blonde hair swayed in the breeze, the way her green eyes lit up when she spoke. There was a lot of small details he had begun to notice despite himself. Just then, Arya broke the silence. Thank you, she said softly. Luffy was pulled from his thoughts, and he looked at her curiously, his brow furrowing. Huh? For what? For not laughing when I told you my wish, she said. Luffy's expression softened, and a small lopsided grin tugged at one corner of his mouth. Why would I laugh? It was an honest answer. Besides, it's stupid to make fun of someone's dream. Arya's smile turned playful. Hey now, I wouldn't go as far as to calling it a dream. I'm already living my dream now that I'm on your crew. You know, a life of adventure, Luffy chuckled. You can be kinda sappy, you know that? But he wasn't mocking her for it. On the contrary, he found himself enjoying her silly sentiments. I can't deny that. I guess it's just who I am deep down, she said, poking him playfully in the rib. Luffy snickered, feeling a little tickle on his side where she poked him. Ah ha ha, hey, watch it, he teased. He found he had a newfound enjoyment in bantering with her. And he definitely liked her cheeky, playful touches. He let a content smile settle on his lips. The crew, who were walking further ahead, had noticed Luffy and Arya's hushed conversation and the serious expressions on their faces. They all looked back, wondering what the two had been talking about with such intensity. Zoro was the first to speak up, breaking the silence. Hey, what are you two talking about over there? He asked, his voice breaking the tension and drawing everyone's attention to Luffy and Arya. Luffy looked up at Zoro, then at the rest of the crew who had stopped and were curiously looking back at them. Oh, we're just talking about stuff. Nothing serious, he said, trying to play it off nonchalantly. Zoro raised an eyebrow at Luffy's answer, sensing that there was more to the conversation than Luffy was letting on. But before he could question him further, Nami spoke up. "What kind of stuff?" she asked, her eyes narrowing in suspicion. Luffy shrugged. "Just whatever. Life, dreams, stuff like that." He cast a quick sidelong glance at Arya, who was silently watching the exchange. Nami looked at Luffy skeptically, not entirely convinced by his vague answer. "That doesn't sound very like you, though. You're never this cryptic about what you talk about." Luffy laughed it off. "Come on, stop being so nosy." But Nami wasn't the only one who was curious. The rest of the crew had turned their attention to Luffy and Arya, intrigued by their private conversation. Sanji stepped up, a smirk on his face. "Yeah, and now I'm curious too. What's so secret that you don't want to share it with us, eh?" Luffy scratched his head, starting to feel slightly awkward under the scrutiny. "It's not secret, I just don't really want to talk about it right now," he said, looking down at his feet. He didn't want to reveal what he and Arya were talking about. The crew exchanged glances with each other, puzzled by Luffy's reluctance to share. Usopp shrugged. "All right then. Keep your little secret," he said, jokingly suspicious. Luffy let out a breath, relieved that the others seemed to have backed off for now. He glanced at Arya, who also looked relieved, giving her a subtle smile. Arya smiled back, thankful that Luffy didn't tell the rest of the crew about her wish. It was personal, and she never admitted it out loud to anyone before. The group resumed their trek through the island's forest, the conversation shifting to other topics. Luffy and Arya walked side by side, still stealing glances at each other here and there. The other crew members occasionally gave them curious looks, but didn't question them again. The crew continued their trek. The mystery of Luffy and Arya's conversation continued to linger amongst the group. They weren't used to Luffy being so tight-lipped about something. Nami, in particular, couldn't help but glare back at Luffy suspiciously as they walked. She was particularly perceptive and knew that Luffy's tight-lipped behavior was highly unusual. Zoro kept casting glances in Luffy and Arya's direction. He had a feeling there was more to their conversation than they were letting on, and it made him curious and irritated at the same time. Meanwhile, Sanji was paying close attention to the way Luffy interacted with Arya. He had noticed how comfortable Luffy seemed around her, and how he had been a lot more cheerful and affectionate since she had joined the crew. Usopp, Robin and Frankie were also observing the two, their curious minds getting the better of them. But they didn't want to press Luffy too much, knowing how evasive he could be when he didn't want to talk about something. Jinbe, being the older, more reserved member of the crew, didn't say anything, but he too had his eye on Luffy and Arya. He had never seen Luffy like this before, and it piqued his curiosity. The crew continued walking silently through the thick foliage, occasionally hearing the distant sounds of insects and small animals rustling through the foliage. Luffy and Arya remained in the back. It was different than Luffy's usual tendency to lead the group and sometimes even wander far ahead of them. Nami, who was walking in the lead, suddenly stopped in her tracks and turned to face the rest of the crew. "Wait," she said, looking around, "do you hear that?" A rustling sound came from a nearby bush, causing everyone to freeze in place. Zoro drew his swords, ready to attack. The rest of the crew also got into a defensive stance, their eyes darting around, trying to pinpoint the source of the sound. The rustling grew louder. Suddenly, a rabbit burst out of the foliage and disappeared into a nearby bush. The tension instantly broke as everyone let out a collective sigh of relief. "A damn rabbit," Zoro muttered, sheathing his swords. Nami let out a huff of annoyance. "That scared the crap out of me." "The jungle is really creepy at night," Arya said, subconsciously moving closer towards Luffy. It was pitch black, and the dense trees were blocking out most of the light from the moon. Luffy laughed, the tension from the rabbit incident diffusing in an instant. "Ha ha! You guys are a bunch of scaredy cats," he teased, crossing his arms. "I don't like the idea of camping out here," Usopp said, voice slightly shaky. "What if something attacks us in our sleep?" Zoro rolled his eye. "Don't be such a baby, Usopp. We've slept in lots of dangerous places. What's one jungle?" Luffy agreed, nodding. "Yeah, stop being such a wuss," he said to Usopp. Usopp grumbled in response, not looking entirely convinced. Frankie chuckled at Usopp's nervousness. "You just gotta toughen up, man. This jungle is nothing." Nami looked around, her usual annoyance returning. Ugh, this place is so dark. Where are we supposed to set up camp? Zoro shrugged. We'll just have to find a clear spot and rough it for the night. Sanji was just as annoyed as Nami, but his irritation was mostly directed at the situation rather than the jungle itself. Just one night. What could possibly happen in just one night? Luffy, meanwhile, seemed to be the only one unbothered. He was as cheerful as ever, his usual carefree attitude in full force. Don't worry about it. I've slept in tons of places scarier than this. A little jungle is nothing. Just as the conversation died down and the crew continued walking, a sudden rustle in the bushes caused them all to freeze again. This time, it was followed by a low, ominous chuckle. The crew instantly tensed. Zoro gripped his swords tightly, scanning the surrounding area. The sound seemed to be echoing through the trees. What the hell was that? Zoro muttered under his breath, his eye darting around to pinpoint the source of the sound. Nami let out a small gasp, eyes wide. It sounded like someone laughing, she said, voice trembling slightly. Luffy's cheerful expression faded. He wasn't usually one to be spooked, but the sound of that laugh made his entire body tense. That's not creepy at all, Arya muttered, her sarcasm betraying her growing unease. Frankie's eyes widened, and he stepped forward, squinting into the shadows. Who's there? He called, his voice bouncing off the dense jungle trees. The Straw Hat crew stood still, ears straining for a reply. Only a low chuckle answered, followed by the rustle of branches as something moved through the undergrowth. Zoro's gut twisted. Something's off, he muttered. I can't use Haki. What do you mean you can't use Haki? Nami asked, her voice sharp with rising panic. Zoro shook his head, jaw tight. I can't use observation Haki. Like a wall's up. I can't sense anything. Luffy's fists clenched, unease settling in his chest. His jaw tightened, thoughts racing. What the hell's going on? Why can't we use Haki here? The crew exchanged tense glances. It's not a devil fruit, said Robin, her voice even and calm. The flowers mentioned the island's enchantment earlier. This could be part of it. Luffy's eyes widened. You mean this whole freaking island stopping us from using Haki? Zoro nodded, hand gripping the hilt of one of his swords. Looks like it. We'll have to rely on our instincts and physical strength for this one. Luffy's fist tightened. Then we'll just have to kick some ass the old-fashioned way. A massive figure emerged from the shadows ahead. The crew froze. It was a man, at least 10 feet tall, tan, muscular, with dark, unkempt hair half hiding his face. He stood motionless under the dim moonlight, his sharp eyes locked on them. Usopp's eyes widened as he saw the tall figure emerge from the shadows. Killer ape! He shrieked, stepping back. What do we have here? The man growled, his voice low and rough. Intruders on my island? Nami gripped her climattact, steadying her voice. Your island? What do you mean yours? The man stepped closer, a menacing smile spreading. Exactly what I said. This is my island. You're trespassing. Robin's eyes narrowed as a memory clicked. The flowers told a story this afternoon, she said, drawing the crew's attention. A pirate captain stranded here years ago after his ship wrecked in a storm. His entire crew died, leaving him alone in the jungle. Luffy frowned, brow raised. What? He's that guy? Robin nodded. I believe so. If it's him, he's been here a long time. Luffy's gaze hardened as the pieces connected. A man alone for years could lose his mind, explaining the wild intensity in his eyes. Zoro's brow furrowed. If he's been stuck here that long, he probably doesn't like company. That would explain the hostility, Jinbe added, arms crossed. The man advanced, his towering frame ominous in the faint moonlight filtering through the canopy. What are you all doing on my island? He demanded, voice thick with menace. Luffy stepped forward, placing himself between the crew and the stranger. Hey man, how about you tell us what's going on here? Why do you say this is your island? The man's chuckle was dark as he took another step. This island's more than land. It's alive. It chose me as its guardian. Years ago, this island spared me when my crew perished. Its voice whispered I'd rule it forever as its chosen master. I control every stone, every tree, every blade of grass. I'm one with this place. I shape its very form. Luffy's skepticism showed plainly. Sure, buddy. So you and this island have some kinda special bond or something? The man's face darkened, eyes glinting dangerously. You doubt me? He growled. Luffy crossed his arms. Yeah, a little bit. Very well then. I shall show you my power. With a sharp flick of his wrist, trees uprooted, and boulders rose from the earth, hurtling toward the crew. They scattered, dodging the barrage of wood and stone. Whoa! Luffy shouted, eyes wide. That's awesome. He laughed, clearly impressed despite the danger. Arya's green eyes widened. She'd never seen power like this. Glancing at Luffy, she expected caution, but his excitement, almost glee, threw her off. He wasn't scared. He was thrilled. Ha ha ha, this guy's pretty strong, Luffy said, grinning widely. A challenge like this lit him up. The man chuckled, relishing his display. Do you see now? He said, voice dripping with superiority. I control this land and everything on it. You're powerless here, Luffy laughed, unfazed. We'll see about that. He cracked his knuckles, his grin sharpening into focus. I love a good fight. The man raised his hand, and the ground shook violently. The crew stumbled, struggling to stay upright as the earth shifted beneath them. What's going on? Arya yelled, bracing herself against a tree. This guy's some kind of earth manipulator, Luffy said, watching the ground ripple. Like a devil fruit power? She asked, dodging a cracking root. Robin nodded, calm despite the chaos. Manipulating the earth like this would require a devil fruit. It's powerful if he controls the entire island. The man flicked his wrists, and trees tore free from the soil, roots snapping. Boulders launched like missiles. The straw hats ducked and weaved, the onslaught relentless in the dark. Zoro drew his swords, slicing through a tree hurtling toward him. This guy's really starting to piss me off. Sanji kicked a rock away, his leg a blur. Yeah, I'm not a fan of his attitude either. Keep it together, everyone, Frankie shouted, smashing a boulder with his fist. We've got this. Luffy bounced between projectiles, laughing. This guy's powers are insane. His enthusiasm didn't waver, even as a rock grazed his shoulder. Jinbe deflected a tree with a powerful fishman karate strike. He's not holding back. Less talking, more smashing. Usopp yelped, diving behind a stump. The man flicked his wrists again, and thick vines erupted from the ground, snaring Zoro, Sanji, Robin, and Chopper. Thorny tendrils wrapped tightly around their limbs, pinning them in place. What the hell? Zoro growled, struggling as thorns bit into his skin. Damn it, I can't move! Sanji snarled, twisting uselessly. These vines are tough. Chopper squeaked, his small form trapped. Robin winced, staying composed. He's using the island itself against us. Luffy's eyes narrowed, his playful demeanor gone. Hey! Let my friends go! He growled, fists clenched. The man smirked, stepping toward the trapped straw hats. Not a chance. You and your friends trespassed on my land, and now you'll face the consequences. Luffy advanced, locking eyes with him. I said let them go. His voice was steel. Or what? The man sneered, eyes narrowing. Luffy's grin turned dangerous. Or I'll kick your ass, he said, brimming with confidence. You think just because you have some fancy powers, you're invincible? The man laughed coldly. You're no match for me here. My control over this island is absolute. He flicked his wrists, and a wall of jagged rocks erupted, hurtling toward Luffy and the others. Move! Luffy shouted, diving aside. The crew scrambled, dodging the sharp stones slicing through the night air. Usopp and Nami evaded most of the barrage but caught grazes, stumbling with pained gasps. Jinbe clutched his shoulder, blood seeping from a cut. Brook danced around the projectiles, his skeletal frame nimble. Frankie blocked with his metal arms, unscathed. Arya, quick and small, darted between rocks, her blonde hair a blur in the moonlight. Zoro strained against the vines, thorns digging deeper. Damn it! He growled, wincing. We need to get out of here and help them. The man's eyes gleamed with smug satisfaction, fueling Luffy's anger. His crew were getting hurt, trapped, and dodging for their lives. Enough was enough. You're going down, Luffy growled, shoulders tense. Second gear. Steam cloaked his body, the air around him heating as he blurred forward at blinding speed. The man raised his hand, and spear-like rocks shot from the ground toward Luffy. With no time to dodge, Luffy unleashed a barrage of punches, his fists smashing the rocks to pieces. Without armament Haki, the jagged edges tore into his knuckles, blood splattering with each hit. "Luffy, watch out!" Nami yelled, her voice cutting through the chaos. "Keep pounding him, Captain!" Frankie roared, clenching his fists. Luffy pressed on, ignoring the pain. His fists obliterated the rocks, shards flying in the dark. Arya gasped, eyes widening at the blood on his hands. Frankie, Jinbe, and Brook moved to join the fight, but Luffy raised a hand. "No! Stay back! I can handle this," he said firmly. He wouldn't let more of his crew get hurt. Luffy's gaze locked on the man, who stood untouched, smirking wider. "You think you can take me on, all by yourself?" The man sneered. Luffy's eyes burned, fists tightening, teeth gritted. He launched a gum-gum pistol, aiming for the man's jaw. The punch connected with a crack, forcing the man to step back, his head snapping to the side. He chuckled, rubbing his jaw unfazed. "Is that all you've got?" Luffy's jaw clenched. The man's arrogance was infuriating. "I'm just getting started." He unleashed another barrage of punches, each faster and harder than the last. The man absorbed the blows, his body rocking slightly but showing no signs of damage, his smirk unshaken. Luffy's frustration grew. He wasn't even scratching him. "Damn, he's tough," Luffy grunted. "Luffy, hit him harder!" Usopp shouted, peeking from cover. "Don't let up!" Jinbe called, his voice steady. The man raised a hand, and thorny vines shot toward Luffy. He dodged, weaving through the tendrils, but thorns grazed his arms and legs, leaving stinging cuts. Luffy winced, shaking off the pain as he steadied himself. Sweat dripped down his face, his breathing heavy. He needed a plan, fast. "Third gear!" Luffy grunted, inflating his arm to massive size. He swung, the punch shaking the air. The man took it head-on, stumbling back a few steps, his smirk twisting into a grimace before returning. He cracked his neck, mocking Luffy's effort. Luffy inflated his other arm. Gum-gum giant Gatling. Giant fists rained down, each hit forcing the man to raise his arms to block, his body staggering. The ground trembled, leaves falling around them. The man grunted, his defenses straining under the onslaught. As Luffy paused, panting, the man lowered his arms, sneering despite a bead of sweat on his brow. "Luffy, you're getting through!" Chopper cheered, struggling in the vine's grip. "Keep hammering him!" Sanji yelled, twisting against his restraints. Sharp rocks shot up from the ground, catching Luffy mid-recovery. They slammed into his chest and arms, sending him crashing backward. He hit the dirt hard, gasping as pain flared through his body, his giant fists deflating. "He's getting hurt!" Arya cried, her green eyes wide with worry. "We need to do something!" Nami shouted, trying to push past Jinbe. "No," Jinbe said, holding her back. "Luffy wants to handle this. We have to trust in him." Luffy groaned, picking himself up. He glanced at his torn knuckles, shaking his head. "Damn it," he muttered. Looking up, he met the man's smug gaze as he flexed his stinging fingers. The man's smirk widened. "You're getting tired, aren't you?" he taunted, stepping closer. "You can't keep this up forever." "I don't intend to keep it up forever. Only long enough to kick your ass." Luffy shot back, determination blazing. His body screamed in protest, but Luffy pushed through, stepping forward. "Let's finish this," he said, eyes locked on the man. Luffy lunged, fist cocked back. The man sidestepped, planting his foot and delivering a brutal kick to Luffy's stomach. The impact sent Luffy flying, the steam of second gear fading as he crashed into the dirt, rolling to a stop, gasping for air. "No!" Arya shouted. "Luffy!" Nami screamed, panic in her voice. "Luffy, get up!" Usopp yelled, fists clenched. Luffy lay still, catching his breath. His crew's voices reached him, fueling his resolve. Slowly, he pushed himself up, trembling with effort. "I'm not done yet," he panted, standing shakily. He raised his fists, arms quivering. The man laughed, eyes gleaming. "You're pretty cocky for someone who's on the verge of collapsing. You can barely stand." "Third gear," Luffy grunted, inflating his arm again. He swung a massive fist, the shockwave scattering debris. The man stumbled back, arms raised to block, his knees buckling slightly under the force of the blow. He chuckled, charging forward, his movements slower now. Luffy reactivated second gear, matching the man's speed. They traded blows, punches and kicks colliding in the dark. The man's attacks grew sloppy, his breathing ragged. Luffy's own stamina waned, sweat stinging his cuts. "Come on," Luffy, Nami whispered, gripping her climb attacked. "Luffy, you've gotta win this." Usopp shouted. "You can do it, Captain!" Brook called. "Get him, Luffy! We believe in you!" Arya yelled, pumping her fists. "Come on, Luffy!" Chopper added, voice strained. Luffy heard them, their support igniting his spirit. "I won't lose," he growled, eyes fixed on the man. "You're still standing?" The man taunted, smirking. "Shut up and fight!" Luffy snapped, dodging a jab and countering with a flurry of punches. The man stumbled, caught off guard. A kick grazed Luffy's face, blood trickling from his lip. He wiped it away, grinning. "Is that the best you've got?" The man sent another wave of rocks. Luffy dodged and blocked, his body screaming with every move. Exhaustion weighed him down, but he refused to stop. "Luffy, end this!" Zoro shouted, voice cutting through the noise. With a final surge, Luffy activated third gear, his arm ballooning. "Gum Gum Giant Pistol!" he roared, hurling his fist. The man tried to dodge, but the massive punch struck his chest with a deafening crack, the force of the blow sending a powerful shockwave through the air. He flew back, crashing through the dirt, skidding to a stop. A pained groan escaped him as he lay there, stunned, his chest heaving. Silence fell as dust settled. The man lay stunned, pain etched on his face. Zoro smirked. "He got him," Sanji nodded. "Laid him out good." Robin and Chopper exchanged relieved looks. Luffy approached, panting, shaking from exertion. The man sat up slowly, respect in his eyes. "You're stronger than I thought," he muttered, wincing. Luffy stayed silent, too tired to respond, his chest heaving. The man chuckled painfully. "You win," he conceded gruffly. He glared at the crew, then limped into the jungle, defeated. The vines released Zoro, Sanji, Robin, and Chopper. The crew regrouped, relief mixing with exhaustion. Luffy swayed, cuts and bruises covering him, his knuckles a bloody mess. "You all right there, Luffy?" Usopp asked, his eyes narrowing at Luffy's battered form, dirt and blood streaking his captain's face and clothes. Arya's eyes softened with concern as she took in his battered figure. Zoro glanced over, his single eye flickering with a mix of pride and irritation. "You idiot! You shouldn't have done that alone." Luffy shook his head, trying to shrug off their concern. "I'm fine," he said huskily, his voice rough from exhaustion. Just need a minute to rest." Despite his words, Luffy's fatigue was obvious. He swayed slightly, his face pale, eyes half closed. Zoro's jaw tightened, his annoyance at Luffy's stubbornness warring with the respect he felt for his captain's resolve. Usopp and Jinbe exchanged worried looks, their own cuts and bruises forgotten for the moment. Nami crossed her arms, glaring at Luffy. "You're hurt, you dolt. You can't take on everything by yourself." "I'm fine," Luffy repeated, waving a trembling hand to dismiss their concern. He wouldn't admit it, but the battle's toll was hitting him hard. Pain pulsed through his body, and staying upright felt like a fight he was losing. As the crew's worried chatter continued, Luffy's legs buckled. He crumpled to the ground, too drained to hold himself up. His eyes fluttered shut, his breathing shallow. The Straw Hats crowded around him, their concern for their captain spiking. "Luffy!" Nami, Chopper, Arya and Usopp shouted in unison, their voices sharp with panic. Zoro and Sanji locked eyes, their expressions grim. Luffy had pushed himself too far this time. Chopper darted forward, kneeling beside Luffy to check his pulse and scan his injuries. "He's exhausted," the doctor said, his tone serious. "He's got cuts and scrapes everywhere, but his knuckles are the worst. They're really torn up." The crew winced as they looked at Luffy's hands. His knuckles were a mess of raw, bloody skin, evidence of the relentless punches he'd thrown. Arya hovered nearby, her face tight with worry. "We need to get him back to the Sunny." Jinbe nodded, his deep voice steady. "Agreed. The sooner, the better." "Yeah, he needs rest," Zoro said, his tone gruff but firm. Luffy's eyes cracked open, his vision hazy. He tried to push himself up, but a sharp wave of pain stopped him. Ugh, he groaned, his voice barely audible. I'll be fine, I just need to. He tried again, but his arms trembled and gave out, his body refusing to cooperate. Zoro crouched beside him, his expression unreadable. Come on, he said gruffly. Can you stand up? Luffy shook his head weakly. Don't think so, he admitted, teeth gritted against the pain. Without another word, Zoro scooped Luffy up and slung him over his shoulder. Luffy's body tensed at the movement, pain flaring through his injuries. Too weak to complain about Zoro's rough handling, he hung limply, groaning with each step Zoro took. The crew watched, their worry palpable. Seeing Luffy so vulnerable drove home how reckless he'd been. Be careful with him. Chopper snapped, his small hooves fidgeting as he eyed Luffy's condition. He's injured, Zoro grunted, adjusting his grip to steady Luffy. I know, he shot back, his tone sharp but careful not to jostle his captain too much. Luffy groaned again, his head dangling as the straw hat started toward the sunny. Through the haze of exhaustion, he cracked one eye open, catching sight of Zoro's back beneath him. Zoro, Luffy mumbled, his voice faint. Thanks. Zoro glanced over his shoulder, his usual scowl softening briefly. Don't mention it. Just rest. Despite his gruff tone, there was warmth in Zoro's words. The crew pressed on through the darkened landscape, their focus fixed on getting Luffy to safety. Arya walked beside Zoro, stealing glances at Luffy's limp form. She'd never seen him this beaten up before, and it stirred a knot of unease in her chest. He always does this, doesn't he? She said quietly, almost to herself. Sanji overheard, exhaling a plume of cigarette smoke. Yeah. Idiot thinks he's invincible. The trek back to the sunny was slow, Luffy's weight slowing Zoro's usual stride. The silence was broken by Luffy's occasional groans, each one a reminder of how much he'd given in the fight. He'll be okay, right? Arya asked, her voice cutting through the quiet. Chopper nodded, though his brow stayed furrowed. Yeah, but he needs serious rest and medical attention. We've got to get him to the ship fast. Luffy stirred, groaning again. He mumbled, barely coherent. I'm okay. I can walk, Zoro snorted. Yeah, like hell you can. Just shut up and rest. The crew exchanged glances, well aware of Luffy's stubborn streak. He always downplayed his injuries, pushing himself past his limits. They weren't buying his act this time. Luffy's eyes drifted shut again, his body finally giving in to exhaustion. His head rested against Zoro's shoulder, his breathing evening out as he slipped into sleep. "Aw, he's out like a light," Brooks said, his skeletal fingers adjusting his hat. "He's a stubborn idiot," Sanji muttered, kicking a pebble out of his path. "Yeah, but he's our captain," Nami said, her tone softening. The others nodded, their expressions a mix of exasperation and loyalty. They kept moving, the sunny a distant promise of rest and recovery. The walk back to the Thousand Sunny that night was a long one. The crew pressed on, their pace slow and careful. The only sound was the crunch of their footsteps on the ground and the occasional sounds from Luffy, who was now asleep over Zoro's shoulder. They could finally see the Thousand Sunny in the distance, the ship's silhouette standing out in the night. Almost there, Sanji announced as the crew picked up the pace, hastening their steps towards the ship. "That's good," Usopp said, breathing a sigh of relief. "I don't think I could handle walking much more." "Me either," Nami agreed, wincing as she touched the cut on her arm. By the time the crew boarded the ship, Luffy was beginning to stir, groggily waking up. He lifted his head slightly, his eyes bleary but slowly regaining clarity. "Why?" Where Luffy mumbled, his voice groggy from sleep. He could see the familiar surroundings of the Thousand Sunny, but his mind was fuzzy, his body still weary and in pain. "We're back on the Sunny," Zoro replied gruffly, lowering Luffy to the ground. The crew gathered around Luffy, their expressions a mix of concern and relief. "How are you feeling?" Nami asked. Luffy groaned, his body aching from the battle. "I've been better," he replied, his voice hoarse. Usopp chuckled dryly. "That's an understatement." "Let's get you to the sick bay right away," Chopper said, already moving to lead the way. "We need to take care of those hands and see to the rest of your injuries." Despite the fatigue and pain from his own injuries, Luffy couldn't help but notice the scrapes and bruises on his crewmates, particularly Jinbe, Nami, and Usopp. "Hey Chopper," Luffy muttered, his voice still hoarse. You should take care of them first. What? No way! Chopper protested. You're the one who's hurt the most. You need immediate attention. Luffy shook his head slightly. I'm fine, I can wait. Fix them up first. Chopper wanted to protest, but he knew arguing with Luffy was pointless. The captain was stubborn and always putting his crew's safety and well-being before his own. Fine, but you're next the moment I'm done with them, Chopper said, his tone serious but resigned. Luffy managed a weak smile, his eyes still struggling to refocus. Thanks, Chopper. Arya couldn't help but feel touched by Luffy's selflessness. She looked at him as he stood there, looking utterly exhausted. Hey, she said softly. Luffy turned to look at her, his head still somewhat dizzy. He managed a small tired smile. Hey, wanna go sit? She asked, gesturing toward a group of lounge chairs. Luffy nodded slightly, the pain and exhaustion clearly etched on his face. Yeah, sounds good. The crew watched as Arya gently wrapped her arm around Luffy's and led him over to several cushioned lounge chairs that were out on the lawn deck near the railing. Once they reached the lounge chairs, Luffy collapsed heavily onto one, letting out a pained groan. He winced as his scrapes and cuts made contact with the cushions, but he was too exhausted to care. Arya quietly took a seat in the chair beside Luffy's, her eyes softening as she looked at him. As Luffy leaned back in the chair, a wave of pain shot through his body. His muscles ached, his hands throbbed, and every small movement caused discomfort. He let out a deep sigh as he slumped farther into the chair. He was beyond exhausted, and every part of his body was aching. He glanced over at Arya, who was looking at him with a mix of concern and sympathy. He tried to plaster a smile on his face, but it was a weak and tired attempt. I'm fine, he mumbled, struggling to keep his eyes open. Just a little tired, that's all. The pain was starting to set in now, and he could feel himself starting to shiver. Arya's heart clenched as she saw him shivering, and she knew he was downplaying the pain he was in. She reached over and quietly took his hand, examining it gently in the moonlight. His knuckles were inflamed, the skin broken and bleeding, small cuts and gashes scattered across his fingers. A lump formed in her throat. You got pretty banged up, she remarked quietly. It's nothin', Luffy replied in a low voice, a small smile on his face. I've had a lot worse than this. Just need a good rest and some food, and I'll be good as new. I wouldn't call this nothing, Arya replied softly. Luffy chuckled weakly, causing him to wince. Okay, maybe not nothin', he admitted, voice hoarse. Arya was gentle as she continued looking over his injuries. It was clear that he was hurting more than he was letting on, and her resolve to take care of him only grew stronger. After a moment she spoke. Can I take a look at your other hand? Luffy nodded, wincing as he struggled to move his left hand. He extended his left arm towards her, his hand shaking slightly. Arya took his hand and began to examine it carefully. The cuts and broken skin on this hand were even worse than his other one. The sight of his battered knuckles tugged at her heartstrings. She began gently stroking the side of his hand with her finger. You really should have let Chopper see you first, she said softly. Luffy sighed, closing his eyes for a moment. Yeah, I know I should have, but I wanted to make sure the others were okay first. They were hurt too. His voice, although weary, was sincere. Despite his condition, he was already more concerned about his crew's well-being than his own. It was a testament to his unwavering loyalty and leadership. Arya continued gently stroking his hand for another moment before she spoke again. I'll be right back, okay? She got up from her chair and began making her way across the deck. Luffy watched her go, his eyes drooping in exhaustion. He let out another groan, his body trembling from pain and fatigue. He leaned his head back against his chair, closing his eyes for a moment. He felt a chill, the night air seeming to get colder. Meanwhile, Arya made her way to the sick bay where Chopper was tending to Usopp's injuries. She softly knocked on the door. Come in. Chopper called out, his voice carrying through the door. Arya entered. Hey guys, she greeted. Chopper and Usopp looked up as Arya entered. Hey there, Usopp said, wincing as Chopper tended to a cut on his arm. Is everything okay? Chopper asked, noticing Arya's worried expression. Chopper, I was wondering if you'd mind if I took care of Luffy while you're tending to Usopp and the others? She asked. He's exhausted and in a lot of pain, and I really want to help him. Chopper looked at Arya, then at Usopp. Sure. Go ahead. I've already cleaned Usopp's arm and am about to stitch him up now. You take care of Luffy. He smiled. Thanks, Arya. I know you care about him a lot, and I can trust you to take good care of him. Arya returned the smile and nodded. I promise I will. I'll make you proud. Chopper chuckled faintly, giving Arya a small smile. I have no doubt about it. Now go take care of our captain. I think he needs it more than anyone. Right. A look of determination swept across her face as she began gathering up supplies. Luffy waited on the deck, his eyes closed, his body still shivering from the chill in the air coupled with his pain. He could hear the soft sounds of the ocean and the distant voices of his crewmates. Sudden footsteps coming in his direction made him open his eyes. He saw Arya approaching. Hey, he mumbled, his voice still weak. Hey, Arya replied softly. He noticed that she was holding a blanket, a bowl of water, a clean cloth, and a small medical kit. He managed a small smile. What's all that for? He asked, voice hoarse and shaky. Arya gently draped the warm blanket over his shoulders. I'm going to take care of you. Luffy's lips curled into a small smile, his tired eyes reflecting a hint of comfort. He felt a wave of gratitude towards her for her kindness. Thanks, he muttered, voice low. You don't have to do that, you know. I want to, she said with a soft smile as she sat back down on the chair beside him. She set the items on the table next to her chair before reaching her arm out towards him. Now let me see your hand. Luffy slowly extended his trembling right hand, his fingers splayed open shakily, and Arya carefully took it in hers. She soaked the cloth in the bowl of warm water with her other hand, squeezing out the excess, then began slowly dabbing it gently over his wounded knuckles, cleaning away the dirt and blood. Luffy bit his lip, trying not to flinch from the pain. The sting was sharp but not unbearable. He looked at Arya's face. There was a softness in her eyes that he hadn't seen before, a kindness, a tenderness that made his heart flutter. A comfortable silence fell between them for a moment that was punctuated only by the sound of the water in the bowl as Arya dipped and wrung out the cloth. Earlier, Arya began, breaking the silence. During the fight, you started steaming? Luffy's shoulders slumped, and he let out a sigh. Yeah, I did. It's a technique I use sometimes. He looked at Arya, seeing the curiosity in her eyes. I call it second gear. Second gear? Arya repeated, tilting her head curiously. Yeah, he confirmed, his words beginning to slur slightly as the fatigue and pain continued to take their toll on his body. It makes me a lot faster and stronger when I'm fighting. I knew you could stretch like rubber, but I didn't know you could do that, Arya said, a mix of awe and admiration in her voice. You made your arms really big too. Luffy chuckled weakly, the memory of the fight becoming hazy. Yeah, that's third gear, he mumbled. Makes me even stronger. So are there more gears? Arya asked. Luffy stifled a yawn, his eyes fluttering open and shut. Yeah, there's fourth and fifth gear too, he mumbled, voice trailing off in exhaustion. Fourth and fifth gear? Arya repeated, her interest piqued. She had seen second and third gear in action, which were powerful enough. She couldn't imagine what fourth and fifth gear were capable of. Do they do anything differently, or just make you stronger? Luffy's lips curled into a small, tired smile at her curiosity. He tried to suppress a yawn, his eyelids heavy. They do different things, he murmured. Fourth gear makes me even bigger and stronger. And fifth gear, he paused, his breath catching as he tried to muster up the energy to continue. It's hard to explain, he finally said, his words coming out in a yawn-filled murmur. It's pretty new to me. Arya could see the exhaustion written all over his face and decided to stop with the questions. She gently turned his hand over, focusing on the scrapes on his palm. As she dabbed the blood away, she could see some of the old scars on his hand from past battles. A brief moment of silence fell between them. Despite the pain and exhaustion, Luffy found himself enjoying this time with her, appreciating the caring attention she was giving him. He closed his eyes for a moment. The gentle touch of her hands and the warmth of the blanket made him feel relaxed, though the exhaustion was still there. He opened his eyes, shifting his gaze to her face. He watched her as she concentrated on his hand, her expression soft but focused. You're really good at this, he mumbled, his voice barely above a whisper. Thanks. My dad taught me first aid when I was younger, she murmured, his hazy gaze meeting hers. Your dad, huh? He mumbled. Was he a doctor or something? Arya laughed softly. No, he just owned a general supply shop. He seemed to know a little about a lot of things, though. He was a good man. Kind, smart. He raised me all by himself after my mom died when I was little. Luffy listened quietly, his eyes still heavy with fatigue, but he managed to focus on her story. He liked hearing her talk about her past. It gave him a greater understanding of who she was. Must have been tough, Luffy muttered. Not having your mom around. Arya's hand stilled for a moment as she remembered her father, his kind eyes and warm smile. It was, she said quietly. But I had my dad. He was my best friend. He did everything he could for me, to make sure I had a good childhood. I'm sorry about your old man, he sounds like he was a great guy, Luffy said softly. Yeah, he was. Her eyes reflected a hint of sadness as they drifted to his hand for a moment before looking back up at his face. I think it was rough for him, raising me on his own. He never tried to let it show, the sadness he felt from losing my mom, I mean. He always tried to put on a smile, but I knew, deep down, he was forcing a smile for my sake. I get that, Luffy said, meeting her gaze. Sometimes, you gotta keep smiling, even when it's hard, because everyone else is counting on you to be strong. Luffy's words hung in the air, and for a moment, Arya knew there was more to his words than just a casual comment. There was a subtle shift in the energy between them as Luffy's words echoed in Arya's mind. She understood his comment was not just an offhand remark, but rather, a reflection of his own experiences. A brief silence lingered between them. Arya continued tending to his hand, her green eyes flickering back and forth from his injured hand to his tired face. Despite his exhaustion, Luffy's eyes seemed to soften a bit as his gaze remained on her. The brief silence between them felt intimate, as if they were sharing a moment of mutual understanding and connection that went beyond the surface. They couldn't shake the feeling that something had shifted between them. It was subtle and intangible, but it was there. Arya finished cleaning his right hand and laid it gently on the arm of his chair. Can I see your other hand? Luffy obliged and held out his other hand to her, wincing slightly. The pain was more intense in this one, the slices a bit deeper than the ones on his right hand. Arya gently took his hand and began delicately cleaning the blood from his knuckles with the damp cloth. Luffy clenched his teeth as the cloth came into contact with his broken skin. The pain shot up his arm, stinging and throbbing. He tried to keep his expression neutral, but he couldn't hold back a grimace. Arya caught his pained expression and stopped for a moment, her eyes softening. She began gently blowing air across his knuckles. Luffy's eyes widened at the unexpected gesture. The soft, gentle feel of her breath against his aching knuckles sent a shiver down his spine, and he couldn't help but look at her in surprise. His hand relaxed in her grip, the sudden coolness of her breast soothing the pain. Arya looked up slowly, meeting his gaze. Does this help? She asked, her voice a soft murmur. Luffy nodded once, his eyelids still heavy but his gaze slightly more focused on her. He was so used to handling pain in battle that he rarely sought any form of comfort, but the unexpected gentleness of her actions touched him. Yeah, it does, he replied quietly. His usual carefree demeanor was replaced by a moment of quiet vulnerability. Arya's heart fluttered as Luffy held her gaze. My dad used to do this when I was little, whenever I'd get scraped up from playing. It always made me feel better. I always just powered through the pain, he said, touched by the small yet gentle act of kindness. He was surprised how she was able to make him feel comfortable, even in the state he was currently in. The pain in his hand suddenly didn't bother him as much because he was too focused on her. Her eyes, her soft hands, and even her breath as she gently blew air on his knuckles, as ridiculous as it sounded, was distracting him from the pain. Arya gave him a soft, affectionate smile. I'm glad this helps. A weak smile tugged at the corner of Luffy's lips as he looked at her. She had a way of making him feel better, not just through her gentleness, but through her presence alone. He hadn't realized it before, but he always felt comfortable around her. Thanks, he mumbled, his voice still hoarse, but his words sincere. Even in his exhausted state, Luffy didn't break eye contact with her. Her smile was too comforting, too genuine. As Arya resumed tending to his hand, Luffy couldn't help but notice how careful she was being, her touch soft, and her eyes filled with care. It was a side of her he hadn't seen before, so tender and nurturing. There was something about her, how she cared for him, how she looked at him, that made his heart thump a little faster. His emotions were a mixture of confusion and a strange new feeling he couldn't quite identify. He knew he was starting to feel something for her, but he was at a loss as to what exactly those feelings were. "Hey, Arya," he said quietly, breaking the silence. Why are you doing this for me?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Arya tilted her head quizzically. "What do you mean? Why are you taking care of me like this?" Luffy repeated. "I mean, you don't have to. Chopper could do it." Her heart skipped a beat. "Chopper is busy tending to the others. You asked him to take care of them first." "Yeah, I did," Luffy admitted, shifting his weight slightly, wincing as he rested his back against the cushions. "But that doesn't really explain why you're the one taking care of me." Arya felt her face flush. "I couldn't stand to see you hurting while you were waiting," she confessed quietly. "So I asked Chopper if I could take care of you." Luffy's expression softened, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "You asked Chopper if you could take care of me?" he repeated, his heart lurching at her admission. "Well, yeah, he's the crew's doctor." "I didn't want to overstep my bounds or anything," she muttered, averting her gaze. "Plus, I had to borrow these supplies from him." Luffy looked at her for a moment longer, studying her face. Her cheeks were tinged with a soft blush, her eyes avoiding his gaze. It wasn't an expression he'd seen on her before. He couldn't recall ever seeing her look flustered. "You didn't have to ask Chopper if you could do this," Luffy said softly. "I wouldn't have minded if you just went ahead and did it, you know." Arya shrugged, her blush deepening. "I don't know, I just didn't want to step on anyone's toes. And I figured you'd prefer Chopper taking care of you since he's the doctor, but I also didn't want you to have to wait and be in pain any longer than you had to." "You're really sweet, you know that?" Luffy said, looking at her intently through half-lidded eyes. His tone was gentle and affectionate. Arya's heart began to beat faster. She smiled softly, looking back down at his hand. "Yeah, well, I care about you." Luffy's heart skipped a beat at her admission and began to thump faster and harder. He could feel his face growing warm, and he was glad the night cloaked his growing blush. He swallowed, his throat suddenly dry. "You do?" he asked quietly. "Of course I do," she said softly. "We're friends." Luffy's eyes widened a bit, caught off guard by her response. Of course they were friends, but there was something about the way she said it that made him feel something else. Something a little different. "Yeah, friends," he echoed quietly. He felt a sting at the word friends, but he quickly pushed it aside. He didn't want to think about why that word made him feel disappointed. Despite his inner turmoil, he managed a small smile. "I care about you too." Arya smiled back and resumed her focus on his hand. The two sat in silence for a moment, the only sound the waves gently lapping against the side of the ship. The stars continued to shine brightly in the night sky above them, providing a peaceful backdrop for the quiet moment between them. Luffy's heart continued to race as he looked at her. Something about this moment felt different than all the other moments they had shared together. There was an air of something between them, something he couldn't quite identify. His mind was swimming with conflicting thoughts and feelings. He knew he should be happy that she thought of him as a friend. Friends was good. Friends was easy and safe. Friends didn't make your heart race and your chest feel tight. And yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that there was something more between them, a connection that went deeper than just friendship. When she looked at him, he saw a tenderness in her eyes, a softness that she didn't show to anyone else. Arya finished cleaning his left hand and the scrapes and cuts on his arms. "Do you have any injuries anywhere else?" she asked. She knew he had been grazed and hit by some of the rocks during the fight, but she wasn't sure exactly where. Luffy shifted in his seat, wincing slightly as he moved his body. "Yeah, I think I got some scrapes here and there," he grumbled. He lifted up his shirt, and Arya's breath hitched as she saw all the cuts and scrapes that littered his body, his flesh battered and bruised. "Oh my gosh, Luffy! You're hurt all over," she gasped. It's no big deal, he said, trying to downplay it. I've had worse. And it was true. He had suffered much worse injuries during his many fights. No big deal? Are you serious? Arya reached for the cloth in the bowl and wrung it out. She didn't even know where to begin. I think you're going to need to take your shirt off. Luffy hesitated for a moment, reluctant to show her just how beat up he truly was, but he knew it was pointless to hide it. His cheeks turned slightly pink, but he tried to play it off with a casual shrug. Yeah, okay, he muttered before sliding his shirt off slowly, wincing as the fabric brushed over his tender cuts. The full extent of just how much he endured during the fight earlier suddenly dawned on Arya, and it made her heart ache. It was no wonder he collapsed afterward. She felt a lump form in her throat, but she tried to hide just how affected she was. She began gently dabbing the warm cloth over the cuts and scrapes on his torso, and Luffy closed his eyes and leaned his head back in the chair. Arya could see the exhaustion in his face, and her heart twisted in sympathy. After a few minutes, she finished with the cloth and placed it back into the bowl of water. She began rummaging through the medical kit on the table and pulled out some antiseptic, cotton pads, and gauze. Luffy watched in silence as Arya applied the antiseptic to one of the cotton pads. He gritted his teeth as she began to dab the antiseptic on the open cuts and scrapes on his chest and arms. He let out a low hiss, the sharp sting of the antiseptic making him wince. Despite his high tolerance for pain, even Luffy couldn't help but react to the intense burning sensation. Sorry, Arya said quietly. It's fine, Luffy ground out through gritted teeth, trying to sound nonchalant. But he winced again as Arya continued applying the antiseptic. After a couple of minutes, she finished and began carefully wrapping the gauze around his chest and back. When she finished, Luffy let out a sigh of relief. He relaxed back into his chair, his body aching with exhaustion, knuckles throbbing. He tilted his head back, eyes half closed as he waited for Arya to move on to his hands next. The pain in his knuckles was far more intense than the cuts and scrapes on the rest of his body. They burned and throbbed every time he clenched his fists or moved his fingers. Arya soaked another cotton pad in antiseptic and took one of his hands. Luffy winced as the antiseptic touched his raw knuckles. It sent a sharp, burning pain through his hand, causing him to jerk his hand back briefly before forcing it back into her hands. Ow, 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 ow. This freakin' hurts. He grumbled through clenched teeth. I'm sorry. Are you okay? She asked. Yeah, Luffy replied, his voice strained. Just do it. It's gotta be done. Arya resumed dabbing the antiseptic on his knuckles, using as much care as she could. Luffy clenched his teeth as the antiseptic stung the raw, torn skin. It felt like fire burning against his skin, but he forced himself to remain still. Are you almost done? He asked through clenched teeth. Almost, she murmured. She hated to see Luffy in pain like this. She lifted her free hand and slipped off his hat. Before he could protest, she placed it on his lap and began running her fingers softly through his hair. Just try to focus on this instead, okay? She said, hoping to offer him a distraction. Luffy froze for a moment, surprised by the sensation of her fingers in his hair. The way she was touching him, it was different. It was soft and gentle, and it sent a shiver through him. He swallowed hard, trying to ignore how the way she touched him was making his insides feel all jumbled up. He didn't know how to process these feelings, these strange, unfamiliar sensations. Feels nice, he said, his voice quiet as her fingers continued to gently brush through his hair. Arya smiled to herself as a warm feeling blossomed in her chest. She was enjoying this. Taking care of him. Making him feel better. The feeling of her fingers in his hair, it was like electricity dancing over Luffy's scalp. He closed his eyes, savoring the sensation, his injuries and exhaustion seeming to fade in that moment. As Arya continued brushing her fingers through his hair, Luffy couldn't help but lean into her hand, almost like a cat seeking affection. It was a small, involuntary movement that he wasn't even aware he was making. His heart was racing, his thoughts and emotions churning like a storm within him. The sensations rolling through him were so foreign, so different from anything he'd felt before. After a moment, Arya finished with the antiseptic. She lifted her hand away from his head and began to carefully bandage his hands. Luffy kept his eyes closed, his mind still consumed with the feelings of her fingers in his hair, the sensations still fresh in his mind. It was like she had left an imprint on him, a lingering feeling that he couldn't shake. Once she finished wrapping his hands, she sat back, admiring her work. There. All better, she said with a soft, affectionate smile. Luffy looked down at his bandaged hands. They were wrapped snugly and securely. He flexed his fingers and twisted his wrists, testing the stability of the bandages. Luffy couldn't help but be impressed. She did a really good job taking care of his hands. They still throbbed from the pain, but the bandages felt secure and comfortable enough. Thanks, Arya, he said, looking at her. He meant it. She took good care of him, and he appreciated it. Arya's smile widened slightly. You're welcome. I have to clean this up. I'll be right back, she said as she got up out of her chair. She collected the bowl, medical supplies, and used cotton pads before walking away. Luffy's eyes followed her as she walked away, his gaze lingering on her retreating figure. Damn it, he mumbled under his breath. He couldn't shake the way she had made him feel, how her touch had sent a spark through him, how her fingers and his hair had stirred up feelings he didn't even know he had. He leaned back heavily into the chair, his mind still racing. He couldn't ignore it any longer. He had feelings for Arya. Deep, intense feelings that he couldn't explain or understand. But it wasn't just the feelings that were bothering him now. It was also the fact that she may not feel the same way for him. The thought made his heart ache. He tried to push the thoughts aside, telling himself that it didn't matter. They were crewmates, friends. It was better this way. Luffy sighed heavily, running a hand through his unruly black hair. He was suddenly aware of how exhausted, weak and achy he was. His mind wandered as he lay back, gazing up at the stars. The evening was clear and cool, and the sky was alive with a canopy of stars. A few minutes later, Arya returned, carrying a large glass of milk and a plate stacked with meat. Luffy perked up at the sight of the milk and meat, his eyes widening slightly. Luffy sat up straighter as Arya approached. He sniffed the air, the scent of the meat making his stomach growl. Is that for me? He asked. Arya smiled. Yeah, Sanji and the others are in the kitchen right now. He said you heal a lot faster when you eat, especially meat and milk. Arya handed the milk and plate of meat to Luffy. He quickly began devouring the meat, barely pausing to breathe in between bites. His face was lit up with a huge grin, and he let out a happy sigh as he swallowed a mouthful. This is so good. He beamed, his voice muffled by the food in his mouth. Arya sat back down beside him. She smiled and rested her chin on her hands as she watched him eat. She loved that something as simple as food could bring him so much joy, and seeing him happy made her happy. Luffy finished the meat in record time, practically inhaling it. He sat back with a satisfied belch and reached for the milk. He took a big gulp, savoring the taste. It slid down his throat cool and soothing, and he felt a sense of contentment wash over him. That hit the spot, Luffy said with a satisfied grin as he finished the milk, setting the empty plate and glass down on the table next to his chair. He leaned back into his chair again, even more relaxed now with food in his stomach. He looked at Arya sitting beside him, the soft glow from the moon illuminating her face. Thank you, he said, breaking the silence. For the food and for taking care of me. Arya smiled, feeling a warm sensation spread through her chest. You're welcome. Are you feeling any better? Luffy nodded weakly, the ache in his muscles and the tiredness in his body still present. Yeah, a little bit. I'll be good as new in no time, he said, though the exhaustion was evident in his voice. He looked at her then, his gaze meeting hers, and Arya could see the exhaustion in his eyes. Do you want to go to bed? She asked. The thought of sleep was appealing, but Luffy didn't want the night to end. Even though he was exhausted, he didn't want to say goodbye to her yet. I probably should, he said, rubbing his hands over his face. But I'm not sure I can move. I could ask one of the guys carry you, she offered. Luffy shook his head. Nah, don't bother him. They're all probably tired too. He tried to sit up a bit straighter, but winced as his aching muscles protested. I'll just stay here. Arya looked at him with concern. Are you sure? You look pretty wiped out. Luffy nodded weakly. Yeah, I'm sure. I'll crash here. It's fine, he said, trying to sound much more confident than he felt. Besides, the view is nice here, he added, trying to distract himself from the aches and pains. He let out a soft sigh as he looked out at the night sky, taking in the twinkling stars and the full moon above them. It was a beautiful sight. The sea was calm, the water reflecting the stars and creating a mirror image of the night sky. The moon was large and full, casting a soft glow over everything. It was a peaceful moment, one that even Luffy couldn't help but appreciate, despite his physical discomfort. "Yeah, it is," Arya said as she looked out at the ocean. It was hard to tell where the ocean ended and the sky began. "Sometimes I forget how amazing everything looks from the sea," he said, a small smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "We've seen some incredible things on our journey so far," she smiled softly. Even in discomfort and pain, Luffy didn't lose his sense of wonder. She loved that about him. "But it's more than the sights and the adventures," he continued, shifting to look at her. "It's the feeling of freedom I get when I'm out on the open sea. It's like nothing can hold me back." He smiled softly as he looked up at the sky, a bit more thoughtful. "That's why I could never stop being a pirate. It's who I am." Arya felt butterflies in her stomach as he spoke. "I definitely get it." Luffy's smile widened. He loved how she understood him, how she seemed to understand his passion and desire for freedom. His gaze returned to her, and he realized that the view in front of him was even more beautiful than the one above him, the way the moonlight danced across her skin, illuminating her face. His heart felt like it was pounding harder than ever, and he swallowed hard to try to control it. He began, unsure of how to continue. This feeling was new, unfamiliar to him. He had never felt this way before, and he had no idea what to do about it. He cleared his throat, hoping his words wouldn't sound as strange as he felt. "You look nice under the moonlight." The words came out more awkwardly than he intended. He cursed himself silently for sounding like an idiot. Arya couldn't help but smile. She'd never received that type of compliment from Luffy before, and it made her cheeks flush slightly. "Thanks," she said, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Luffy mentally kicked himself. "I mean, not that you don't look nice in the daylight too," he added quickly, hoping to salvage his awkward attempt at a compliment. "You always look nice, really. I mean, you're pretty." His cheeks flushed redder as he heard himself speak. Why in the world am I telling her this? Arya couldn't help but giggle. She knew Luffy wasn't the type to normally give compliments like this, and she found his awkwardness incredibly adorable. Luffy internally facepalmed. Why is this so hard? He could take on any enemy in a fight, but he was struggling to put two words together when talking to her now. The silence stretched between them, and Luffy struggled with what to say next. Every time his eyes met hers, his stomach lurched and his heart raced. He needed to say something, anything, that didn't sound stupid. His voice trailed off again. "Come on, idiot. Just say something," he thought, but his mind went blank. He was painfully aware of how dumb he must look, stuttering and mumbling like a moron. He was the captain, the leader of the crew, a fearless fighter, an emperor of the sea, and yet here he was, completely tongue-tied and feeling like a nervous teenager. He took a deep breath, trying to steady himself. He opened his mouth, desperately trying to say something coherent. Just as he was about to speak, Brook came strolling out to the deck. He was singing some sea shanty, his guitar slung across his shoulder, seemingly unaware of Luffy and Arya's presence. Brook's voice suddenly stopped as he turned and noticed the pair sitting on the lounge chairs. "Ah, hello," he said cheerfully, looking from Luffy to Arya and back again. "Hey, Brook," Arya said, mirroring his cheerful tone. "Hey, Brook," Luffy echoed, slightly annoyed at the interruption. He glanced at Arya, his heart dropping a little bit as he wondered if the moment was now gone. Brook chuckled softly as he looked back and forth between Luffy and Arya. He could sense the tension and the undercurrent of something more between them, even if Luffy and Arya themselves seemed oblivious to it. "Am I interrupting something?" he asked, a teasing edge to his voice. Luffy's cheeks flushed slightly and he glanced at Arya, before quickly looking away. He muttered something unintelligible, trying to hide the fact that Brook had caught him off guard. Arya looked at Luffy, amused by his reaction. She was used to his goofy mannerisms and the fact that he wore his heart on his sleeve, but watching him get flustered was kind of adorable. "I was just taking care of our captain," she said with a smile. Luffy's heart skipped a beat. He liked how she called him our captain. It was a simple statement, but it made him feel a mixture of pride and something else he couldn't quite identify. He tried to shrug it off, but the comment still made him feel warm inside. Just a couple of cuts and scrapes, nothing major, he said, his voice a bit hoarse. Brook's grin widened at Arya's answer. He knew perfectly well what was going on between the two of them, even if they didn't realize it themselves yet. He leaned against the railing. "Oh, so you're a nurse now, Arya?" he joked. Arya laughed softly. "Maybe I am. I wear many hats, you know. I'm a little good at a lot of things." Much like her dad. Luffy glanced at Brook, his face slightly flushed. He didn't like the way Brook was teasing them. He quickly changed the subject, wanting to steer the conversation away from him and Arya. He cleared his throat, trying to keep his voice steady. "So, Brook, what were you up to? Practicing your music?" Brook chuckled softly, realizing that Luffy was trying to change the topic. "Yeah, just playing some tunes. It helps pass the time." Luffy nodded slowly, staring at the deck. He fidgeted in his seat, feeling a bit on edge. The tension between him and Arya still hung in the air, unsaid and tangible. Brook glanced at both of them, his empty eye sockets darting back and forth. He could sense the unspoken feelings between them, the chemistry and the attraction that neither of them were acknowledging. The silence between them felt heavy and uncomfortable, and Luffy found himself fidgeting even more. He could feel Brook watching them, and he knew that Brook saw through his facade. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his racing heart. Suddenly, he had an idea. "Hey Brook, why don't you play us a song?" It wasn't a question. It was a demand. Brook was taken aback by the sudden request, but he quickly regained his composure. He knew that Luffy was trying to buy time, to keep the conversation away from him and Arya. "Sure thing, Luffy," Brook said cheerfully as he began to strum a soft, melodious tune on his guitar, the sound filling the air and chasing away the previous uncomfortable silence. Luffy closed his eyes, listening to the music, grateful for the diversion. Arya leaned back in her chair, her eyes softening as she also listened to the music. The music was soothing and beautiful, and it washed over Luffy, soothing his nerves and helping him to relax. He sat back in his chair, resting his head back and staring up at the stars. He stole glances at Arya. She looked so beautiful in that moment, her eyes closed, lost in the music. The music continued, and Luffy couldn't help but feel a sense of peace. He and Arya sat together in silence, listening to Brook play. The stars continued to shine above, their light reflecting off the water, creating a beautiful sight. Despite the chaos of the earlier battle, Luffy felt a sense of contentment settle in his chest. The music eventually came to an end, and the night became silent again. Brook stood up and stretched, a knowing smile on his face. "I think I'll hit the hay, Captain," he said. "Don't stay up too late now." Luffy knew what he was implying, but he just chuckled and nodded. "Yeah, night, Brook." "Night, Brook," Arya added with a wave. Once Brook had left, the silence returned. Luffy and Arya sat in the comfortable silence, looking up at the stars. The night was peaceful, the only sound the gentle lapping of the waves against the ship. As the silence continued, Luffy felt the tension in the air thicken again. He could tell that Arya was also feeling it. He shifted in his seat, trying to find a position that was comfortable for his achy body. Every now and then he glanced at her, his heart racing in his chest. Suddenly, the silence was broken by the sound of someone clearing their throat. Luffy and Arya both turned to see Zoro standing behind them. Zoro's arms were crossed, his expression serious. He looked at Luffy with a mixture of annoyance and mild concern. "You look like crap," he said bluntly. Luffy chuckled weakly. "I feel like crap," he admitted. "You should go get some sleep," Zoro said gruffly. He glanced at Arya, as if silently judging her for keeping Luffy awake. Arya looked down, feeling slightly guilty. Zoro's gaze seemed to sharpen as he looked at Arya, as if he was sizing her up. It was clear that Zoro was protective of Luffy, and he wasn't afraid to show it. "She's not keeping me awake," Luffy said defensively. Zoro raised an eyebrow. "She's still here, isn't she?" Luffy frowned. "What's that supposed to mean?" Zoro glanced at Arya again, and then back at Luffy. "You should be resting, not sitting here chatting all night." Arya felt a mix of emotions. She was enjoying spending time with Luffy, but at the same time, she knew that Zoro was right. Luffy needed to sleep so he could heal faster. She couldn't be selfish. She wanted what was best for Luffy. Zoro's words seemed to hang in the air for a moment, and Luffy could sense the tension between them all. He knew that Zoro meant well and was just trying to look out for him, but he didn't want to give up this moment with Arya. Luffy glanced at Arya, and he could see the guilt in her eyes. He knew that she felt guilty for keeping him up, but he didn't want her to feel bad. He didn't want her to leave. "I'm not tired," Luffy said firmly. He was stubborn and determined to stay up and talk to Arya for a little longer. He wasn't ready to say goodnight to her yet. Zoro rolled his eye at Luffy's stubbornness. He knew that Luffy could be a pain in the ass. "You're exhausted, idiot. You're not going to heal if you don't let your body rest and recover." Arya could feel Zoro's scrutiny, but she couldn't deny his words. "Zoro's right, Luffy. You should go to bed and get some sleep," she said softly as she got up from her chair. "I think I'm going to go to bed." "Wait," Luffy said quickly as he reached out to grab her wrist. "Don't go." Arya's eyes widened as she felt Luffy's bandaged hand around her wrist. She turned to face him, her heart racing. Her expression was gentle but conflicted. "What?" she said. "I don't want you to go," Luffy repeated, his voice soft and vulnerable. He looked up at her, his eyes pleading. He looked so tired, but so determined to stay awake. Zoro watched the interaction between them, a small smile tugging at the corner of his lips. He could see the sparks between the two of them, but he knew that Luffy was too dense to see it himself. "But you need rest," Arya said. "You're hurt and tired. You need to sleep so you can heal." Luffy's grip on her wrist tightened, and he looked up at her with a pleading expression that she couldn't resist. "Please just stay here for a little longer." Arya could see the exhaustion and pain written all over his face, and the way he looked up at her with those puppy dog eyes. "Okay," she said with a soft smile. "I'll stay, but only if you try to get some sleep." "Deal," Luffy said immediately. He didn't care about the conditions, he was just glad that she was staying. He released her wrist and leaned back against the chair, closing his eyes. He was exhausted and sore, but being able to spend more time with her made it worth it. Arya sat back down in her chair beside him. Zoro chuckled as he watched the two of them. It was clear that Luffy had a thing for Arya, even if he didn't know it yet. He knew that Luffy could be oblivious to these kinds of things. "You two are something else," he said with a smirk. Luffy just opened one eye and shot Zoro a glare. "Shut up," he muttered. As Arya and Luffy sat in the silence, Luffy felt the exhaustion begin to take over his body. He tried to force himself to stay awake, but his eyelids felt heavy, and his entire body ached. He shifted a little on the chair, trying to get comfortable, and the movement caused a jolt of pain to shoot through his muscles. He winced, closing his eyes for a moment. "Are you okay?" Arya asked softly. Luffy opened his eyes and gave her a small smile. "Yeah, I'm fine. Just sore," he said. He shifted again, trying to find a comfortable position, but the pain seemed to be everywhere. His muscles ached, his knuckles throbbed, and his cuts stung. Suddenly, Luffy gritted his teeth and let out a low hiss of pain as he shifted again. Arya's eyes softened. She could see him hurting as he tried to get comfortable. She reached out her hand and began gently running her fingers through his hair, hoping to offer him some comfort. Luffy's heart skipped a beat. He closed his eyes and let out a soft sigh. He leaned into her hand, almost involuntarily. "That feels good," he mumbled, his voice low and soft. "Keep doing that." Luffy felt himself relax. The ache in his muscles and sting from his injuries faded away as he focused entirely on the feeling of her fingers running through his hair. Zoro watched the scene with a soft smile on his face. He knew that Luffy was completely smitten with Arya. He could see it in the way he watched her, the way he smiled when she smiled. And he could see the gentle way that Arya was trying to soothe away his discomfort and pain. Luffy felt his eyelids growing heavy. The pain had slowly faded, replaced by a sense of comfort and contentment that he couldn't quite explain. He opened his eyes a tiny bit, looking up at Arya. "Thanks," he murmured quietly, "for staying with me." Arya smiled, her eyes softening even further as she looked at him. How could I possibly refuse? The silence between them was comfortable. It was as if they didn't need words to understand each other. Luffy was content to just sit there, eyes closed, feeling Arya's fingers in his hair and her presence beside him. He took a deep breath, feeling a wave of contentment wash over him. In that moment, Luffy wanted to tell her how he felt. He wanted to express his emotions, and his growing feelings for her that he didn't quite understand. But the words stuck in his throat, refusing to come out. He opened his eyes and looked up at her, his heart pounding in his chest. But when he saw the softness in her eyes, the gentle expression on her face, he lost his courage. He didn't want to ruin the moment. Instead, he just closed his eyes again and took another deep breath. "Don't stop doing that," he muttered quietly. Arya chuckled softly and continued to rake her fingers through his hair. "I won't," she replied. "I'll stay here as long as you need me to. Just try to go to sleep. You need to rest." Luffy felt a warmth spread through his chest at her words. No one had ever cared for him like this. And it wasn't just that she was taking care of his physical needs, it was the way she spoke to him. The way she looked at him. It was as if he was the only person in the world that mattered to her at this moment. Slowly, almost reluctantly, he found himself nodding. The exhaustion was catching up to him, and the pain in his muscles was lessening with her touch. He felt the drowsiness wash over him, his eyelids becoming heavier with each passing moment. His body relaxed even more, the pain and discomfort fading into the background. He tried to fight it, tried to stay awake a little longer just to be near her, but he couldn't. Sleep was taking over, and his eyes closed against his will. He mumbled something incoherently, something about not wanting her to leave, even as sleep pulled him under. But the words were slurred and almost inaudible, barely making it out of his mouth before his breathing softened and his body went slack. Arya couldn't help but smile as she saw his eyes flutter closed, the tension leaving his body as he surrendered to sleep. The rest of the crew were still around, but they were giving Luffy and Arya some space, as if they could sense the unspoken words between them. Zoro, who was fairly close but out of earshot, still had a soft smile on his face as he watched the two of them. Just then, Chopper approached Zoro. He had finished taking care of the others and came to check on Luffy, who he had entrusted in Arya's care. Chopper's eyes widened in surprise as he saw Luffy fast asleep, his head leaning against Arya's hand. He glanced at Zoro, who was watching the two of them intently. "How is he?" Chopper asked Zoro, keeping his voice low. "He's resting," Zoro replied, his eyes still fixated on Luffy and Arya. "How long has he been sleeping?" Chopper asked. "Not long," Zoro said. "He's pretty worn out from the fight. And she's been taking care of him." He gestured to Arya, who was still slowly running her fingers through Luffy's hair. Chopper's eyes softened as he looked at the scene in front of him. "Looks like she's taking good care of him," Chopper said with a small smile. "Yeah, she is," Zoro said, his voice tinged with a hint of approval. Luffy slept soundly, his breathing deep and steady. He looked peaceful, his expression softer than usual, and his body relaxed. His head was still leaning against Arya's hand. "I think she genuinely cares about him," Chopper stated. "Seems that way," Zoro said, his eye flickering to Arya. He saw how she continued to soothe Luffy, even though he was now asleep. Luffy stirred slightly, a soft groan escaping his lips. He felt warm and comfortable. The gentle touch of Arya's fingers in his hair was soothing, and he subconsciously leaned into her hand even more. Chopper nodded, noticing the connection between the two. He could see the care and affection in Arya's touch. "You think he has feelings for her?" Chopper asked. Zoro smiled slyly. "Oh, he definitely does." Chopper looked at him in surprise. "How do you know?" Zoro chuckled softly. "It's pretty obvious, if you asked me. Luffy is a simpleton, but he wears his heart on his sleeve. It's hard to miss the way he looks at her when she's around. But you know Luffy, he's as dense as they come. He probably hasn't even realized it yet." "Maybe not," Chopper agreed. "But sometimes, the heart knows things before the mind catches up." Zoro chuckled softly. "You're right about that," he said. "Luffy may be dense sometimes, but he's not completely oblivious. I have a feeling he'll figure it out." There was a pause, And then Zoro added, I just hope he doesn't do anything stupid when he finally realizes it. Chopper let out a small laugh. Knowing Luffy, he probably will do something stupid, he said, shaking his head with a fond smile. As Zoro and Chopper talked quietly, Arya found her eyelids growing heavy. The gentle stroking motion of her hand in Luffy's hair slowed before it stopped completely. Zoro and Chopper noticed that Arya had also fallen asleep. She was still sitting next to Luffy, her hand now resting on his head, while her chin was angled against her collarbone. Zoro let out a soft huff of laughter, finding the situation both amusing and endearing. Looks like they're both out cold, he said. Zoro and Chopper exchanged a glance, both of them silently agreeing to leave the two of them be. They knew how important it was for Luffy to rest, and they didn't want to disturb him, or Arya. Chopper went and got a blanket for Arya and draped it over her before heading off to bed. Zoro stood back and watched the scene in front of him. The sight of the two of them asleep together, with Arya's hand still resting on Luffy's head, was heartwarming and somewhat comical at the same time. He couldn't help but wonder how Luffy would react when he woke up in this situation. Zoro remained in his spot, his gaze flickering back and forth between Luffy and Arya with a mixture of protectiveness and curiosity. He wanted to keep an eye on them, even as they slept. Zoro leaned back against the railing, his arms crossed over his chest. He kept his watchful eye on both Luffy and Arya, but his thoughts began to wander as he continued to observe them. He knew that Luffy had a crush on Arya, even if he didn't realize it himself yet. The way Luffy looked at her, how his eyes softened whenever she was near, the subtle gestures he made to get her attention, Zoro had seen it all. And now, here they were, asleep next to each other, with Arya's hands still gently resting on Luffy's head. Zoro couldn't help but wonder how this situation would play out. He knew Luffy well enough to know that, eventually, he would figure out his feelings for Arya. But what would he do once he realized it? That was the question that intrigued Zoro the most. He just hoped that when the time came, Luffy wouldn't mess it up. Zoro smiled to himself, anticipating the chaos that was sure to ensue when Luffy finally came to terms with his feelings. It would be a fun spectacle to witness, that was for sure. The sun began to rise over the ocean, casting a warm glow over the Thousand Sunny, which was anchored just offshore the mysterious island. Luffy stirred slightly as the sunlight began to peek through his eyelids. He opened his eyes slowly, blinking a few times to adjust to the light. He suddenly noticed the weight of something on his head. He turned to see Arya sleeping on the lounge chair beside to him, her arms stretched out between their two chairs, her hand resting on the top of his head. Luffy smiled and felt a warm sense of contentment knowing that she had stayed by his side all night while he recovered. Maybe I should wake her up? He thought to himself. No, she looks so peaceful. But I kinda have to pee. Luffy hesitated a moment before deciding to gently shake Arya's hand a bit. Hey, sleepyhead, he said in a soft but teasing voice, wake up already? Arya's eyes fluttered slowly, and she began to stir awake. She opened her eyes to see Luffy looking at her. Hey, she mumbled. How are you feeling? I'm feeling much better now, no more pain, Luffy muttered. But I really need to use the bathroom. Oh! Arya exclaimed as she realized her hand was still resting on top of Luffy's head. She retracted it and let out a soft laugh. Sorry about that. I guess I fell asleep like that. Luffy chuckled and waved off her apology. No biggie, he said, getting up from his lounge chair as he hung his straw hat from the back of his neck. I appreciate you taking care of me last night. Yeah, of course, Arya said as she sat up in her chair, rubbing her eyes. You stayed with me all night, Luffy added, smiling at her. Arya returned his smile. Yeah, I did, she replied softly. Luffy felt a warm feeling in his chest as he looked at her, and he realized the depth of his affection for her. He shook the thought from his head and quickly changed the subject. Anyway, I guess I'd better go take care of business before my bladder bursts. Oh, right, Arya said, raking her fingers through her disheveled morning hair. Luffy made his way to the bathroom, leaving Arya sitting on the lawn deck, still half asleep. Zoro, who had been nearby keeping an eye on them, couldn't help but smirk at their interaction. Looks like you two are getting pretty close. Arya shot up from her chair, startled by the sudden sound of Zoro's deep voice, not realizing he had been there the whole time. Zoro! Gee, good morning. Has he been there all night? Zoro chuckled at her reaction. Good morning to you too, he said, still smirking. Looks like you and the captain were pretty cozy last night. Arya felt her cheeks flush slightly at Zoro's comment. He was injured. I was just taking care of him, she replied, a bit too quickly. Zoro leaned against the railing. Sure, you were just taking care of him, he said knowingly. Hey, I was, Arya said defensively, feeling the heat rising in her cheeks. Zoro chuckled again. I'm just teasing, chill out. Arya averted her gaze. It's obvious you both care for each other, Zoro said with a smirk. Arya's eyes widened in surprise. What do you mean? She asked, her heart beginning to flutter. Zoro shrugged. Come on. You stayed with him all night, taking care of him. Hell, you even fell asleep with your hand in his hair. I was just trying to make him feel better, she said in defense, trying to keep her composure. He was hurting and having trouble getting comfortable, and I wanted to make sure he got some sleep. Sure you were, Zoro said. But you also have feelings for him, don't you? Arya froze, her eyes widening even more. She was completely caught off guard by the forward and unexpected question. What? Zoro chuckled, leaning against the railing. Come on, he said. You think I can't see it? The way you look at him. The way you care for him. It's pretty obvious. Arya's heart raced as she averted her gaze again. She was quiet for a moment. She knew Zoro was observant and very protective of Luffy, and she knew she couldn't hide it from him. You're right, she admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. I do have feelings for him. Zoro nodded, his smirk softening into a sympathetic smile. I thought so. You care for him. A lot. It was a statement more than a question. Arya nodded. Yeah, she confessed quietly. I do. Does he know? Zoro asked, raising an eyebrow. Arya shook her head. No, Zoro shrugged. He's pretty dense when it comes to stuff like that, but he'd have to be an idiot to not notice how you feel about him. You're not exactly subtle. Arya winced. Am I really that obvious? Zoro laughed. Yeah. You really are. It's only a matter of time before he figures it out. And when he does, he trailed off, leaving the implication hanging in the air. Just then, Luffy returned from the bathroom, feeling much better. He looked over at Zoro and Arya. What are you guys talking about? He asked, looking between the two of them. Zoro grinned. Just about how Arya here stayed up all night taking care of you, he said, giving her a smirk. Arya felt her cheeks flush again. Luffy looked at Arya, a small smile on his face. Yeah, she took good care of me, he said, his eyes lingering on her. Arya's heart skipped a beat at his gaze. She looked down for a moment, nervously twirling a strand of hair around her finger as her blush deepened. Luffy's smile widened as he noticed Arya's reaction. Hey, you okay? He asked teasingly. Your cheeks are red. Yeah? I'm fine, just a little warm, she lied. Luffy smirked, knowing she was lying, but decided to go along with it anyway. Yeah, it is pretty warm out here. It's just so warm and humid on this island in the daytime, Arya said quickly. Luffy nodded in agreement. Yeah, it's like walking around in a sauna, he said, fanning himself with his hand. Zoro watched the two of them, shaking his head in amusement. You two are hopeless. Luffy shot Zoro a look. What's that supposed to mean? Zoro just chuckled. You'll figure it out eventually, he said cryptically before walking away. Luffy looked confused, then turned back to Arya. What was that all about? Arya shrugged, feigning ignorance. I have no idea. Luffy shrugged and sat back down on the lounge chair, stretching and sighing in contentment. Man, I feel a lot better. Arya raised an eyebrow. Yeah? You do? Luffy nodded. Yeah, I'm feeling good as new, he said with a grin. Arya walked over to him, slightly confused and skeptical. Wait, how are you feeling this good? You should still be pretty sore with all of your injuries. Luffy looked up at her with a mischievous glint in his eye. Oh? Care to check for yourself? He teased. Arya nodded. Yeah, let me see how those hands are looking this morning. Luffy held out his hands, palms up. Go ahead. Check him out, he said confidently. Arya slowly and carefully began to unravel the bandages on his hand, and her eyes widened the moment she saw his bare skin. What the? She said out loud. She couldn't believe it. His skin was almost completely healed. She grabbed his hand and began inspecting it, absolutely flabbergasted. Luffy watched her reaction, grinning from ear to ear. Pretty impressive, huh? He said, clearly enjoying Arya's disbelief. But how? I don't understand. You were covered in cuts and bruises last night. How can you be almost completely healed overnight? Arya asked, turning his hand over to look at his knuckles. The skin that was badly broken and torn last night was now fused together, as if he had gone through weeks of healing. Luffy chuckled, maintaining his wide grin. I bet you never heard that devil fruit users also have, what are the words? He stumbled on his words, trying to remember the science words Robin had once told him. Rapid, oh yeah. Regeneration. Arya's mind was boggled. This is crazy, she breathed. She had never seen anything like it before. Luffy chuckled. Yeah, crazy awesome, he said with a grin. Arya just shook her head, still in disbelief. However, the more she thought about it, the less shocking it seemed. It was no more crazy than the revelation of people with devil fruit abilities, or seeing steam billowing off Luffy's body when he went into second gear, or how he had made his fists gigantic when he fought. She realized that what truly mattered was that Luffy was no longer in pain. I'm happy you're feeling better, she said, her eyes softening as she looked up at him. Luffy's gaze met hers, the softness in his expression mirroring hers. He felt his heart skip a beat, noticing an opportunity. Well, since I feel all better, he said with a teasing grin, there's something I've been wanting to do. Arya raised an eyebrow. Oh yeah? What's that? Luffy stood up from his chair and closed the distance between them, standing directly in front of her. He kept his gaze locked on hers, his eyes twinkling with mischief. Before she could react, he leaned forward and wrapped his arms around her in a tight hug, resting his chin on the top of her head. Arya smiled and hugged him back, her heart beginning to race. Luffy held her tightly, feeling the warmth of her body against his. He had always found comfort in physical displays of affection, but with Arya, this felt different, more meaningful. As he felt her arms around his waist, he couldn't help but feel a lump form in his throat. Thank you, he said softly. For what? She asked. For taking care of me last night, he said, his heartbeat quickening slightly as he spoke. For staying by my side and making me feel better. For everything. Arya pulled back slightly so she could look up at him, a soft blush sweeping across her cheeks. You don't have to thank me, of course I stayed. I told you, I care about you. Luffy's heart skipped a beat at her words. There it was again, that look in her eyes, that gentle tone in her voice. It made him feel warm and fuzzy inside. He found himself staring into her eyes, his gaze softening as he held her in his arms. I know you do, he said, voice dropping to a near whisper. This exchange between them was a tender moment that went unnoticed by the rest of their crewmates. Then, Sanji's voice rang out from the kitchen. Breakfast is ready. Luffy looked up at the sound of Sanji's voice, releasing Arya from the hug. Breakfast! He cheered. Let's go eat. He grabbed Arya's hand and practically dragged her towards the kitchen. As Luffy and Arya entered the kitchen, they were greeted by the heavenly aroma of food permeating the air. The rest of the Straw Hat crew were already seated at the dining table, their plates piled with delicious breakfast items. Sanji stood behind the counter, wearing his chef's apron. Yummy! Luffy exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he took in the sight of the spread of food on the table. He quickly dropped into a seat at the head of the table and instantly began serving himself, while Arya took a seat on the other end of the table. Man, this is amazing! Luffy beamed as he began shoveling food into his mouth. He eagerly stuffed his face with every available food item on the table. So good! He practically moaned as he savored each bite of his meal. Nami rolled her eyes at his behavior. You always say that, no matter what it is you're eating, she grumbled. It's true though, Luffy said with a mouthful of food, a satisfied smile on his face. Everything Sanji makes is delicious. You're damn right it is. Sanji called from the kitchen. Luffy continued to wolf down his meal, occasionally letting out a satisfied groan or remark about how good the food was. Sanji finished serving the last bit of food and finally took a seat at the table, finding a chair beside Arya. This is incredible! Arya beamed, smiling appreciatively at Sanji. Sanji's eyes lit up the moment he saw Arya's smile. He flourished dramatically, placing a hand over his chest. "Ah, Arya, my sweet, you're a vision even the finest meal cannot rival." Luffy rolled his eyes at Sanji's comment. Sanji leaned in slightly, his voice as smooth as melted butter. "Did I mention how radiant you look this morning? Even the sun must envy such a glow." Arya was in the middle of chewing her food, her hair still a mess from sleeping out on the lounge chair all night. Thanks, Sanji," she replied, her voice muffled. Luffy couldn't help but feel a twinge of annoyance as he heard Sanji's comments. He knew of Sanji's tendency to swoon over women, but it had never bothered him before until now. Seeing Sanji so close to and flirting with Arya made him feel bothered. Sanji chuckled warmly, undeterred. "Oh, no need to thank me. A chef's duty is to serve beauty with beauty. If you ever desire anything at all, I will create it with all the passion of my soul, thanks." "That's really sweet of you," Arya replied with a soft smile as she continued eating her breakfast. Luffy's grip on his fork tightened. He couldn't explain why, but seeing Sanji's usual smooth charm aimed at Arya seemed to rub him the wrong way. He tried to brush it off, focusing on his food. The rest of the Straw Hat crew continued their conversations around them, oblivious to the subtle tension in the air. Everyone was used to Sanji's flirtatious nature, but today, it felt different to Luffy. He tried to focus on his meal, but he could feel something building inside him, a mixture of annoyance and something else that he couldn't quite identify. Sanji leaned in just a fraction closer, lowering his voice as if sharing a secret. "But truly, my dear, your eyes, like shimmering emeralds caught in a sunlit forest, deserve to be the subject of poetry." Luffy's grip on his fork grew tighter. He could feel the annoyance and that strange feeling growing within him. Sanji, clearly not sensing the tension, continued with his flattery, his voice smooth as ever. "And your hair, it's like a golden waterfall, each lock flowing with the grace of silk, cascading down your back in flawless waves." Luffy felt a growing tightness in his chest as Sanji continued to shower Arya with compliments. He couldn't stand it anymore. "Damn it, Sanji, enough already!" he shouted, his irritation finally getting the best of him. The room fell quiet as Luffy's sudden outburst shocked everyone into silence. "What's your problem, Luffy?" Sanji asked, taken aback by Luffy's reaction. Luffy's irritation was obvious. "You're getting on my nerves with all your stupid compliments," he growled. The crew exchanged confused glances, not understanding why Luffy was suddenly so annoyed by Sanji's usual behavior. "I was just telling Arya that she looks beautiful, that's all," Sanji said defensively. Luffy's agitation heightened as he heard Sanji's explanation. "Yeah, well, I think you've said enough," he snapped. The crew continued to watch the exchange in confusion. Arya looked between Sanji and Luffy, suddenly feeling awkward. "You're overreacting, Luffy," Nami interjected, trying to break the tension. "Sanji's just being his usual flirty self." Luffy's jaw clenched as he glowered at Sanji. "I don't care. He needs to stop." Sanji threw up his hands in frustration. "Why do you care so much?" Luffy's fists clenched as he locked eyes with Sanji. "Because I don't like it, okay?" The crew exchanged glances, sensing the tension rising between Luffy and Sanji. Nami chimed in again, trying to mediate. "Luffy, you're being unreasonable. Sanji isn't doing anything wrong." Luffy's irritation flared at Nami's words. "I don't care. I don't want him talking to her like that." Sanji's expression hardened. "You don't get to tell me who I can and can't speak to. If I want to compliment a beautiful lady, I will." Luffy slammed his fist on the table, his eyes blazing with anger. "No, you won't!" he shouted. The crew winced at the sound of the impact of Luffy's fist on the table. "You can't tell me what to do, Luffy!" Sanji shot back. Luffy's jaw tightened further. "I can, and I will." Sanji's eyes flashed with anger. "You're being childish." "Childish?" Luffy practically growled, standing up from his chair. Sanji stood up as well, his own temper flaring. "Yes, childish. You're acting like a jealous little kid." Luffy's face flushed with anger. "I'm not jealous." Sanji raised an eyebrow, his eyes narrowing. "Are you sure about that?" he challenged. Luffy's fists clenched even tighter, his teeth gritted. "Yes, I'm sure." Sanji raised an eyebrow. "Then why are you getting so worked up about me talking to Arya?" he asked, crossing his arms. Luffy's jaw clenched tighter, his anger reaching a boiling point. Because he couldn't find the words to explain why it bothered him so much. Because what, Luffy? Spit it out. Sanji pressed, his tone challenging. Luffy's fist shook with frustration. Because I don't want you flirting with her like that. Okay? He finally shouted. The crew's eyes widened in surprise. Even Arya seemed taken aback by his admission. Zoro smirked as he took a sip of his drink. Luffy's face flushed red as he realized what he had just admitted. Damn it, why did I say that? Sanji sat back down in his chair and leaned back. I think I see what's going on here. Luffy gritted his teeth as Sanji continued to smirk. Shut up, he snapped, trying to hide his embarrassment. Arya looked around the table, feeling somewhat guilty for their fighting. Nami spoke up, breaking the tension. Luffy, you're being ridiculous. Luffy's head snapped towards Nami, his irritation still evident on his face. This is between me and Sanji, not you. Nami rolled her eyes at him. Ugh, men, she said, exasperated. Sanji chuckled. Luffy, you're not very good at hiding your feelings. Luffy's irritation flared again. Just shut up, already. There was a brief pause, and Sanji let out a sigh. Look, I was just being myself. I didn't realize it bothered you so much. Luffy's anger started to soften at Sanji's words, but he was still feeling defensive. Yeah, well, it does. So just stop it. Sanji looked at him for a moment longer before nodding. All right, he said, his tone calmer now. I'll back off. The crew breathed a collective sigh of relief, glad that the argument had come to an end. Luffy sank back into his chair, feeling embarrassed and frustrated. Arya spoke up for the first time during the exchange. I'm sorry, you guys. I didn't mean to cause any trouble. Luffy felt a mix of annoyance and guilt at her apology. It's not your fault, he muttered, avoiding her gaze. Sanji nodded in agreement. Yeah, don't worry about it, Arya. Luffy just needs to stop being such a jealous idiot. Luffy opened his mouth to protest, but closed it again, not wanting to start another argument. He just sighed and crossed his arms, still feeling a bit agitated. The crew sat in silence for a moment, the tension of the argument still lingering in the air. Nami broke the silence. Well, that was intense, she said, glancing between Sanji and Luffy. Sanji chuckled. Yeah, our captain here can be quite the hothead, he said, still smirking as he looked at Luffy. Luffy shot him a glare, but didn't say anything. He knew he had let his jealousy get the best of him, and he felt embarrassed about it. The crew went back to eating, making small talk as they ate. Luffy stayed oddly quiet, lost in his thoughts and still frustrated by the argument. Arya looked at him, sensing his frustration. Their eyes met briefly, and Luffy could see the concern in her expression. He quickly looked away, feeling self-conscious about how he had acted. The rest of breakfast was relatively quiet, with Luffy's mood still bringing down the energy of the room. Eventually, the crew finished eating and began to clear the table. Luffy remained seated, still lost in his thoughts. Nami shot him a look as she collected plates and mugs. Hey, Luffy, are you gonna help clean up? Luffy snapped out of his thoughts and looked up at her. Huh? Oh, yeah, he said, getting up from his chair. He picked up some dirty plates and followed the others into the kitchen. The crew worked together to clean up the aftermath of their meal, but the atmosphere was still tense. No one addressed the argument directly, but the air was heavy with unspoken tension. Luffy stayed unusually quiet as he helped clean up. His mind was still clouded by frustration and embarrassment. Once they had finished cleaning, the crew began to head off in different directions. Luffy stayed behind, still feeling out of sorts. Arya hung back as the others started to leave the kitchen. She hesitated for a moment before approaching Luffy, knowing he was still upset about the argument earlier. Luffy? Arya said gently. Luffy looked up at her as she approached him. Yeah? He replied, his voice still tinged with a hint of irritation. Arya didn't know what to say, so she did the only thing that felt right to do in that moment. She walked up and wrapped her arms around him. Luffy was a bit surprised by the unexpected hug, but he slowly relaxed into her embrace, wrapping his arms around her in return. He rested his chin on the top of her head, and they stayed like that for a few moments without saying a word. Arya broke the silence. You seemed like you could use a hug, she murmured against him. Luffy felt his heart soften at her gesture, his irritation and frustration melting away with her hug. Yeah, I guess I did, he muttered quietly, his voice softer now. Thanks. Arya smiled and tightened her arms around him slightly. I'm sorry about earlier, Luffy said finally. You don't have to apologize to me, she said. Luffy's arms around her tightened. I do. I just overreacted. I shouldn't have yelled like that, he said, a hint of shame in his voice. But Luffy trailed off, struggling to put his feelings into words. He sighed and shook his head, feeling frustrated with himself. Never mind, it's stupid. I was just being dumb. Arya pulled back slightly so she could look up at him. No, it's not, she said softly. Your feelings aren't stupid. Luffy's gaze met hers, his eyes softening as he looked down at her. I don't like it when Sanji talks to you like that, Luffy finally admitted, his tone low and soft. Arya smiled. It really doesn't bother me, if that's what you're worried about. I've learned that's just how he is, she said, trying to reassure him. Luffy's expression softened further as he looked down at her. I know it doesn't bother you, he said, his tone still soft. But it bothers me. Arya's heart skipped a beat at his admission, and she could feel the sincerity in his voice. She knew that he was being vulnerable with her. Why does it bother you? She asked gently. Luffy hesitated, unsure of how to explain why it bothered him so much. He didn't fully understand it himself. I don't know, it just does. Arya was quiet for a moment. Deep down, she had a feeling she knew the reason, but she didn't want to press Luffy further or try to make him talk about things he wasn't ready to talk about, so instead she said quietly, I hate that you and Sanji fought like that. Luffy's frown deepened, his eyes falling to the ground. I know I hate it too, he muttered. I think you should go talk to him, Arya said, giving him a reassuring squeeze. Luffy's hand clenched into a fist at his side. Yeah, I guess I should, he said, his voice tinged with reluctance. He released his grip on her and straightened up, steeling himself for the inevitable confrontation. He knew he owed Sanji an apology, but he still wasn't looking forward to owning up to his irrational jealousy. He took a deep breath and looked back up at Arya. Thanks for the hug, he said softly. And thanks for letting me talk about all that stuff. Arya smiled. You don't have to thank me for that. Luffy felt a warmth in his chest at her smile. He wasn't used to opening up emotionally like this, but something about Arya brought out the softer side of him. Before he knew it, he was leaning in and pulling her back in for another hug, wrapping his arms around her again. Arya hugged him back without hesitation, her arms wrapping around him tightly. They stayed like that for another moment. Luffy felt the tension leaving his body with every breath, the warmth of her body against his filling him with a sense of peace and comfort. I'll talk to Sanji, okay? He said quietly. Arya nodded. Yeah, I think that'll be good for you both. Luffy couldn't help but feel a little reluctant. Yeah, but I'm still not looking forward to it, he admitted with a slight sigh. Talking about feelings isn't really my thing. Arya couldn't help but chuckle softly. I have faith in you. Luffy smiled slightly. Thanks, he said softly. He gave her one more final squeeze before reluctantly releasing her. I better go talk to him, he said, taking a step back. Arya smiled reassuringly and gave him a thumbs up. Good luck, Luffy chuckled slightly. Thanks. I have a feeling I'm gonna need it, he said, feeling a little nervous. Luffy made his way through the ship, his mind racing with thoughts. He tried to find the right words to say to Sanji, how to apologize for losing his temper. As he walked towards the men's quarters, he could feel his nerves growing. He eventually reached the door to the men's quarters and took another deep breath before he turned the doorknob and walked inside. Inside, he saw Sanji sitting on his bed, smoking a cigarette. Sanji looked up as Luffy entered, his expression neutral. They made eye contact for a moment before Luffy reluctantly spoke. Hey Sanji, he said, his voice sounding tense. Sanji raised an eyebrow, surprised to see Luffy coming to talk to him. Yeah? He replied, taking a drag from his cigarette. Luffy shifted uncomfortably, feeling the weight of his guilt. I wanted to talk to you, he said, trying to keep his voice steady. Sanji took another drag from his cigarette, his expression still neutral. About what? He asked, exhaling a plume of smoke. Luffy stood there for a moment, gathering his thoughts. He felt awkward and self-conscious being here to talk about feelings, but he knew he had to say something. About earlier, I'm sorry. I know I overreacted, and I shouldn't have yelled at you like that, he said, his voice still a little tense. Sanji's eyebrows shot up in surprise, not expecting Luffy to actually apologize. You're apologizing? Never thought I'd hear that from you, he said, a small smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Luffy scratched the back of his head, looking away. Yeah, I mean, I was kind of being a jerk, he admitted begrudgingly. He didn't like admitting that he was wrong, but he knew he had messed up. Sanji nodded, a hint of seriousness creeping into his tone. Yeah, you were pretty out of line. But I guess I understand where you were coming from. Luffy looked up at Sanji, surprised by his understanding. He was expecting Sanji to give him a hard time, not to be so accepting of his apology. You do? Sanji took another drag from his cigarette before responding. Yeah, I do. I wasn't trying to make you jealous or anything like that. I was just being myself like I usually am. But I guess I can see how it bothered you. Luffy nodded, feeling a little relieved that Sanji understood his perspective. Yeah, I know you were just being yourself. But it just bothered me. I don't know why, he said, his tone uncertain. Sanji let out a small chuckle. I have a feeling I know why it bothered you, he said, mildly teasing. Luffy's eyes widened slightly at Sanji's tone. What's that supposed to mean? He asked, taking the bait. Sanji smirked. Come on, Luffy. You know why it bothered you so much, don't you? Luffy's cheeks flushed. I don't know what you're talking about, he said defensively, but deep down, he knew that Sanji was right. He just wasn't ready to admit it out loud. Sanji let out a soft chuckle, taking another drag from his cigarette. Oh, come on, Luffy. It's pretty clear that it bothered you because you're jealous, he said, his tone slightly teasing. Luffy tried to deny it, but he felt a lump form in his throat. Jealous? I'm not jealous, he said, his voice sounding less sure than he wanted it to. Sanji let out a low chuckle, seeing right through Luffy's denial. Oh, really? You sure about that? He said, amused by Luffy's obvious lie. Luffy's face reddened more as he felt his defenses weakening. He hated being put on the spot like this, especially when he was trying to deny something that he knew was true deep down. Yeah, I'm sure, he replied, his voice even less convincing than before. Sanji took another drag from his cigarette, his smirk growing. Right. Let me ask you something then, he said, leaning forward slightly. Luffy clenched his fists nervously, knowing that whatever Sanji was about to ask him was going to be something he didn't want to answer. Nevertheless, he knew he couldn't get out of this conversation, so he reluctantly nodded. Is it possible that it bothered you because you like Arya? Sanji asked point-blank, his smirk turning into a grin, enjoying watching as Luffy squirmed under his gaze. Luffy's face reddened even more as he felt his heart race. He swallowed hard, his throat feeling dry. What? No way, that's not I don't, he stammered, trying to find the right words to deny Sanji's accusation. Sanji raised an eyebrow, his smirk growing even wider as he watched Luffy's denial. It was like watching a fish struggling on a hook, and he was loving every second of it. Right, so you don't have feelings for her at all? Is that what you're trying to say? Luffy's heart beat even faster as Sanji's words hit him hard. He knew he couldn't lie to his friend, but he still didn't want to admit out loud that he had feelings for Arya. That's not what I'm saying, he muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. Sanji's smirk turned into a full-blown grin as he leaned back, satisfied with Luffy's flustered response. What are you saying then? He asked, enjoying every moment of Luffy's discomfort. Luffy clenched his fists tighter, feeling the heat rising in his chest. His mind was racing, trying to think of some way to deny it, but he knew that Sanji wouldn't let him get away with it. Damn it, I don't know what I'm saying, he shouted, feeling frustrated and embarrassed. Sanji chuckled, amused by Luffy's flustered response. Sounds like you've got a crush, Captain, he teased, his grin growing even wider. Luffy's cheeks turned even redder as he felt his defenses crumbling. It's not a crush, he muttered, his voice barely audible. Sanji raised an eyebrow, clearly not convinced by Luffy's weak denial. Right, so if it's not a crush, then what is it? Luffy's face felt like it was on fire as he tried to find the words to describe his complicated feelings for Arya. It's complicated, he said, feeling even more embarrassed. Sanji's smirk turned into a full-blown grin as he leaned back. Complicated, huh? He repeated, amused by Luffy's obvious struggle to come to terms with his feelings. Well, maybe I can help simplify things for you. Luffy looked at Sanji, his expression a mix of fear and curiosity. He knew that Sanji was about to put him on the spot again, but he was also desperate for help. How? Sanji chuckled, enjoying Luffy's mixed expression of fear and curiosity. Well, let me ask you this: when you're with Arya, how do you feel? He asked, his tone a little more serious now. Luffy's heart skipped a beat at Sanji's question, his mind racing with memories of being with Arya. He swallowed hard, feeling a lump in his throat. I feel happy, I guess, he replied, his voice softer, more vulnerable. Sanji raised an eyebrow, seeing through Luffy's attempt to downplay his feelings. Happy? That's all? He asked, his tone a little skeptical. Luffy's cheeks flamed even more as he felt more and more embarrassed by Sanji's questions. He knew he couldn't lie to his friend, but he was struggling to find the words to describe how he actually felt. No, not just happy, he muttered, his voice barely audible. Sanji leaned forward, intrigued by Luffy's response. Not just happy, huh? Then what else? Talk to me, Captain, he said, his tone encouraging. Luffy swallowed hard again, his throat feeling dry. He knew that he needed to be honest with Sanji, even if it was hard for him. I feel kind of warm, I guess, he said, his voice getting quieter as his embarrassment grew. Sanji's grin widened. Warm, huh? Like your heart feels warm when you're with her? He asked, his tone a little softer now that Luffy was being more honest. Luffy's heart skipped a beat again as Sanji hit the nail on the head. He swallowed hard, his face burning red. Yeah, something like that. Sanji leaned forward a little bit more, his expression more serious now. Okay, so you feel warm and happy when you're with her. What else? He asked, pushing harder as he could sense that Luffy was getting closer to being honest with himself. Luffy's heart beat even faster as Sanji probed further, and he felt even more vulnerable and ashamed, but he knew he couldn't lie. I feel kind of fuzzy. Like my stomach feels like it's, flipping around. Like it's turning inside out or something. It feels kinda weird. Sanji's eyes widened as he heard Luffy's description of the way he felt around Arya. He could see the discomfort on Luffy's face as he tried to explain the unfamiliar emotions he was experiencing. He could tell that Luffy was struggling to even put into words the way he felt, and that made Sanji even more determined to help his friend come to terms with his feelings. Okay, so you feel happy and warm and it feels like your stomach is flipping around. What else? He asked, his tone softer now, trying to make Luffy feel more comfortable. Luffy forced himself to continue, even though every word felt like a knife in his heart. I also get like a tightness in my chest, like something is squeezing my heart and making it hard to breathe, he muttered, feeling like he was about to explode with how embarrassed he was. Sanji nodded, realizing how hard it must be for Luffy to be talking about his feelings like this. He knew his friend was struggling, and he felt sympathetic. Okay, you're doing good, keep talking. I know it's hard, but just be honest. What else do you feel when you're around her? Luffy took a moment to steady himself, feeling like he was getting close to saying something he wasn't ready to utter out loud. But he knew he had to keep going, he had to be honest. He swallowed hard again, his throat feeling dry. I also feel like I want to protect her. I want to keep her safe. Sanji nodded, his eyes softening a little as he saw how hard Luffy was struggling to open up. Okay, I see, so you feel warm, happy and fuzzy, and your stomach feels like it's flipping around, and your chest feels tight like your heart is being squeezed, and you feel like you want to protect her and keep her safe, he summarized, trying to help Luffy process everything he had just admitted. Luffy nodded, feeling even more embarrassed as he heard Sanji summarize his feelings for him. He felt like he had just exposed almost every private feeling he had for Arya, and he wasn't sure if he felt relieved or ashamed. Why, yeah, that's pretty much it, he confirmed, his face still burning red. Sanji leaned back, nodding to himself as he was struck with a realization. Well, Luffy, you want to know what it sounds like to me? he asked, his tone a little smug. Luffy swallowed hard, feeling like the worst was still yet to come. He felt nervous, but nodded anyways. It sounds like you're falling in love, Sanji said, his tone a little softer now. Luffy felt like his heart was about to explode out of his chest. A love? What are you talking about? I'm not in love. Don't be ridiculous, he stammered, trying to deny it. Sanji's smirk returned as he watched Luffy struggle to deny his feelings. It was obvious to anyone with eyes that Luffy was falling head over heels for Arya, but Luffy was too stubborn and inexperienced in love to even realize it himself. Sanji shook his head, leaning forward and looking Luffy right in the eye. You can deny it all you want, but your body and your words are telling a different story. Just listen to yourself. You get all warm and fuzzy when you're around her. Your heart beats fast and your chest feels tight. You want to protect her. You like how happy she makes you feel. Luffy's chest ached as Sanji listed out his feelings one by one. Every word he said felt like a dagger in his heart, because they were true, but Luffy still shook his head, refusing to admit it. No, that's not what it is. I'm just being protective, that's all. I do that with all my friends, he said, his voice strained. Sanji rolled his eyes, seeing right through Luffy's denial. You're not fooling anyone, Luffy. I've known you for years, and I've never seen you act this way around anyone else. You don't get all cozy and warm around Nami, or Usopp or Chopper. You only get that way around Arya, because you're falling in love with her. Luffy's face flushed even more, his heart racing as Sanji pointed out the obvious truth that he was trying so hard to deny. And no, he stammered again, shaking his head even more fervently than before. Sanji sighed, seeing how hard Luffy was trying to deny it. He knew that Luffy was struggling to come to terms with his new feelings, but he also knew that Luffy needed a little push. Okay, Luffy. If you're not in love with her, then just tell me this: how would you feel if something happened to her? Luffy froze, feeling a lump form in his throat. The thought of anything happening to Arya made him physically sick. He felt a cold chill run down his spine, his heart suddenly heavy, his stomach twisting into a knot. Sanji saw the fear and pain in Luffy's expression, and he knew that he had hit the nail on the head. Yeah, that look on your face tells me everything I need to know, he said, his tone a little softer now. Luffy swallowed hard, feeling like his worst fear had just been realized. He knew that Sanji was right, but he still didn't want to admit it out loud. He started, but his voice caught in his throat. He tried to speak again, but he couldn't find the words. Sanji saw the struggle in Luffy's expression, and he knew how hard it was for him to process everything he was feeling. He decided to cut him some slack. It's okay, Luffy. You don't have to say anything right now. Just take your time and think about what I said. Luffy nodded, grateful that Sanji wasn't pressuring him to say anything more. He felt emotionally exhausted from the whole conversation, and he just wanted to be alone for a while. Sanji smiled, seeing the exhaustion in Luffy's expression. He knew that Luffy needed some time to process everything, and he didn't want to push him any further. All right. I think I've said everything I needed to say. Luffy nodded, feeling like he had just been put through an emotional roller coaster. He felt overwhelmed and confused, but also relieved that the conversation was coming to an end. Yeah, I think I need some time to think about all that, he muttered quietly, running a hand over his face. Sanji nodded, understanding Luffy's need for space. Take your time. Just don't ignore these feelings, okay? He said gently. Luffy nodded, feeling grateful for Sanji's understanding. He knew that he needed to do some soul-searching and figure out what he really felt. Sanji stood up and stretched, his usual smirk returning to his face. I'll leave you alone to think things over. Just don't take too long, Captain. You might miss your chance, he said teasingly. Luffy sighed and rolled his eyes, feeling a little embarrassed. He knew that Sanji was right, but he still didn't want to admit it. Yeah, I hear you. Go away already, Sanji chuckled, grabbing his cigarettes and lighter from the bedside table. Whatever you say, he said as he made his way toward the door. Oh, and Luffy, he added, pausing in the doorway. Luffy raised an eyebrow, curious about what else Sanji had to say. Yeah? He replied, his voice still a bit strained from their conversation. Sanji's smirk turned into a genuine smile, his eyes softening as he looked back at Luffy. Just know that I'm here if you ever need to talk, alright? You're my friend, Captain. Always will be, he said, his tone sincere. Luffy felt a wave of gratitude wash over him as he heard Sanji's words. He knew that he could always count on his friends for anything, and Sanji had once again proven that he was a true friend. Yeah, thanks, Sanji, he replied softly, giving his friend a small nod. Sanji nodded back, before walking out the door. Luffy sat in silence for a few moments, his mind still spinning from the conversation he just had with Sanji. He felt like he had just torn open a wound in his chest, and now he was trying to wrap his head around the emotions and feelings that were spilling out all over the place. Luffy took a deep breath, feeling overwhelmed by everything that had just happened. He ran a shaking hand over his face, trying to steady himself. He knew that he was on the cusp of discovering something that could change his life forever, and he felt like he was teetering on the edge of a deep, dark abyss. He felt like he was suddenly in the middle of a battle, but he didn't know who or what that enemy was. But he knew that the only way forward was to face it head on. He took another deep breath, steeling himself for the inner battle that was about to unfold. That afternoon, Luffy sat on the Sunny's figurehead, staring out at the ocean. His mind kept replaying the conversation he'd had with Sanji, and his heart felt like it was being torn in half. He knew he had strong feelings for Arya, feelings he never felt before, but he refused to admit it out loud. He still felt like he was trying to wrap his head around it all. He knew he cared deeply about her. He knew that being around her made him feel happy, warm, fuzzy. But he wasn't ready to admit that it was love. Admitting it, even to himself, would make it real, and he didn't know if he was ready to deal with that. He knew he didn't want to lose her, that he wanted to protect her, to keep her close. But love? He had never felt that way about anyone before, and it scared him. While he was still lost in thought, Arya walked up the steps to the helm deck, carrying a plate of muffins. She hadn't seen Luffy since that morning, when she'd encouraged him to talk with Sanji. Hey! She called out. I figured you'd be up here. Luffy spun around, eyes lighting up when he saw her. Oh, hey, Arya smiled back. I brought you some muffins. Luffy's face lit up even more, his smile widening. You made me muffins? Yeah, I did, Arya admitted. Well, I made some for the rest of the crew too, but mostly for you. Luffy's face flushed, his heart skipping a beat. Really? You made them for me? Arya nodded. Yeah, I did. Are you gonna come down here and have some? She asked, her tone playfully teasing. Luffy laughed, still blushing. Yeah, I'm coming, he said, hopping down from the figurehead. So how did your talk with Sanji go this morning? She asked as he approached. Luffy's heart skipped again at the mention of it. It was fine, I guess, he muttered, glancing away. So you two hashed things out? Everything's all good now? She asked. Luffy nodded, still avoiding her eyes. Yeah. Everything's good. No big deal, he said, trying to sound casual. Great. I'm glad you two worked it out, Arya said cheerfully, holding the plate of muffins out to him. Luffy smiled. Thanks, he said, stomach growling as the scent hit him. He grabbed one and took a big bite, moaning in satisfaction. Oh man. These are good. Arya watched him with a fond smile as he enjoyed the muffins she baked for him. The crew. Luffy wolfed it down like a wild animal. Oh, these are really good, he exclaimed, already reaching for another. Arya laughed, always amused by his enormous appetite. I'm glad you like them. Yeah, they're great. You really know how to bake, Luffy said enthusiastically, voice muffled. He quickly finished his second muffin and reached for a third. Thanks, Arya said, laughing again as she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Luffy nodded, inhaling his third and already grabbing a fourth. I could eat these all day, he beamed, stuffing it into his mouth. No, seriously. These are the best muffins I've ever had. All right. You can stop trying to flatter me now, Arya teased, giving him a playful poke in the ribs. Luffy laughed and grabbed her hand. I'm not flattering you. It's true, he insisted, still holding on. Arya's smile widened. I bet you're just saying that so I'll bake you muffins all the time, huh? Luffy grinned, his thumb subconsciously rubbing the back of her hand. Well, it's working, right? Maybe a little, she admitted, her voice softening. Luffy chuckled. Then I'll keep complimenting your baking if it means I keep getting muffins. Arya smiled, heart fluttering. I think that might be a fair trade, she murmured, her voice growing even softer as she met his gaze. Luffy nodded. Deal, he said, his grip tightening just slightly on her hand. They stayed like that for a few moments, eyes locked, either of them letting go. Luffy didn't even seem to notice that he was still holding her hand, still gently rubbing it with his thumb. Then, all at once, he realized what he was doing and let go quickly, his face turning red as he looked away. Sorry, he muttered awkwardly. It's all right, Arya said, her own cheeks flushed as she looked away too. Luffy rubbed the back of his head, still blushing. He cleared his throat, trying to push past the weird, fluttery feeling in his chest. So, thanks again for the muffins, he said, smiling nervously. Arya nodded, her smile returning. Of course, she said, tucking another strand of wind-blown hair behind her ear. Well, I'm going to take this plate back to the kitchen. There's something I need to talk to Usopp about, so I'll see you later. Luffy nodded, still feeling off balance after the hand-holding. Okay, see you later, he said, watching her go. Once she was gone, Luffy rubbed his face, trying to process the swirl of feelings inside him. He felt like he was experiencing the weirdest combination of emotions ever. He didn't understand what was happening to him, and it was confusing as hell. After dropping the empty plate off in the kitchen, Arya made her way to Usopp's factory. The door was already open, and she found Usopp at his workbench, tinkering with some sort of weapon. She smiled softly, knocking lightly on the doorframe. Usopp looked up, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Oh, hey Arya, he said, setting down his tools. Hey Usopp, Arya replied cheerfully, stepping into the room. There's something I wanted to ask you about. Usopp raised an eyebrow curiously as he stood up from the bench. Yeah? What's up? Well, she began, I know you made Nami's climate act, which is amazing, by the way. Usopp's chest puffed up a bit at the compliment, a proud grin forming. Thanks. I worked really hard on that thing, he said, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. What about it? Arya hesitated a moment. I was wondering if maybe you could also make a weapon for me. I'm not very strong, and I'm not the best fighter, but I want to be able to pull my weight and hold my own during fights. Usopp nodded, his expression lighting up with interest. Oh, a weapon for you? Yeah, I can definitely do that, he said, already sounding excited. What kind of weapon are you thinking about? I don't really know, honestly, she admitted. Maybe something capable of both long-range and short-range combat. Usopp nodded again, already reaching for a pencil and notepad. Long-range and short-range, huh? That gives me some ideas, he said, eyes narrowing in thought as he started sketching. Arya watched him, curiosity sparking in her voice. What kind of ideas? He didn't answer right away, his attention completely focused on the blueprint that was taking shape on the paper. After a few more moments, he looked up and flashed her a confident grin. I'll make you a weapon that'll kick all kinds of ass, he declared proudly. Arya laughed, enjoying his enthusiasm. That'd be awesome. Usopp chuckled and kept sketching. Trust me, it will be, he promised, eyes gleaming with inspiration. After another moment, Usopp looked up from his notepad, grinning. After another moment of focused sketching, Usopp straightened up and turned the notepad toward her. Alright, I've got a design I think will work for you, he said, holding it out. It's gonna be a staff-like weapon, and I call it Soleil. It can absorb sunlight and release powerful energy blasts. It also manipulates heat. You'll be able to create heat shields and attacks. And, he added, grinning, it can make a mini sun to blind or distract enemies. Arya's jaw dropped. What? That's awesome. She beamed, clearly impressed. Usopp nodded, pleased by her reaction. Yeah, I thought it'd be pretty cool, he said, setting the notepad down. Now I'll need some time to build it, but I promise it'll be worth the wait. Thank you so much. That sounds incredible, Arya said, eyes bright. Then her brow furrowed slightly. You said it absorbs sunlight. What if it's raining or, nighttime? Usopp smirked. Don't worry about it. I've got that covered, he said with full confidence. It'll store solar energy for later use. So even in the rain or at night, you'll still be good. Plus, it can generate artificial light too. You'll never be in the dark again. That's amazing, Arya said, stars practically in her eyes. I can't wait to see it, Usopp grinned, clearly riding the high of her reaction. Yeah, it's gonna be a pretty badass weapon. Just give me a little time, and I'll have it ready for you. Arya nodded, her expression turning thoughtful. Soleil, she repeated, letting the name roll off her tongue. Usopp's grin widened. That's right. Soleil. I think it's a perfect name, don't you? Arya smiled wide. She loved the sun theme. It didn't feel like a coincidence, not when her dad used to call her Sunshine. Yeah, I do. Thank you, Usopp, she said softly, her voice full of sincerity. You're the best. Usopp nodded, his chest swelling with pride. No problem. Anything for a friend. Arya threw her arms around him, grateful for his kindness and excited for what he was building just for her. Usopp blinked in surprise, but then chuckled and hugged her back. All right, well, I'll get out of your hair then, Arya said as she let go. Thanks again. She waved as she turned to leave. Usopp waved back, still grinning. No problem. See you later. After dinner that evening, the Straw Hats were gathered on the lawn deck, hanging out and enjoying the gorgeous weather. Most of the crew lounged in chairs, their post-meal chatter drifting through the air, the atmosphere light and carefree. It was a beautiful evening, the sun just beginning its descent, casting long shadows across the grass. The sky lit up in vibrant shades of orange and pink, streaked with wisps of soft clouds. Luffy sat cross-legged on the lawn a short distance away from the others. He leaned back on his hands, bathed in the warm glow of the fading sun, his face tilted toward the sky. As the light dimmed and the sun dipped further below the horizon, he closed his eyes and let out a quiet, satisfied sigh. Man, this is nice, he muttered to himself, his voice barely rising above the breeze. As the sky grew dark, Robin reclined with a book open on her lap, occasionally glancing up from the page. Zoro sat with his arms crossed, half listening to Brook's soft playing. Usopp and Frankie chuckled at something Chopper had said, while Sanji leaned against the rail, a cigarette glowing faintly between his fingers as he watched the sea in thoughtful silence. Doesn't get much better than this, Frankie commented, arms behind his head. I dunno, Usopp replied, grinning. Maybe if someone brought dessert. Give it a rest, Zoro muttered, not bothering to open his eye. We just ate. Arya sat close to Chopper and the others, legs curled beneath her, listening quietly as Brook strummed a gentle tune on his guitar while the stars flickered to life above them. The music drifted through the air, weaving into the moment like the final thread of a tapestry. Her gaze drifted over to Luffy, and she smiled at the sight of him, relaxed and peaceful, as he looked up at the stars. She studied him in the dim light, the way he seemed to be admiring the sky with an almost childlike innocence, as if the stars were speaking to him. Luffy didn't notice her eyes on him. He was too lost in his own thoughts, too captivated by the beauty of the night sky above him. A gentle breeze swept across the deck, making his hair flutter softly. Arya's eyes softened, her heart swelling with affection. He was so precious to her. Usopp gave Frankie a slight nudge with his elbow, nodding toward Arya. Frankie followed his gaze and saw how she watched Luffy, almost adoringly, her chin resting in her hand. Both men smirked, exchanging a silent look of amusement. A beat later, Arya blinked and snapped out of her daze. She looked over at Brook, still strumming gently, as a thought occurred to her. Hey, Brook! Brook looked up from his guitar, pausing mid-strum. Yes, Miss Arya? He replied, his hollow eyes drifting toward her. Can you play something fun and upbeat that we can dance to? She asked. Brook's skull practically beamed. Oh, I would be delighted, he said cheerfully. His bony fingers began moving, plucking a lively melody that shifted the entire mood of the deck in an instant. Arya grinned as she stood from her chair. She looked down at Chopper, who had been sitting beside her, and extended her hand. Chopper blinked. Huh! She didn't say anything at first, just held her hand out with a playful smile. Luffy's attention snapped away from the sky the moment the music changed. He sat up slightly, looking over to see Arya standing barefoot in front of Chopper. Chopper's eyes widened. Dance? Me? Yeah. Dance with me, she said, voice brimming with excitement. Frankie let out a hearty laugh. Come on, Chop. You gotta live a little, yeah, let loose. It'll be fun. Usopp added, flashing a grin. Zoro cracked his eye open and gave a faint snort but didn't comment. Robin smiled behind her book. Chopper looked around, flustered. I don't really dance that W. He didn't get the chance to finish. Arya was already grabbing his arm and tugging him toward the open space at the center of the lawn. Luffy couldn't help but smile as he watched it unfold. He leaned forward a little, elbows on his knees, eyes following them with growing amusement. Arya twirled Chopper by the hooves, her movements more playful than graceful. Chopper stumbled a bit at first but quickly found his footing, letting out a giggle as Arya began to twirl them both in circles. Frankie and Usopp cheered them on from their seats, laughing loudly. That's what I'm talking about, Frankie called out. Now it's a party! Brook's fingers danced across the strings with a flourish, the music bouncing with lightness. Even Zoro cracked an amused smirk as he opened his eye and watched Chopper flail in time with the rhythm. Luffy chuckled when Chopper broke into some unidentifiable little dance move. The rest of the crew turned to watch, chuckling among themselves, clearly entertained. As the music carried on, Luffy felt something warm bubble up inside him, a carefree joy that swept him up like a wave. He burst out laughing, catching Arya's attention. She looked up, heart jumping at the sight of his smile. Luffy, come join us, she called, waving him over. His smile widened instantly. He jumped to his feet without hesitation and jogged over, closing the gap in seconds. Arya grabbed his hand and spun him into their circle, the three of them now linked together, spinning like children under the stars. This is fun! Luffy shouted, his grin stretching ear to ear. Yeah, it is! Arya laughed, her eyes bright with joy. The rest of the crew watched on. Usopp stood and clapped along. They look like a bunch of kids, he said, amused. They are a bunch of kids, Sanji muttered with a puff of smoke, but the small upward twitch of his lips gave him away. Robin chuckled softly from behind her book, her eyes flicking over the top of the page. They're having a good time. It's nice. Luffy, Chopper, and Arya continued to spin and dance playfully together, their movements growing more spirited with every step. Their laughter rang out, blending with Brook's cheerful melody. Frankie leaned back with a grin. Man, look at those three go. They're bringing the super energy tonight. Nami chuckled from her seat, arms resting behind her head. They're gonna wear themselves out if they keep that up. Jinbe gave a low, amused rumble of laughter. It's good to see them enjoying the calm while it lasts. When the song came to an end, Luffy found himself panting and laughing, his face flushed with exhilaration. Arya and Chopper found themselves laughing too. Luffy was a bit winded, grinning from ear to ear as he looked at them, still catching his breath. Man, that was fun, right? Arya agreed, smile wide, breaths heavy. She swept her long, blonde hair back behind her shoulders, some of the strands still clinging to her face. Chopper nodded, also slightly out of breath. Yeah, I had fun too, he beamed, before padding back to his chair with a small, tired bounce in his step. Luffy looked over at the rest of his crew, who were still lounging around the deck. Hey, you guys should join in too, he called out. Usopp waved his hand in protest. No way, I can't top whatever that was. I don't dance, Zoro said flatly, without opening his eye. Sanji exhaled a long stream of smoke. Unless there's a lady asking, I'm good right here. Robin glanced toward Luffy with an amused smile. We're enjoying the show just fine. Lemaine, Luffy grumbled, crossing his arms. You guys are no fun. The disappointment didn't linger though. Luffy's eyes drifted back to Arya, who was still standing in front of him, hair slightly tousled, her face flushed from dancing. Her green eyes were bright under the starlight, and something about the sight made a soft flutter stir in his chest. His expression eased into a quiet, almost absent-minded smile. Brook let the last notes of the upbeat tune fade out before shifting into something slower and more melodic, the gentle strumming easing the deck back into a calm and peaceful atmosphere. Chairs creaked as some of the crew settled deeper into their seats. Luffy's gaze remained locked with Arya's, their breath gradually evening out from the playful chaos moments before. The slow notes wrapped around them, and in that space between noise and silence, everything else seemed to fall away. Arya looked up at him. Dance with me? she asked, voice soft. Luffy stared at her for a moment, his heart stuttering at her request. He seemed to hesitate, his cheeks turning slightly pink, but in the end, he let out a soft chuckle, nodding his head. Yeah, alright, he said, his mouth curving into a small smile. The stars twinkled above as Brook's gentle melody floated through the air, slow and steady, setting the rhythm for something quieter, more intimate. Have you ever slow danced before? Arya asked. No, never. How do we do it? Luffy replied sheepishly, scratching the back of his neck. Arya laughed softly. Well, first, you put your hands here, she said, reaching for his hands and guiding them to her hips. Luffy's palms landed gently, and he froze for half a second, his fingers hovering, as if unsure whether to fully rest them. His face grew warm, and he looked down at her with a slightly awkward grin. Okay, like this? He asked, holding on to her loosely. Arya nodded. Yep, and then I put my arms here, she explained, looping her arms around his neck, pulling herself closer. Luffy swallowed, his blush deepening as he realized just how close she was now. He could feel her body pressed against his, and his heart picked up pace, thudding a little harder. His fingers twitched slightly on her hips, fidgeting like they were trying to figure out where they belong. So, now what? He asked. Now we just sway, like this, she said as she began gently swaying to the music. Luffy followed her lead. It felt strange at first, like his feet weren't sure where to go, but within moments, he began to fall into the rhythm with her. Oh, I get it. So we just kinda move back and forth then? Yeah, exactly, she confirmed. A light breeze passed over the deck, brushing through Arya's hair as they moved together. Luffy's tension slowly eased, his steps growing more sure. He let out a soft laugh. This is kind of easy, I guess, he said, glancing down at her. From across the deck, Robin peeked over the edge of her book again, her lips curling into a quiet, knowing smile. Sanji paused mid-drag of his cigarette, one brow raised. Usopp leaned in toward Frankie and whispered something that made the sideboard grin and snort softly. Back in their own little bubble, Arya smiled up at Luffy. See? You're actually pretty good at this. Luffy's cheeks turned pink again, but his chest swelled with something warm and fuzzy. Really? You think so? He asked, his smile growing wider as he continued to sway with her. Yeah, she said with a small laugh. You just let your body sort of flow. Luffy grinned, confidence blooming. All right, I think I got the hang of it now, he said, letting his movements sync naturally with the music, and with her. With each passing moment, Luffy's movements grew more fluid and natural, his body swaying and moving with ease and comfort. His hands remained on her hips, his gaze still locked on her as they danced. Hey, so this is actually kinda nice. Arya let out a soft laugh. Yeah, it is. Isn't it? Luffy chuckled, nodding in agreement. Yeah, he said, a soft, happy grin spreading across his face. They continued to dance together, Brook's music filling the air around them. There was a calm that settled between them, a quiet sense of comfort. It was strange, being this close to her, closer than he'd ever been to anyone in a moment like this. Luffy felt something warm and light expand in his chest, his face still faintly flushed. He glanced at Arya, only to find her already looking up at him. Their eyes met briefly, and he looked away, flustered. There was an unspoken tension in the air now, something neither of them addressed, but both of them felt. Luffy could hear his own heartbeat louder than the music. He didn't know what to do with that feeling. Should he meet her gaze again? Would that be weird? Too much? But he kind of wanted to. Luffy risked another glance and found her still watching him with that same soft, affectionate look. Their eyes met again, and for that moment, time slowed. His heart thumped harder in his chest. He could feel his palms begin to sweat where they rested lightly on her waist. He swallowed hard, his throat suddenly dry. The music, the stars, the closeness, everything felt heightened. She felt different. The moment felt different. Luffy had never been this close to anyone before. Not physically. Not emotionally. Not like this, and yet he didn't want it to end. Without a word, Arya gently shifted the position of her arms, moving them from around his neck to his middle, before resting her head against his chest. Her cheek pressed softly against his skin where his shirt was open, and he froze at the sensation. Slowly, tentatively, like the moment might break if he moved too quickly. Luffy rested his head on top of hers. Her soft hair brushed his cheek, and he could feel the rise and fall of her breathing against him. He closed his eyes, inhaling gently, letting the scent of her hair fill his lungs. His heart was still beating fast, but not in the same jittery way as before. It began to slow, like it was settling into something deeper. A quiet smile tugged at his lips as he let his arms tighten slightly around her, allowing himself to relax. The moment stretched on, either of them speaking. Luffy found himself feeling strangely vulnerable, unsure how to process the closeness, the connection. He'd never experienced anything like it. He didn't know what to do with the emotions it stirred, didn't even have words for them. He just knew that it felt important. Arya's fingers gently curled into the fabric of his shirt as her eyes fluttered shut. Luffy held her a little tighter, letting his eyes remain closed. He swallowed, a lump forming in his throat. He didn't understand why he was feeling so emotional, but he was. Nearby, Frankie sat with his arms folded behind his head, watching the two with a wide grin. "Look at them dancing together like that. They look pretty sweet," he said, nudging Brook lightly with his elbow. Brook nodded, his bony grin serene as he kept strumming. "Yes, they do." Robin's expression was thoughtful as she observed the pair swaying in the moonlight. "They do complement each other quite well, don't they?" Jinbe watched silently for a moment, then gave a quiet nod. Usopp leaned back in his chair with a smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. "I wonder when they'll realize they're totally falling for each other," he said, his tone light and teasing. Brook suddenly paused mid-strum and turned his attention to the others. "Perhaps," he said, "they already have." The others glanced over at him, their expressions curious. Brook's comment lingered in the air, and a quiet understanding seemed to settle over the group. Frankie raised an eyebrow, tilting his head. "You think so?" Brook let out a soft chuckle and nodded. "Indeed I do." Frankie and the others exchanged glances, no one saying much, but no one disagreeing either. There was something unspoken they all seemed to recognize. Brook resumed playing, his skeletal fingers dancing over the strings again, the melody soft and steady, like the heartbeat of the moment itself. Meanwhile, Luffy and Arya were still slowly dancing together on the lawn, their eyes still closed. Arya could feel the cool, soft grass beneath her feet. Could hear the steady, soothing beat of Luffy's heart in her ear, feel the warmth of his chest against her cheek, and smell the faint, salty scent of his skin, like the sea, and something distinctly him. Luffy was completely lost in the moment, his thoughts tangled in feelings he didn't know how to name. All he could process was her presence, her closeness, the way her hips moved slightly with each gentle sway. The warmth of her breath against his chest. The soft scent of her hair rising with every shift of the breeze. It was strange. The way she made his heart feel. He couldn't quite describe it, but he liked it. The music was soft in the background, the stars shining brightly above them as the cool night breeze blew across the deck. Luffy felt comfortable and warm holding Arya so closely in his arms. The moment felt peaceful, intimate and electric all at the same time. Luffy felt a strange sense of connection with her, like something had shifted between them again. Something subtle and slight, but significant nonetheless. As the song came to an end, Luffy smiled and opened his eyes, feeling a bit reluctant to break the embrace. Arya lifted her head to look at him, her green eyes soft. "Thanks for the dance." Luffy chuckled, the faintest flush rising in his cheeks. "No problem. It was fun," he said, his voice low as he gently let go of her and stepped back. As they parted, the cool air slipped between them again, and Luffy's attention drifted to the others. He realized suddenly that most of the crew had been watching, quietly, curiously, some with smirks that immediately made his face turn a shade redder. He gave them a weak smile and a little wave. "Hey guys," he said. Usopp grinned from ear to ear. "Finally noticed us, huh?" Frankie let out a low chuckle. "You two were in your own little world over there." Sanji flicked the ash off his cigarette and exhaled a long breath. "Didn't think rubber could move like that." Zoro gave a soft snort but didn't add anything, arms still crossed as he watched with an unreadable expression. Nami leaned against the back of her chair with a teasing smirk. "Careful, Captain, you almost looked graceful for a second." Luffy scratched the back of his neck and laughed sheepishly. "I dunno about that." Chopper clapped his hooves together with excitement. "You guys looked great. That was awesome, Frankie leaned forward, smug as ever. You two look super cozy, he said with a teasing edge. Luffy rolled his eyes, cheeks still warm. Shut it, Frankie. We were just dancing. It's nothing special. Oh, just a dance, huh? Frankie repeated, his smirk widening. Usopp jumped in. If it's just a dance, then why are you blushing? I'm not blushing, Luffy snapped, voice jumping an octave. It's warm, that's all. Sure, Luffy. Whatever you say, Frankie replied, clearly unconvinced. The crew broke into laughter and chuckles, exchanging amused glances. Luffy crossed his arms, clearly agitated. Seriously, it was just a stupid dance, nothing more. Can we drop it? Arya turned her gaze away, trying to quiet the mix of emotions that stirred in her chest. Just a dance? Was that really all it had been to him? The others didn't notice. They were still riding the high of teasing their captain. Oh, come on, Luffy. We're just messing with you, Nami said, her grin wide as she sipped from her drink. Luffy shot her a glare, his frustration bubbling up. Well, stop messing with me then. It's annoying. You're so easy to tease, Luffy. We can't help it, Frankie said with a shrug and a grin. Whatever. You guys suck, Luffy muttered, folding his arms tighter across his chest. Eventually, the crew let the moment pass. Their teasing died down, and conversation slowly shifted back to lighter topics. The laughter faded into casual chatter, and the atmosphere began to settle. Luffy stood there, still feeling the flush of embarrassment in his face and chest. He glanced toward Arya, his earlier frustration now tangled with something else. She wasn't laughing. She hadn't said anything. She forced a smile as his eyes met hers, but it didn't reach all the way. Luffy smiled back, but his smile was a little tight, still tinged with discomfort. He watched as she met his gaze for only a brief second before quietly turning and walking away. His stomach sank. He watched her as she crossed the lawn deck and began to head up the steps toward the front of the ship, her posture unreadable. A pang of worry pulled at him. He didn't like the way she had looked at him just now. Something was off. Was she upset about the teasing too? Or was it something else? Luffy hesitated, torn between the awkward tension he still felt from the crew and the concern now growing in his chest. But the moment didn't stretch long. His concern won out. He took a breath, then moved. His legs carried him across the lawn and up the steps, his mind still tangled with the emotions from the past few minutes. His eyes locked on her silhouette up ahead, on the helm deck. Arya, he called out. Arya stopped. She stood there for a moment with her back to him, eyes closing as she drew in a slow, shaky breath. She was trying to brace herself, trying to gather the nerve to face him without letting her emotions show. Luffy came to a halt just a few feet behind her, his steps slowing with hesitation. Arya, he repeated softly, his voice low and careful. She turned around slowly. Hey, she said, trying to keep her voice even. Luffy immediately noticed the tension in her expression, the way her eyes didn't quite meet his, the way she seemed to be holding something back. His brows knit with concern as he stepped closer. Hey, are you okay? You seemed a little upset just now, he said gently. Everything's fine, Arya replied with a quick, too bright tone. Luffy frowned, not buying it. Something felt off. You sure? He asked, his voice still cautious. She answered, flashing him a tight, unconvincing smile. He didn't return the smile. His frown deepened. You're acting weird, he said bluntly. I am not. Arya shot back a little too quickly. Luffy crossed his arms, eyeing her with quiet scrutiny. Yeah, you are. What's wrong? He asked, his tone edging firmer now. Arya looked away, her fingers curling slightly at her sides. The question she wanted to ask sat heavy on her chest, but fear kept it stuck in her throat. She didn't know how he'd answer. She didn't know if she wanted to find out. Her heart beat faster, uncertainty tightening her breath. The way he'd brushed off their dance in front of everyone, it stung more than she wanted to admit. Luffy watched her carefully, noting how she kept avoiding his gaze. He was starting to get frustrated, more with the situation than with her. Arya, he said, his voice low but more insistent now. Look at me. Slowly, she lifted her eyes to his. He searched her face. She looked nervous, but there was something else too, something he couldn't quite place lingering in her expression. Tell me what's wrong, he said, firm but not unkind. Arya's heart skipped. The weight of his voice, the way he looked at her, it made it harder to keep pretending she wasn't affected. It's just, she hesitated, heart pounding as she tried to summon the courage to ask what she needed to know. Luffy raised an eyebrow, taking another small step closer. Just what? Was it really just a dance? She asked at last, the question escaping before she could lose her nerve again. Luffy blinked, caught off guard. The question hit harder than he expected. He hesitated, trying to keep his face neutral. Of course it was. What else would it be? He said, the hint of defensiveness creeping into his voice without him meaning it to. Arya's heart sank. She swallowed hard, pushing down the lump forming in her throat. There was a pause before she looked down at her feet, her voice quiet. Right. Luffy watched her closely. The way her expression fell didn't escape him. Her voice was different now, soft, disappointed. It made something tighten in his chest. Did she feel something more, too? That thought hit him unexpectedly, and it rattled him. The disappointment in her voice made him feel unsteady, uncertain, and it hurt. But he wasn't ready to face what it meant. Not yet. Not out loud. He swallowed hard, a lump forming in his own throat. It was just a dance. Nothing else, he said again, trying to convince himself as much as he was trying to convince her. Got it. Just a dance. Arya repeated quietly, the words heavy as they left her lips. Her gaze dropped again. Her posture subtly shifted, like something inside her had dimmed. Luffy felt a stab in his chest watching her. He didn't want to see that look on her face, the distance, the sadness. Hey, what's with that look? He asked, his voice softening. It's nothing, she replied quickly. I'm going to bed. Luffy frowned as she turned to leave. Panic flickered behind his eyes. Wait, hold on a second, he called after her. Arya stopped and turned again, her green eyes searching his. What is it? She asked quietly. Luffy's breath caught. His heart was racing now, pounding in his chest as words he couldn't find twisted around inside him. He didn't know what to say, only that he didn't want her to walk away like this. Not when she looked